Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda.
Nithyanandam, we welcome all the Paramashivoham Level 2 participants to today's Nithyananda yoga session. Let us now all settle down on our yoga mats and get ready for today's Tvitya Vinyasa Krama session. Sit straight with your head, neck and spine in a straight line. Join your hands in Namaskara Mudra in front of the heart center. Close your eyes. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as we chant the Satguru Vandanam.
Nithyanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatītam Gaganasatrisam Tattvamasyaadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalavacharam Sarvadhi Sakshibhutam Bhavatītam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami.
Next we are going to chant the Shiva Mula mantra. Om Ham Haum Shivaya Namaha 11 times. Please follow along internally.
Om Ham Haum Shivaya Namaha. 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 Om Ham Hum Shivaya Namaha. Om Ham Hum Shivaya Namaha. Om Ham Hum Shivaya Namaha.
Next up is the Tattvachamanam, the ritualistic cleansing. Make sure you have your Panchapatam and Udani ready, 1 cup and a spoon with some water. Now keep your right hand in the Gokarna Mudra in the shape of a cow's ear. Take 1 Udani, 1 spoon of water and pour it into your right palm. Each time the word Swadha is chanted, sip the water from the bottom of your palm and take another Udani of water into your hand for a total of 3 times.
Om Atmatattvam Shodhayami Swadha. Om Vidyatattvam Shodhayami Swadha. Om Shivatattvam Shodhayami Swadha.
Now wash your right hand with the water from the Panchapatam and wipe your lips twice with the bottom of your right thumb as you chant.
Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha.
Wash your hand again. With your index, middle and ring finger joined together, touch above the upper lip and below the lower lip. Then wash your hand again. With your index, middle and ring finger joined together, touch above the upper lip and below the lower lip. With the index finger and thumb joined together, touch the right nostril and the left nostril. With your ring finger and thumb, touch your right eye, your right ear and your left ear. Then wash your hand again. With your little finger and thumb joined together, touch your navel, your right chest and your left chest. And with the tips of all the fingers joined together, touch the top of your head, the right shoulder, the left shoulder and your heart center. Wash your hand again. Now place the right hand over the left and place both hands on your right thigh. Close your eyes and set a sankalpa. Make a conscious resolution what you want to manifest in today's Nithyananda Yoga ritual. Hold the visualization as you chant the sankalpa mantra.
Om Mamo Patta Samasta Duritakshayadvara Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Preetyartham Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Preetyartham Cha Adya Purvokta Evam Guna Visheshena Vishishtayam Asyam Shubhatithau Purana Arogya Yukta Dridhagatra Yogiga Sharira Siddhyartham Paramashiva Shakti Aviskaranaartham Nithyananda Yoga Abhyasam Karishye.
Now wash your hand once more.
Om Apa Upasprishya.
And keep your Panchapatam and Udani aside out of harm's way. As we get ready to enter into the first asana of this sequence, Sukhasana. Sit in a comfortable cross-legged position with your head, neck and spine in a straight line. Keep your hands on top of the knees in Bindu Mudra, with index fingers and thumbs touching. Gaze forward. Visualize Lord Shiva in your inner space. Breathe into your navel region and hold your breath. Visualize a flame being kindled in your stomach, rising up your spine. Engage Mahamudra Bandha, which is a combination of 3 bandhas. The Mula Bandha, the root lock, contracting your perineal floor and pulling it up. Uddiyana Bandha, the abdominal lock. Pull your stomach in and up towards your spine as you contract the muscles above and below the navel. And the Jalandhara Bandha, the throat lock. As you tuck your chin to the chest, internally contract your throat muscles, locking the throat. All 3 bandhas together, again, they form Mahamudra Bandha. Finally, chant the japa Soham internally. Visualize the japa rotating around your throat in a circular manner. In the first asana, Sukhasana.
Tat Sukhasanam Ityuktam Ashaktas Tat Samacharet Asanam Vijitam Yena Jitam Tena Jagatrayam.
Now place your feet on top of opposite thighs. Join your hands in Anjali Mudra and raise them up above your head with the elbows straight. Engage Mahamudra Bandha, all 3 bandhas, and visualize yourself as Mount Kailash.
Athabakshe Mahadeva Parvatasana Mangalam Yatkritva Asthira Rupi Syat Shatchakradi Vilopanam.
Now extend your feet away from the body, bring the soles of the feet together, and interlock your fingers behind your back. As you lean forward and down, place your forehead on the ground, Gaze to your nose. Engage Earthy Bandhas and visualize Swamiji in Halipavasana.
पूरव विधियाहू में जानो उभय पगथली संपुट ठानो पिष्ट पछेदो वो कर ल्यावो दक्षिण कर सो वाम गहावो.
Now from the same position, extend your arms out in front, cup the palms and place them down in front of the feet as you bring your forehead down behind the heels. Gaze to your nose and engage Earthy Bandhas as you visualize yourself as a snake.
पूर्व विधि परियागाने नीचो हौवे कहूणी भनास्यो लगाइए हाथ आगाने धरती लगावे पसारी दो वो हाथ की अंजोली करे.
Next up is KAILASA. Now keep your hands in Prana Mudra with index and middle fingers together. Hold on to the big toes and extend your legs forward and up. Then cross them into Padmasana. Lean forward and down on your elbows as you engage Earthy Bandhas and visualize yourself as a bird.
अथान्यदासनं वक्षे जेन सिद्धो भवे नरः अकस्माद् वायुसञ्चारं कोकिलाख्यासनेन च.
Next up is Nithyananda. Now stack your knees and ankles. Hold on to opposite elbows and start rotating your arms in a circular motion. Gaze to the tip of the nose. Engage Earthy Bandhas and visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Every once in a while, change the direction of the movement.
घोड़ा वामा पाद की आशमा हिली सोज दश चरण को वार लोता परिकुल्फ समोज.
Next up is Gajasana. Now place your hands flat on the ground and raise your hips up. Scoop your head and chest forward and down again and again. As you pull your stomach in and up in Uddiyana Bandha, visualize yourself as an elephant in Gajasana, the elephant posture.
युग्जं पादाग्रे भूमौ कृत्वा लम्बी भुजा मस्तकाग्रे निधाय.
Now from the same position, push one heel to the mat and lift the other heel up again and again. Pull your stomach in and up and visualize yourself as a bear in Rikshasana.
एकैकं पादमाकुञ्च गजासनं कुर्यात् वृक्षासनं भवति.
Now rise up. Stand on the tips of your toes. If you can, rise up all the way on the tips of the big toes. Bring your hands to the chest. In Hridaya Mudra, index, middle and ring fingers joined together. As you pull your stomach in and up, visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Vaishyasana.
केशेन पादयुगलं बद्ध्वा तिष्ठेत अधोमुखः.
Now we're going to perform the first Karana of the sequence. Stand in Arimandi posture, heels together, toes pointing outwards and knees bent. Bring your hands to the chest and raise one knee up along the center of your body in a circular motion. Follow along with the respective hand again and again. Next up is Balalingasana. Now interlock your fingers from the outside in Sarashankari Mudra. Raise one knee up towards the chest. Pull it close with your hands as you engage Earthy Bandhas and visualize yourself as a baby. Visualize yourself holding a baby.
एकं जानुरस्यालिङ्ग्य स्थातव्यं बाललिङ्गनं भवति.
Now pull the foot behind towards your buttocks. Hold it with both hands interlocked in Padasha Mudra. Engage Earthy Bandhas and visualize Swamiji in Parapitanasana.
स्थित्वैकस्मिन् पादतले कराभ्यां वेष्टयेत्तनुम्.
Now hold the sole of the foot from the inside. Kick the leg back and up. As you lean forward, extend the other hand in Bindu Mudra with index and middle fingers joined together. Visualize yourself as Lord Nataraja in Natarajasana.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजमुद्रकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
Now repeat Balalingasana on the other side. Lift the other knee up towards your chest. Pull it close with your hands. Engage Earthy Bandhas. Visualize yourself holding a baby.
एकं जानु उरसि आलिङ्ग्य स्थातव्यं बाललिङ्गनं भवति.
Next up is Padapittanasana. Now pull the foot behind towards your buttocks with both hands. Engage all the bandhas and visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Padapittanasana.
एकं जानु उरसि आलिङ्ग्य स्थातव्यं बाललिङ्गनं भवति.
Now hold the sole of the foot and kick your leg back and up as you lean forward with the hand extended in Bindu Mudra, visualizing yourself as Lord Nataraja in Natarajasana.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
We move on to Ardha Chakarana. Now stand in Adimani posture, heels together, toes pointing outwards and knees bent. Bring your hands to the chest. Then step the right foot behind the left and swing the right arm back and forth like a pendulum. Gracefully move your fingers one by one. Step the left foot behind and repeat the movement on the other side. Next up is the skeleton dance. Now visualize yourself as a skeleton and shake your body intensely. Dance wildly. Move every bone of your body as you keep visualizing yourself as a skeleton. Next up is Karana. From Adimandi posture, cross your arms above your head with the palms facing back. Turn your body to one side and open up your arms. Cross them back as you return to the center. Repeat the movement again and again. Now rise up onto the tips of your toes and raise your arms up parallel above your head. Engage all three bandhas as you visualize yourself as a palm tree. Internally, chant the new japa Shivoham as you engage all three bandhas in Tadasana.
महामुद्राबद्धकोनो ताडासनविभेदकान्विनोत्तानं सदा कुर्यात् अन्तर्पत्नीपतिप्रिया.
Now lean forward and down. Place your hands on the mat. If you can't reach the ground, you can just lean down as low as possible. Bring your head towards the knees. Engage all three bandhas and visualize Swamiji in Uttanasana.
महामुद्राबद्धकोनो ताडासनविभेदकान्.
Now step your feet back into a plank position. Tuck your chin to the chest, lock your throat in Jalandhara Bandha and start rotating your head from side to side as you visualize Swamiji in Tadakshasana.
गजासनं स्थित्वा मस्तकं वारं वारं दक्षिणकुक्षिं सव्यकुक्षिं नयेत्.
Now lay down on your stomach. Keep your hands at the side of the shoulders and now raise your head and chest up by the strength of your lower back. Open your mouth widely and inhale through the hollow of your throat in Bhujangani Mudra as you visualize yourself as a cobra in Bhujangasana.
अङ्गुष्ठनाभिपर्यन्तम् अधोभूमौ विनिन्यसेत्.
Now push your body back up into the plank position and alternate pulling one knee in towards your chest back and forth as you visualize Swamiji. Breathe calmly through your nose. Lead the prana along your spine and hold the breath on and off along the various energy centers in Sahadra Kumbhaka as you perform Shashasana.
गजासन संस्थितौ जानुद्वयमाकुञ्च वारं वारं कर्तव्यं शशासनं भवति.
Now from the plank position, step one foot in between the two hands. Simultaneously jump the front foot back and bring the other foot in between the hands again and again, visualizing yourself as a chariot in a Rathasana.
गजासन संस्थितौ एकैकं पादं पूर्वमार्गेण भ्रामयित्वा कर्तव्यं रथासनं भवति.
Now rise up. Keep the back toes facing sideways and bend the front knee at a 90-degree angle. Raise your arms up parallel above your head. Gaze to your third eye. Pull your stomach in and up and visualize yourself as Lord Vedavadra in Vedavadrasana.
वासिष्ठमथ कौण्डिन्यम् ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च अष्टावक्रमथोत्थानं मयूरं सेतुबन्धनम्.
Exchange the position of your feet. Push your hip forward, raise your arms up, pull your stomach in and up, gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as Lord Virabhadra in Virabhadrasana on the other side.
वासिष्ठमधकौण्डिन्यम् ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च.
Now stand on one leg as you raise the other foot towards the inner opposite thigh. Join your hands in Anjali Mudra and raise them up above your head. Elbows straight. Pull your stomach in and up in Uddiyana Bandha and visualize yourself as a tree in Vrikshasana.
वामोरुमूलदेशे च यां यं पादं निधायतु तिष्ठेत्तु वृक्षवद्भूमौ वृक्षासनमिदं विदुः.
Now bring the raised foot on top of the opposite hip and join your hands in Namaskara Mudra in front of your chest as you visualize yourself as Lord Garuda in Garudasana.
गरुडासनमावक्षे येन ध्यानं स्थिरं भवेत्.
Now repeat Vrikshasana, the tree posture on the other side. Raise the other foot towards the inner opposite thigh and raise your arms up above your head in Anjali Mudra. Engage Uddiyana Bandha as you visualize yourself as a tree.
वामोरुमूलदेशे च यां यं पादं निधायतु.
Now bring the raised foot on top of the opposite hip. Join your hands in Namaskara Mudra in front of the chest as you visualize yourself as Lord Garuda and Garudasana on the other side.
गरुडासनमावक्षे येन ध्यानं स्थिरं भवेत्.
Now step one foot forward and keep the other foot far back with the back toes facing sideways. Extend your arms parallel to the ground. Lean forward and down. Bring one hand to the foot, the other hand pointing up to the sky. As you gaze up along the raised arm, visualize yourself as a triangle in Trikonasana.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
Now exchange the position of your feet. Bring the other foot to the front as you extend your arms. Lean forward and down to the other foot and gaze up along the raised arm in Trikonasana, the triangle posture on the other side.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
The next asana is Nikuttaka Karana. Now stand with the heels touching, toes pointing outwards and knees bent in Arimandi. Raise one heel off the ground and bring your hands to the chest, palms facing each other. Now stomp the raised heel down, raise the other heel up and exchange the position of your hands again and again. Next up is Angushtasana. Now lower your body down. Squat down as you raise your heels. Sit on the raised heels with your knees together. Join your hands in Namaskara Mudra in front of your heart center. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Start buzzing like a bee on the in and exhalation in Brahmari Kumbhaka as you internally chant the new japa Sadashivoham in Angushtasana.
कबन्धासनमित्याहुः गोरक्षासनमेव च अङ्गुष्ठमुष्टिकं ज्ञेयं ब्रह्मप्रासादितं तथा.
Now extend one leg forward and keep your hands at the side of your body, palms facing forward, fingertips touching the ground in Vara Mudra as you visualize Swamiji in Saurasana.
प्रसार्य एकं पादतलं संस्थाप्य त्वेकपादकम्.
Next up is Vidunanasana. Now, with the leg extended forward, hold onto the front big toe in Prana Mudra. And hold onto the back heel with the other hand. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you keep buzzing like a bee in Brahmari Kumbhaka in Vidunanasana.
गुल्फस्थितो पादमेकं प्रसार्य तत्पादाग्रं संस्पृश्य तत्करेण
Now extend the other leg forward. Keep your hands at the side, palms facing forward in Vara Mudra, and visualize Swamiji in Saudasana on the other side.
प्रसार्य एकं पादतलं संस्थापित्वा एकपादकं
Now hold onto the big toe of the front foot and the back heel. As you balance in this posture, visualize Swamiji in Vidyanasana.
गुल्फस्थितो पादमेकं प्रसार्य तत्पादाग्रं संस्पृश्य तत्करेण
The next asana is Brahmakushasana. Now step both feet in, sit on the raised heels and separate your knees. Place your hands on top of the knees with the palms facing up. Tuck your chin to the chest in Jalandhara Bandha and gaze through the gap between the palms as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
दो वो फणापाणी होए वैसे एडी दो गुदानी वैसे.
Next up is Kapilasana. Now drop your knees to the ground and keep your hands on the thighs. Gaze to the tip of your nose and perform Uddiyana Bandha as you visualize yourself as Sage Kapila Muni in Kapilasana.
एडी दो गुदा त्रियाणे फणापाणी बैठक पु निठाने.
We move on to Bhadragodakasana. From the same posture, shift your gaze up towards your third eye. Shift your visualization to Swamiji and engage the Muda Bandha.
दो वो पगदली संपुट करे कौरवारली भू पर इधरे.
The next asana is Suryasana. Now rise up onto the tips of the toes, lift the knees off the ground and bring the soles of the feet together as you join your thumbs and little fingers and open up your palms in Padma Mudra, the Lotus Mudra. Raise your arms up above your head. Gaze through the gap between the palms. Perform Uddiyana Bandha and visualize Lord Surya in your inner space in Suryasana.
एडी दो गुदा त्रियाणे फणापाणी बैठक पु निठाने.
Now bring your knees to the mat and place your feet flat. Keep your hands on top of the knees. Gaze up towards your third eye. Press your tongue up flat against the palate of your mouth in Mandukya Mudra. Visualize yourself as a frog as you breathe in Sahasra Kumbhaka. Breathe calmly through your nose in Mandukasana.
पादतलौ पृष्ठदेशे अंगुष्टे द्वे च संस्पृशेत्.
Now bring your hands behind your back, holding onto opposite shoulders. Pull your stomach in and up in Uddiyana Bandha. Gaze to your third eye, visualize yourself as a frog and press the tongue against the palate of your mouth in Mandukya Mudra in Uttana Mandukasana.
मंडुकासन मध्यस्थं कूर्पराभ्यां धृतं शिरः एतद्धेकवदुत्तानमेतदुत्तानमण्डुकम्.
Next up is Simhasana. Now cross your feet and sit on the heels. Keep your hands on the ground in front of your knees. Place your hands on top of the knees. Gaze to the tip of the nose and stick your tongue out, exhaling forcefully again and again as you visualize yourself as a lion in Simhasana.
दक्षिणं सव्यगुल्फेन दक्षिणेन ततेतरम्.
Next up is Padrasana. Now join the soles of the feet behind with the toes pointing back, the knees separated wide. Cross your arms behind your back and hold onto the big toes in Prana Mudra. Tuck your chin to the chest, gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you return to buzzing like a bee in Brahmari Kumbhaka.
गुल्फौ च वृषणस्याधो व्युत्क्रमेण समाहितः पादाङ्गुष्टौ कराभ्यां च धृत्वा च पृष्ठदेशतः.
Next up is Kakabushandhi Asana. Now place your feet flat and raise your knees. Bring your arms in and around the raised knees and interlock your fingers behind your back in Parashamudra. If you can't reach your hands behind your back, just reach as far as possible. Push your torso through the legs, open up your chest open up your hips as well. As you gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as a crow.
प्रथमे वेसक उकटठाने दो हाथ पगम बीच आने.
Next up is Kanipavasana. Now place your hands flat on the ground and bring your knees onto your arms towards your armpits. Raise your hips, lean forward, and find balance as you lift your feet off the ground, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space in Kanipavasana.
आसन को गुणा शीतुष्टा होई तो आची होई.
Next up is Kapalyasana, the first inverted posture of this sequence. We request all the participants who suffer from any neck or spine injuries, high blood pressure, or pregnant women to please take the necessary precautions, consult with your doctor before you perform any of these straining asanas. Now, get ready. With the hands on the ground, place your head on the mat, form a triangle between your head and your hands. Bring your knees onto your arms, raise your hips above the shoulders and your legs up high. As you gaze to your nose, visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Kapalyasana, the headstand.
शीश शीशा धरती टेकी पगदो वो मिलिवा ऊंचा कुकरे.
Gently lower your legs down. Come to a squatting posture. Place your hands on the mat. Align your knee and hip with your elbows. And lean forward. Raise the legs off the ground, extending the legs out to the side. Balance on your arms as you gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as a peacock in Paramashivoham.
मयूरम दंडवत कुर्यान मायूरम दंड नामकम.
Now twist your body in the opposite direction. Lean onto your arms and extend the legs out to the side as you repeat Paramashivoham on the other side.
मयूरम दंडवत कुर्यान मायूरम दंड नामकम.
Now step your feet back into a plank position. Step one foot outside the shoulder in between the two hands. Push your hips forward, gaze up towards your third eye and visualize yourself as Lord Kala Bhairava in Bhairakanatha.
आसन को गुण पीती जाई.
Now step the front foot back, bring the other foot outside the shoulder in between the two hands. Gaze up and visualize yourself as Lord Kala Bhairava in Bhairakanatha on the other side.
आसन को गुण पीती जाई.
Now step the front foot back and bring your forearms on the mat from the plank position. You can walk your feet slightly forward to raise your hips even more. Push your heels down to the mat as you gaze to your third eye and visualize Swamiji in Unmukha Pitasana.
भून्यस्तौ जानुनी हस्तौ चतुष्पदम वाङ्मुखम उत्थापिताङ्घ्रि युगल कटिस्थलम अभिरुका.
Next up is Vashishthasana. As you place your hands on the ground, rotate your body and raise one arm up towards the sky. Gaze up along the raised arm and visualize yourself as Sage Vashishta in Vashishthasana.
ऊर्ध्वको कुटवासिष्ठ मरीचि हल मत्स्यकम्.
Now rotate your body in the opposite direction. Raise the other arm up and keep visualizing yourself as Sage Vashishta in Vashishthasana on the other side.
ऊर्ध्वको कुटवासिष्ठ मरीचि हल मत्स्यकम्.
Now come to a seated position with your legs extended forward. Bring your palms underneath the buttocks with the palms facing up. Gaze to the tip of your nose. Tuck your chin to the chest and visualize yourself as Lord Hanuman as you internally chant the new Japa Mahasada-shivoham in Anjani Asana.
दोबू करके उभय हथेली कोरबारली मैले भेली सो आगाने भूपरिदाशे महाने अंगुली मिली राशे.
Next up is Paschimottanasana. As you keep your Legs extended, hold onto the big toes in Prana Mudra, index and middle fingers. Engage all the bandhas, lean down as low as possible as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
जानु परिललाटन्तु पश्चिमन्तानमुच्यते येन केन प्रकारेण सुखं धार्युं च जायते.
Next up is Ugrasana. Slightly separate your feet and interlock your fingers around your neck. As you lean forward and down, bring your head between the knees, elbows outside the legs. Engage all the bandhas and visualize Kali in your inner space in Ugrasana.
सोपानिभ्यां दृढं धृत्वा जानूपरि शिरोन्यसेत् आसनोऽग्रमिदं प्रोक्तं भवेदनिलदीपनम्.
We move on to Marichyasana. Now step one foot in towards the perineum. Keep the knee raised, bring your arm in and around the raised leg and interlock your fingers behind your back as you lean forward and down. Visualize yourself as H Marichi in Marichyasana.
उत्तानपादं ग्रहुञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
Now drop the raised knee to the side, lean forward and down. Hold onto the front foot with both hands as you engage Mahamudra Bandha, gaze to your nose in Mahamudrasana.
महामुद्रां प्रवक्ष्यामि तन्त्रेऽस्मिन् मम वल्लभे.
Now exchange the position of your feet. Bring the other heel against the perineum with the knee raised. Interlock your fingers behind your back as you lean forward and down and visualize yourself as H Marichi in Marichyasana.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
Now drop the raised knee to the side and lean forward and down. Hold on to the front foot with both hands. Gaze to your nose. Perform Mahamudra Bandha and visualize Swamiji in Mahamudrasana.
महामुद्रां प्रवक्ष्यामि तन्त्रेऽस्मिन् मम वल्लभे.
Now bring the soles of your feet together, the heels against your perineum. Interlock your fingers around the toes and push the knees down to the mat. As you gaze up towards your third eye, visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Bhadrasana 2.
गुल्फौ च वृषणस्यादः सीवन्त्याः पार्श्वयोः क्षिपेत्.
The next asana is Gvalipavasana. Now extend your feet away from the body. With your hands underneath the soles of the feet together, gaze to the tip of the nose and visualize Swamiji as you lock your chin to the chest in Jalandhara Bandha in Gvalipavasana.
पूर्वचर्पट चौक कख्यो सोजी वाही विधि चौकी जय सोजी जामे एड़ी भिन्न जराशे अंगुल 8 अंतर और राशे.
Next up is Joni Asana. Now bring your feet back in and place your fingers on the soles of the feet as you lean forward and down. Gaze to your nose and visualize the Yoni Mandala, the visual representation of Devi Paramashiva Shakti in Joni Asana.
दोबू पगतली संबुड करे एड़ी मेड के ढिंग तरे अर्ध हाथ को अंतर राशे लिलाट पगतलियां उपरदाशे.
Now rise back up. Extend your feet away from the body with the heels together, toes apart. Extend your arms out to the side and lean forward and down. Place your forehead on the ground behind your heels as you gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in Midaki Pavasana.
पूर्व विधि परिपगतले संपूर्ण शोल एड़ी मिले राशे.
Next up is Siddha Samadhi Asana. Now bring the feet back in towards your body with the toes together and the heels apart. Scoop your hands below the shins. Bring your elbows to the ground and keep your palms facing up as you place your face on the ground in front of your feet with the toes touching your throat. Gaze to the tip of your nose and visualize Lord Surya in your inner space in Siddha Samadhi Asana.
दोबू पगतली संबुड करे 16 मेढ़ आगा मेधरे अंगुल 8 अंतरो राशि एड़ी को ऐसे विधिदाशे.
Next up is Chinaki Pavasana. Now keep the heels together and the toes apart. Hold onto the soles of the feet and open them up like a book as you place your elbows on your thighs, gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in Chinaki Pavasana.
दो पका की एड़ी धती मगिवा मेढ़ लगावे.
Now bring the soles of the feet together, heels against your perineum. Place your hands on the knees and gently push them down towards the ground. As you gaze up towards your third eye, pull your stomach in and up in Uddiyana Bandha and visualize Swamiji in Charapata Chokasana.
दो पकदली संपुट धारे आगाने करे चारे पसारे.
Next up is Bhairavasana. With the soles of the feet together, now rotate your feet. Lift the heels up, bring the toes down. You can use the support of your hands if needed. Now place your knees on the mat, your hands on top of the knees in Bindu Mudra, index fingers and thumbs together. Pull your stomach in and up in Uddiyana Bandha. Gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as Lord Kaila Bhairava in Bhairavasana.
गुल्फो संपीड्य चान्योन्यं व्युत्क्रमेण स्थितं शनैः जान्वोः पार्श्वगतौ हस्तौ दण्डवद्भैरवासनम्.
Now bring one heel against the perineum and lift the sole of the other foot against your chest with both hands. Gaze up towards your third eye, visualize Swamiji, lock the perineal floor in Mula Bandha and hold your breath as you exhale all the way in Rijaka Kumbhaka in Samanasana.
समानासनमावक्षे सिद्धमन्त्रादि साधनात्.
Next up is Apanasana. Now keep the other heel against the lift the leg over top of your shoulder and extend the opposite leg forward. Gaze up towards your third eye and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
केवलं पादमेकञ्च स्कन्धे चारोपि यत्नतः.
Now bring the other heel against the perineum and lift the sole of the opposite foot against your chest. Gaze to your third eye and visualize Swamiji in Samanasana.
केवलं पादमेकञ्च स्कन्धे चारोपि यत्नतः.
Now repeat Apanasana on the other side. Lift the leg behind your shoulder and extend the opposite leg forward and up. As you gaze to your third eye, visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
केवलं पादमेकञ्च स्कन्धे चारोपि यत्नतः.
Now stack your knees in front. Keep your heels at the outside of the opposite hips. Interlock your fingers and place them on the top knee as you gaze to your nose and visualize the face of a cow. Breathe in Siddhikari Kumbhaka. Press your tongue against the palate of your mouth without touching the teeth and hiss through your teeth as you inhale. Internally chant the new japa Om Nithyanandoham in Gomukhasana.
सव्ये दक्षिणगुल्फं तु पृष्ठपार्श्वे नियोजयेत्.
Next up is Anasuyasana. Now hold on to the big toes in Pranayama Mudra with index and middle fingers. Pull your stomach in and up and gaze to your nose as you visualize yourself as Rishika Anasuya.
दक्षिण गोड़ों नीचे उठाने, बाहों तागे ऊपर आने.
Now interlock your fingers behind your back and gaze to your nose as you lean forward and down. Bring your nose to the mat in Anasuyasana 2.
जीमणा गोदा की संधि, प्रिडावा गोड़ा की संधि.
Now place the right foot on the mat and bring the left heel against your perineum. Keep your hands on the respective knees. Gaze to the tip of the nose and visualize yourself as Lord Garuda in Garudasana 2.
डाबो पगमोड़ी एड़ी माहिलो गुल्फ मूलद्वार नीचे दे.
Next up is Naradasana. Now raise your perineum onto the heel, interlock your fingers around your neck and twist your elbows around the raised knee. Gaze up towards your third eye as you visualize Sage Narada in Naradasana.
पिष्टि जुवाम पगदली केरी भूपरिता ही लगा वे फेरी.
Now take the left foot and place it on your right thigh as you keep the right knee raised. Hold on to the right big toe with the right hand in Prana Mudra and hold on to the right shin with the left hand as you hug your knees. Gaze to your nose and visualize Matsya, the fish avatar of Lord Vishnu in Matsya Pitakasana.
वामेन वामाङ्गुष्ठन्तु गृहीतं मध्यपीठकम्.
Now again stack your knees with the other knee on top this time. Hands on top of the top knee. Gaze to your nose and visualize the face of a cow in Gomukhasana.
सव्ये दक्षिणगुल्फं तु पृष्ठपार्श्वे नियोजयेत्.
Next up is Anasuyasana on the other side. Hold on to the big toes and Prana Mudra as you pull your stomach in and up, visualizing yourself as Rishika Anasuya.
दक्षिण गोड़ों नीचे उठाने, बाहों ताके ऊपर आने.
Now interlock your fingers behind your back and lean forward and down. Bring your nose to the mat as you visualize yourself as Rishika Anasuya in Anasuyasana too.
जीमणा गोदा की संधि, उपरिड़ा बागोड़ा की संधि.
Now set the left foot flat and bring the right heel against the perineum, hands on the respective knees. Gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as Lord Garuda in Garudasana too.
डावो पगमोडी एड़ी माहिलो गुल्फमूलद्वार नीचे दे.
Now raise your perineum onto the heel. Interlock your fingers around your neck and twist them outside the raised knee as you gaze to your third eye, visualizing yourself as Sage Narada and Naradasana on the other side.
पिष्टि जवाम पगदली केरी भूपरिता ही लगावे फेरी.
Next up is Matsya Pitakasana. Now place the right foot on the left thigh and raise the left knee. Hold on to the left big toe with the left hand and the left shin with the right hand. Gaze to your nose and visualize Matsya, the fish avatar of Lord Vishnu in Matsya Pitakasana.
वामेन वामाङ्गुष्ठन्तु गृहीतं मध्यपीठकम्.
Next up is Matsyendasana. Now place one foot on top of the opposite thigh and raise the opposite knee. Twist your elbow around the raised knee with your hand by the neck, the other hand on the ground behind you. Gaze up. Visualize the great sage master of Hatha Yoga, Sage Matsyendranatha, in Matsyendasana.
पिष्टि जवाब पगदली केरी भूपरिता ही लगावे फेरी.
Extend the front hand down to the foot. Hold on to the big toe in Prana Mudra as you place the other hand on your ear. Gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as a camel in Kubhasana.
आसन को गुण झोल हो जाए.
Now drop the hand from your ear to the ground behind you. As you twist your spine even further, gaze to your third eye and visualize Sage Matsyendranatha and Matsyendasana too.
मत्स्येन्द्रपीठं जठर प्रदीप्तिं प्रचण्ड रुक्मण्डल खण्डनास्त्रम्.
Now extend your legs forward and place the other foot on top of the opposite thigh as you raise your knees. Twist your elbow around the raised knee with the hand by the neck, the other hand behind you. Gaze up and visualize the master of Hatha Yoga, Sage Matsyendranatha and Matsyendasana.
उदरं पश्चिमाभासं कृत्वा तिष्ठति यत्ततः.
Now extend your front hand down to the foot, hold on to the big toe in Prana Mudra as you place the other hand on the respective ear. Gaze up and visualize yourself as a camel in Kubhasana.
आसन को गुण झोल हो जाए.
Now drop the hand to the ground behind you as you gaze to your third eye and visualize Sage Matsyendranatha and Matsyendasana too.
सव्ये दक्षिणगुल्फं तु पृष्ठपार्श्वे नियोजयेत्.
Now place your feet onto opposite thighs and place your hands on the knees. Engage all three wonders. Gaze to your nose. Visualize yourself as Lord Shiva. As you breathe in Shitali Kumbhaka, press your tongue up against the teeth and hiss through your teeth as you inhale. Engage your earthy bandhas and internally chant Om Nithyananda Mahasada-shivoham in Padmasana.
आसनं द्विविधं प्रोक्तं पद्मं वज्रासनं तथा ऊर्ध्वोरुपरि चेत् धत्ते उभे पादतले यथा.
Now cross your arms in front of your body and hold onto the big toes in Prana Mudra. Gaze to the tip of the nose and visualize yourself as Goddess Parvati, the consort of Lord Shiva, in Padmasana 2.
उत्तानोचरणौ कृत्वा ऊरु संस्थो प्रयत्ततः.
Next up is Kukutasana. Now bring your hands through the legs and place your palms on the ground as you sit in Padmasana. Now lift your body off the ground and balance on your arms as you visualize yourself as a rooster, breathing calmly through your nose in Sahadra Kumbhaka in Kukutasana.
पद्मासनं सुसंस्थाप्य नान्वोरोरन्तरे करो.
Now rise up onto your knees and place your hands on the ground, fingers pointing towards your body. Lean onto your arms with the heels close to the navel as you extend your knees up into the air. Balance on your arms and visualize Swamiji in Bandha Asana. Now extend your legs back into Mayurasana as you bring your elbows to the navel, lean forward and balance on your arms. Extend your legs back straight, visualizing yourself as a peacock.
अथ पक्षे महादेव मयूरासनमुत्तमम्.
Now lay down on your stomach and interlock your fingers around your neck. Place your forehead on the ground and turn your feet outwards so the toes are pointing to the side, the heels are on the mat. Visualize yourself as a crocodile in Makarasana.
अध्यासशेते हृदयं निधाय भूमौ च पादौ च प्रसार्यमानो.
Now place your hands on the ground next to your shoulders and raise your legs up. Hold the legs above ground as you visualize yourself as a locust in Shalabhasana.
अध्यासशेते करयुग्मवक्षो भूमिमष्टभे करयोः स्थलाभ्याम्.
Now bend your knees and hold onto the feet as you pull the feet outside the hips with the heels touching the ground if you can. Visualize yourself as a camel in Ushtasana.
अध्यासशेते पदयुग्मव्यस्तं पृष्ठे निधाय विधृतं कराभ्याम्.
Now kick your legs back and up as you raise your head and chest. Gaze up towards your third eye and visualize yourself as Lord Shiva's bow in Dhanurasana.
प्रसार्य पादौ भुजदण्डरूपौ करौ च पृष्ठे धृतपादयुग्मम्.
Now come to a kneeling posture. With your heels outside the hips, the toes touching behind your back, hands on the knees. Gaze to your third eye and visualize Swamiji as you breathe deeply through your nose in Sahadra Kumbhaka and internally chant the new japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
उल्टा मोड़ी पादौ पैसे बहुरो जुगति करे एक ऐसे.
Now get ready for another inverted posture. Place your forearms on the ground, elbows shoulder width apart. Interlock your fingers, place your head on the ground and raise your hips up. Support your head with your hands. As you lift your legs off the mat, pull the knees in towards your chest and squeeze your body into a ball as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Gohi Asana.
दो हाथ की कहुनी जोजी पुनः कलाई जाने दोई.
From Gohi Asana, now extend your legs up straight into Shirshasana. Gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in the headstand posture.
विपरीतं मण्डलं च द्विधैव विदितं हिनः.
Now gently lower your legs down and come to a seated position with your legs extended forward. Get ready as we are going to enter a sequence of rapid exhalations in Vastika Kumbhaka. Keep pushing the air out from your abdomen without inhaling actively. Now, As you breathe in Vasika Kumbhaka, hold on to the calves and extend your legs forward and up. Keep them as vertical as possible. As you visualize Swamiji in Podi Asana.
दो हाथ पग बाहर आने, घोड़ा तरे का घसीटाने.
Now hold on to opposite shoulders behind your back. As you keep your legs raised, gaze up and visualize yourself as a mace in Parigasana.
उत्तानशयनं कृत्वा पादौ मिलित्वा प्रसार्य.
Extend your arms out in front parallel to the ground and keep the legs raised as you gaze to your third eye, visualizing yourself as a boat in Naukasana.
उत्तानशयनं कुर्वराभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्यां.
Now scoop your hands below the feet and pull them against your chest. Ucha Kumbhaka as you visualize Swamiji in Unmukapitasana too.
ऊर्ध्वे च जानुनी कृत्वा शवित्वोर्ध्वमुखं तथा उत्थाप्य हस्तौ तिष्ठेत्तु पीठ उन्मुखनामके.
Now lay down flat on your back. Keep your hands at the side of your body. Palms facing up. Forcefully pull the Kundalini Shakti up along your spine. Awaken through this intense asana sequence. Relax completely from your body and mind as you visualize that your body is dead and Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, is liberating you in Shivasana as you internally chant Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
उत्तानं शववद्भूमौ शयनं तु शवासनं. शवासनं श्रान्तिहरं चित्तविश्रान्तिकारकम्.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham 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 Om Nithyananda Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham Ananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.
Now, slowly return to your physical body. Start to wiggle your fingers and toes. Rotate your wrists and your ankles. Bend and stretch your knees and your elbows. Pull the knees towards your chest and rock your body from side to side as you slowly return to a comfortable seated position. Congratulations, you completed the first 108 asanas of this sequence. The Pratama Vinyasa Krama. Let us now get ready to continue the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama sequence.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasudashiva. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Yes, Nithyanandam. Sorry for the long interruption. We had some technical difficulties. Let us now continue with the next asana of the sequence, Yathasana Nishthasana. Sit in a comfortable posture with the head, neck and spine in a straight line. Place your hands on the knees in Bindu Mudra and visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you breathe in Samana Kumbhaka infuse intense prana into your navel region and visualize a fire being kindled in your stomach, rising up your spine as you internally chant Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham, the japa, for the rest of this sequence.
पर्यङ्कं तत्समाख्यातं यथसंस्थं यथा स्थितिः.
Next up is Samasana. In a cross-legged position with your hands on the knees, inhale and exhale as deeply as possible again and again. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and keep performing the Mula Bandha, the root lock.
निपीड्यसीविनीं सूक्ष्मां दक्षिणेतरगुल्फतः.
Now bring the left heel against the perineum and place the right foot on top of the left. Keep your hands on top of the knees flat as you gaze to the nose and visualize yourself as a sage liberated by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in Muktasana.
निपीड्यसीविनीं सूक्ष्मां दक्षिणेतरगुल्फतः.
Maintain the same posture, but shift your gaze up towards your third eye as you visualize Swamiji in Siddhasana.
स्थानसंयमितेन्द्रियोचलदृशा पश्यन् भ्रुवोरन्तरं चैतन्मोक्षकपातभेदजनकं सिद्धासनं प्रोच्यते.
Maintain the same posture, but tuck your chin to the chest. Contract the perineal floor and pull your stomach in and up as you gaze towards the ground in front of you, visualizing Swamiji in Siddhi Asana.
वामपादकेडीजानो सीवनिमदितासु कोठानो.
Now keep your hands on the knees in Bindu Mudra. Gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as Lord Rudra in Rudrasana too.
वामचरणपरिदक्षिणराखे एकजुगति ऐसे विदिदाखे.
From the same position, shift your gaze to the nose and embody tranquility and an unshakable nature in Santanunasana.
आसन की गुण मन की चंचलता मीटे.
Next up is Siddhasana too. Now cup your hands over top of each other in front of your navel in Samputa Mudra, resembling a lotus flower, as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
ऋजुकाय समासीन सिद्धासनमुदीरितं प्रसार्य भूयिपादौ तु दोर्भ्यामङ्गुष्ठमादरात्.
Next up is Bandha Yoni Asana. Now, keep your legs in the same position. Set the Sankalpa to manifest through the womb of creation. And get ready to enter Shanmukhi Mudra. Inhale all the way. Close your lips with little and ring fingers, the nostrils with the middle fingers, eyes with the index fingers, and ears with your thumbs.
यत्र मध्ये महादेव बन्धयोन्यासने शृणु.
Next up is Virasana. Now, place the right foot on top of the left thigh and the left foot below the right thigh. Join your hands, join the little index and thumbs on top of the knees in Bindu Mudra as you embody the state and space of bravery in Virasana.
एकं पादमथैकस्मिन् विन्यस्योरुणि संस्थितः.
Next up is Valmikasana. Now, keep your hands on the knees in Bindu Mudra. Gaze to your third eye and visualize Sage Valmiki, the great poet and author of Ramayana, in Valmikasana.
डाबा पगगी पगथली पुनीड़ी है जो य.
Next up is Joni Mudrasana. Now keep your hands flat on the knees. Maintain your legs in the same position. Gaze to the tip of your nose and visualize the Yoni Mandala, visual representation of Devi Paramashiva Shakti.
वामपाद की पगथली जाहि माहिली कोरे.
Next up is Yoni Asana. Maintain the same posture, but shift your gaze up towards your third eye. Keep visualizing Yoni Mandala and Yoni Asana.
योन्यासनं पर्वतेन योगं योगफले नीलम्.
Next up is Patrasana 3. Join the soles of your feet with the heels close to your perineum. Interlock your fingers around the toes and push your knees to the mat. Pull your stomach in and up in Uddiyana Bandha. Gaze to the nose and visualize yourself as Lord Virabhadra in Bhadrasana 3.
गुल्भौ च वृषणस्यादः सीवन्त्याः पार्श्वयोः क्षिपेत्.
Now keep the left hand on the left knee. Cover your mouth with your right hand. Gaze to your third eye and curl your tongue back and push it up in Kechari Mudra. As you close the left nostril with your index finger, inhale through the right, then close both nostrils, hold your breath. Then exhale through the left nostril, and then again inhale through the left. Inverting the breathing flow again and again in Abhyantara Kumbhaka, as you visualize yourself as an Agori in Agorasana.
पूर्वको भिस्त्रिका जो ये वाही विधि जो कीजे सो ये.
Now keep the toes together and separate your heels. Bring your elbows down onto the heels as you rest your chin on your hands. Gaze to the tip of the nose, perform Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha. Exhale all the way and hold your breath again and again in Nidhi Kumbhaka as you visualize yourself as a female elephant drinking water in Kanari Papasana.
ग्वाली पाव आसन कक्ष्यो है जैसे याहू में जाने विदिते से.
Next up is Padasana. Now scoop your hands below the feet and interlock your fingers in front as you lift your feet off the ground. Gaze to the tip of the nose and visualize Swamiji in Padasana.
ततोर्ध्वम्रे च येत् वायुं मृदुनिश्वास संयुतम्.
Now hold on to the toes from the top as you interlock your fingers. Pull your feet up against your chest and rest your chin on the fingers. As you gaze to the nose, embody the state and space of a king in Gopi Chandasana.
पूरव विधिपगा का अंगूठा कंठ को पराशे.
Now again, scoop your hands below the feet and interlock the fingers around the toes as you lift your feet against the chest. Rest your chin on the toes, gaze to the nose and visualize your body free from any defects in Uddarasana.
डोबू पकदली संपुट ठाने उभय हस्त करियोरत हिताने.
Now raise your feet even higher in front of your face. Keep the interlocked fingers in front of your forehead as you visualize yourself excelling in everything in Vishishtasana.
डोबू पकदली जोड़ी संपुट करे.
Now lift your legs over top of your shoulders and interlock your fingers around your neck as you visualize yourself as a cobra in Bhujasana.
शिरासनं तु विज्ञेयं कक्षासनम् अतः परं ग्रीवासनं च परमं भुजासनमिहोच्यते.
Next up is Kalyanasana. As you keep your legs over top of your shoulder, bend your elbows down and wrap your arms around the back, interlock your fingers behind, gaze to the tip of the nose and visualize yourself as a beautiful, auspicious goddess in Kalyanasana.
दो हाथ पगों नीचे आने दिन को गोड़ा नीचे ठाने.
Now place the top of your left foot flat on the mat and sit on the left heel. Stack the right knee over top with the heel outside the hip. Place your hands on opposite knees. Gaze forward in Vaishnavi Mudra. Don't focus on any external object now. Only focus on the object within. Don't allow any external distractions. As you visualize yourself as an elegant swan, breathe in Ujjayi Pranayama. Make an ocean-like sound with your mouth.
वामपादं चितेर्मूलं संन्यस्य धरणीतले पाददण्डेन जाम्येन वेष्टयेद् वामपादकम्.
Now slide the left foot outside the hip and sit in between the heels. Pull your stomach in and up as you place your hands on the top knee. Visualize a cow in your inner space in Dhenukasana.
अनुशाकिनकरपञ्चडं वृषेलिन्दकल्यम्नि.
Now slide the right foot on top of the left thigh and bring the left foot on top of the right knee. Bring your left arm behind your back. Twist your spine to reach for opposite thighs with your hands and gaze to your third eye, visualizing Swamiji in Machandasana.
वामजङ्गप्रदर्शन ठाने वामहस्तपिष्टे दिश आने.
Now untwist your spine, hold onto the big toes and lean forward and down, placing your forehead on the ground in Machandasana too.
प्रथम जी मनोचरण जो ये वामजङ्गपरि राखे सो ये.
Rise up. Keep your legs in the same position. Interlock your fingers and place them on the top knee. As you engage Mahamudra Bandha, Visualize Swamiji, your Guru, in Guru Asana.
ऊरुमूले इतरपादस्य कनिष्ठिका प्रदेशगुल्फं संस्थाप्य.
Next up is Sankatasana. Now, place the right foot flat and sit on the right heel. Stick the left knee over top. Place your hands on opposite knees and visualize yourself as an elegant swan.
वामपादं चितैर्मूलं सन्न्यस्य धरणीतले.
Now repeat Dhenukasana, slide the right foot outside the hip. Sit in between the heels with the hands on the top knee. Pull your stomach in and up and visualize a cow in Dhenukasana.
अनुशाकिनकरपञ्चडं ऋषीलिन्दकल्यन्नीम्.
Now place the left foot on the right thigh and the right foot on the left knee. Bring your right arm behind your back and twist your spine to reach for opposite thighs. Gaze to your third eye and visualize Swamiji in Machandasana.
वामजङ्गप्रदक्षिणठाने वामहस्तविष्टित आने.
Untwist your spine, hold on to the big toes and lean forward and down as you visualize Swamiji in Machandasana too.
प्रथम जी मनोचरण चोजी वामजङ्गपरिराखे सोजी.
Now rise up and interlock your fingers, place them on the top knee. Engage all the bandhas and visualize Swamiji, your Guru, in Guru Asana.
ऊरुमूले इतरपादस्य कनिष्ठिका प्रदेशगुल्फं संस्थाप्य.
Now place your feet flat and keep the knees raised against your chest. Keep your hands on the knees. Pull them close towards your chest as you press your tongue back and up in Kechari Mudra. Gaze up towards your third eye and visualize Swamiji in Pashasana.
पादतले भूमो निधाय जानो निवृति निधाय विपरीत हस्ताभ्याम ऊरु सहित जंगे निबध्य.
Next up is Bodha Shokasana. As you hold on to opposite wrists with your hands, rest your chin on the knees, gaze to the nose, and visualize yourself residing in an abode of bliss.
दो भूपकतली भूपरिधरे कोरमाहिली ऐसे करे.
Now bring your hands below the knees and hold on to opposite elbows. Press your tongue up, gaze to the nose, and visualize Swamiji in Kurakatasana.
दो हाथ पग बाहर ल्यावे गोड़ा नीचे ले टहरावे.
Now cross the right ankle over the left with the toes pointing up, gaze to your nose, and visualize Maharishi Sumati in Sumati Asana.
मूलद्वारी धरती परिठाने डावा पग परितज पदाने.
Now extend your legs out in front, interlock your fingers and raise your arms up over top of your head with the wrists pointing outwards. Gaze to the tip of the nose, perform Kechari Mudra as you engage all Trivandhas and visualize Swamiji in Dandasana.
इदानीं गर्भिणीनां योगाभ्यासो यथा लघु.
Now lean forward and down, hold on to the big toes in Prana Mudra as you bring your head towards the knees. Inhale through one nostril and exhale through the other alternatingly again and again in Nadi Shodhana as you visualize Swamiji in Adambasana.
दो पग मिलवा पसारी पगा का अंगूठा पकड़ी लीला टकोड़ा लगावे.
Now separate your feet and raise your knees slightly. Bring your hands below the shins and hold on to the soles of the feet from the outside as you rest your head down on the mat. Gaze to your third eye and visualize Swamiji in Bidukasana.
प्रथम बैसी दो पाव पसारी कचक उर्द को कुरडो डारे.
Next up is Jalandhari Pavasana. With your feet extended away, bring the heels together and bring your hands below the shins with the palms facing up, resting your face on the heels. Gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
दो एड़ी में लिखे दीजिए हाथ पसारी.
Next up is Urdhva Paschimottanasana. Extend your legs forward and lift one leg behind your neck. Lean forward and down and hold onto the front foot with both hands. Breathe in Pratyahara Pranayama. Visualize the prana flowing upwards through your body as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
पश्चिमतानवत्संस्थितिं कृत्वा एकं पादं ग्रीवायां धृत्वा तिष्ठेत्.
Now lean back with the leg behind your neck. Extend the opposite foot forward. Hold on to the foot behind your head as you gaze to the nose and visualize your infinite, endless, eternal Ananta in Anantasana.
उत्तानशयनी एकैकं पायि ग्रीवायां विन्यस्य.
Now roll onto the side of the hand holding onto your foot as you gaze to the nose, feeling complete control in Ankushasana.
उत्तानशयते एकैकं पादं ग्रीवायां कुर्वन्.
Next up is Tadashasana. Now lay down on your back and pull your knees towards your chest. And circle your legs with your hands and rock your body from side to side. As you visualize Swamiji in your inner space, focus on the prana flowing upwards within your body in Pratyahara Pranayama.
उत्तानशयनं जानुनी हृदयेवष्टम्भ जङ्घासहितौ रूनिकरद्वये बद्ध्वा सव्यापसव्यं लोडयेत्.
Now repeat Urdhva Paschimottanasana on the other side. Lift the other leg behind your neck and extend the opposite leg forward as you lean forward and down. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
पश्चिमतानवत्संस्थितिं कृत्वा एकं पादं ग्रीवायां धृत्वा तिष्ठेत्.
Lean back with the leg behind your neck. Extend the opposite leg forward and hold on to the foot behind your head. As you gaze to your nose, visualize that you are unending Ananta in Anantasana.
उत्तानशयनी एकैकं पायि ग्रीवायां विन्यस्य.
Now roll onto the side, gaze to the nose and feel in complete control in Ankushasana.
उत्तानशयते एकैकं पादं ग्रीवायां कुर्वन्.
The next asana is Yoga Nidrasana. One by one, lift your legs behind your neck as you lay on your back. Interlock your fingers around the lower back as you gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
पादाभ्यां वेष्टयेत् कण्ठं हस्ताभ्यां पृष्ठबन्धनम्.
Now bend your elbows up and interlock your fingers around your neck with your legs still over your shoulders. Gaze to your nose and visualize Lord Vishnu blessing you from within in Atmaramasana.
आत्माराम आसन प्रथमसु धोसो वे.
The next asana is Kochikasana. Now lay down on your back and pull your knees towards your chest. As you extend your arms out to the side, keep the soles of the feet pointing up towards the sky. Gaze to the third eye and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
दो हाथ सीधा सा करे तिनसौ बेस पा करे.
Next up is the Jatara Parivriti. From Kochikasana, drop one knee to the side and extend the opposite leg down. This is the first step of a sequence. Now drop both knees to the side. Extend both legs to the side. Hold on to the toes and gaze away from the feet as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Now return to the center position and drop the other knee to the side. Extend the opposite leg down. Repeat the movement on the other side. Bend both knees to the side. Extend your legs, hold onto the feet and gaze in the opposite direction in Jatara Parivriti.
परिवृत्ति कुक्षि भागे त्रिधा हि परिकीर्तितः बद्धकोणं सुप्तकोणं ऊर्ध्वकोणमथापि च.
Next up is the Dviparapitam. As you lay on your back, keep your hands holding the heels, holding your ankles. Push your hips up high, lock your throat and push the air upwards in Mocha Kumbhaka. As you gaze to the nose, visualize yourself as sturdy as a bridge.
प्रतिक्रियायुतं द्वन्द्वपीठः सर्वबलप्रदं गर्भिणीनां दुर्बलानाम् इति गार्गी जगादनु.
Now bring your hands over top of your shoulders with the fingers pointing towards your body. Raise your hips up off the ground. As you visualize yourself as sturdy as stone furniture, breathe deeply through your nose in Sahadra Kumbhaka and Paryankasana.
उत्तानशयनमस्ततलाभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्य पादतलाभ्यां भूमिं धृत्वा.
Next up is Shvotanasana. As you lay down on your back, bring your hands on top of the respective shoulders and pull your knees off the ground, rotating your hips in a circular motion as you visualize yourself as a dog playfully rolling around on its back.
शरीरं संस्थाप्य जानुनी सम्मील्य नाभुवाणीज.
Next up is the Viparita Karani. Lie supine. Keep your hands on the ground and raise your hips and your legs off the mat. Point the toes to the sky and then move your legs in a circular motion as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
भूतले सशिरो दत्त्वा खेनये चरणद्वयं विपरीतकृति सैषा सर्वतन्त्रेषु गोपिता.
Now stop the movement of your legs. Be stable in Viparita Karani too.
करणी विपरीताख्या सर्वाधिव्याधिनाशिनी नित्यमभ्यासयुक्तस्य जाठराग्निविवर्धनी.
Now drop the toes down over top of your head. Touch them to the mat as you interlock your fingers behind your back in Padasha Mudra, visualizing yourself as a plow in Langalasana.
नरकासने स्थित्वा नासिकाप्रदेशे भूमौ पादपृष्ठे स्थाप्य.
Now reach for your feet over top of your head as you visualize Paramashiva in your inner space. In one of the 84 asanas revealed directly by Lord Paramashiva himself, Shaita Paschimottanasana.
तानं शयित्वात् कुर्वीत शयितपश्चिमतानकम्.
Holding onto the feet, now separate your legs wide to the side. Keep your hips above the shoulder level for balance and visualize Swamiji in Supta Konasana.
परिवृत्ति कुक्षि भागे त्रिदाहि परिकीर्तितः.
Now bring your feet back together, hold onto your ankles and roll onto your back as you keep your arms and legs straight, visualizing yourself as a chakra or wheel in Chakrasana.
शवासनस्तद्वौ पादौ कुर्यान्मस्तकतः परो.
Now lay down on your back and extend your legs vertical. Hold onto the big toes in Prana Mudra. As you then separate your legs wide to the side, visualizing Swamiji in Supta Prasarita Padangusthasana, breathing in Ujjayi Pranayama. On the in and exhalation, make an ocean-like sound with your mouth.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च भरीचिं वीरभद्रकम्.
Now join your feet back together over top of your body. Keep holding onto the big toes in Prana Mudra and visualize Swamiji in Supta Padangusthasana.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च भरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
Now cross your legs into Matsyasana. Place them in Padmasana and then bring your knees to the mat. Hold on to opposite elbows above your head as you gaze to your nose and visualize Matsya, the fish avatar of Lord Vishnu in Matsyasana.
मुक्तपद्मासनं कृत्वा उत्तानशयनं चरेत् कूर्पराभ्यां शिरो वेष्ट्या मत्स्यासनं तु रोगः.
Next up is Parasharamasana. As you lay on your back, place the back of the right hand onto the left palm over top of your head. Maintain Padmasana and gaze to the nose as you visualize Lord Rama in your inner space.
आत्माराम आसन प्रथम सुधोसो वे.
Next up is Sarvangasana. As you keep your legs in Padmasana, raise your knees and then your hips off the ground. Support your lower back with your hands as you raise your knees up high. Gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
अथवा क्षेत्र संक्षेपात् सर्वांगासनम् उत्तमम्.
Next up is Vrishikasana. As you lay down on your back, place one foot on the opposite thigh. Pull your knees towards your chest, extend your arms over top of your head and hook your fingers forward like the sting of a scorpion. Gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as a scorpion in Vrishikasana.
प्रथमशयन सुधो शीशिके सन्धि सुदाखे.
Now, exchange the position of your feet. Repeat Vrishikasana on the other side.
प्रथमशयन सुधो शीशिके सन्धि सुदाखे.
The next asana is Vrishaparakshipasana. As you Lay on your back, interlock your fingers around your neck, and alternate, pulling your knees in towards your chest, back and forth, as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
उत्तानशयनं कृत्वा अङ्गुलिभ्यः कन्दरां बद्ध्वा पूर्वपरौ मिलित्वा.
Next up is Maruttanasana. As you lay on your back with your hands at the side of your body, alternate touching your ears with the respective knees, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space.
श्रोतानवत् संस्थितिः कृत्वा जानुद्वयं पर्यायेन कर्णयोः संस्पृशेत्.
The next asana is Vrikasana. As you lay on your back, stand up and lay back down again and again as you visualize yourself as a wolf.
उत्तानशयनं कृत्वा पादतलाभ्यां भूमिं धृत्वा.
Next up is Lutasana. As you lay down on your back, kick your legs over, roll over completely again and again, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. Finally, lay down on your stomach.
उत्तानशयनं पादौ शिरः उल्लङ्घ्य भूमौ स्थापयित्वा.
Now, as you lay down on your stomach, keep your hands at the side of your shoulders, and contract your lips, make a whistling sound like a flute on the inhalation. Visualize yourself as a chariot carrying warriors into a battle for Dharma on your chariot back in Saratasana.
निब्जं शयनं कृत्वा नाभिं भूमौ निधाय.
Next up is Dehalyulanganasana. Now push your body up into a plank position and jump your feet in between the hands back and forth. Breathe through your nose and visualize yourself transcend body and mind.
हस्तद्वयं बद्ध्वा तन्मध्ये चरणद्वयं मुठानीव बहिरानीय.
Next up is Jatyasana. Now lean forward and down, place your hands on the ground and walk around on the mat on hands and feet as you visualize yourself as a wise 60-year-old elephant.
अथ जात्यासनं वक्ष्ये येन जातिस्मरो भवेत्.
Now stand in Adimandi posture, heels together, toes pointing outwards and knees bent. Raise your elbows to the shoulder level and rotate your arms around your body. Lean back, open your chest and move your head in all directions. Next up is Sarapasana. As you stand erect on the mat like a rod, tie your feet with a rope if you have one available. Keep your elbows close to your body, hands on the thighs, and visualize your Kundalini Devi is rising and curling upwards around your body in Sarapasana.
अथ सर्पासनं वक्ष्ये वायुपानाय केवलं शरीरं दण्डवत् तिष्ठेत् रज्जुबन्धस्तु पादयोः.
Next up is Ushtrasadhanasana. Now, lean forward and down and hold on to the toes from the front. Keep your hands and fists and walk around on the mat visualizing yourself as a camel.
मुष्टिकनिष्ठिका प्रदेशेन भूमौ निधाय उपरिपादतले संस्थाप्य.
Now, again lean forward and down, hold on to the toes from the side and walk around on the mat visualizing yourself as a horse in Ashvasana.
मुष्टिकनिष्ठिका प्रदेशेन भूमौ निधाय उपरिपादतले संस्थाप्य.
Next up is Kapota Nitakasana. As you keep the heels together, interlock your fingers behind your back and pull your hands down towards your calves as you open up your chest widely. Visualize yourself as a soaring bird diving in Kapota Nitakasana.
पादतले भूमो निधाय पृष्ठभागेन हस्तजङ्घापर्यन्तं नीत्वा कपोतनिटकं भवति.
Next up is the Tala Pushpaputam Karana. As you stand in Adimandi, join your hands in Namaskara Mudra in front of your chest. Bow down to one side. Open up your palms and raise the respective heels again and again as you visualize yourself holding a bouquet of flowers and offering it to Paramashiva. Next up is Khadgasana. As you stand on the mat, gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as a rhinoceros. Lay down on your stomach. Now jump your feet towards your hands and stand with your hands in Namaskara Mudra extended away from the body, resembling the horn of the rhinoceros.
आसनं कृत्वा पादतलाभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्य.
As you hold on to weights, sit down and stand back up again and again. Gaze to the tip of the nose and visualize Swamiji in the Uttanottanam.
पुनः पुनः उत्थातव्यम् अस्थितव्यम् इति उत्थानोत्थानं भवति.
Next up is Musalasana. Now raise your arms up above your head and jump repeatedly, visualizing yourself as a mace.
सरलं स्थित्वा ऊर्ध्वं बाहु नयेत्.
Now hold one foot with both hands and pull it towards your chest as you sit down and stand back up with the other leg. Repeat this movement on both sides as you gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in Uchishakasana.
एकैकं पादतलं कुक्षो निधाय तिष्ठेत्.
Next up is the Parshvajanukarana. Now keep the toes of one foot pointing to the side as you lift the other knee towards your chest. Encircle the raised knee with your arm, keep it the hand in a fist, and place the other hand on the inner thigh. Now hold on to weights. As you visualize yourself fiercely dancing as Lord Shiva, extend your hands and the left leg forward, sit down and stand back up in Tandavasana.
एकेन पादेन स्थातव्यं ताण्डवासनं भवति.
Next up is Brahmanasana. As you raise the left foot towards the inner right thigh, with the heel at the perineum, keep your hands by the knees and visualize the Brahma blessing you from within.
ब्राह्मणासनमावक्षे यत् कृत्वा ब्राह्मणो भवेत्.
Next up is Garudasana 3. Now bring the left foot over and around the right knee, tuck the toes behind the right calf. Join your hands in Namaskara Mudra as you bring the left arm below the right. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda in Garudasana 3.
उत्तानकूर्मपीठं च सिंहस्गारुडमेव च.
Now bring the left foot on top of the right thigh. Keep your hands relaxed by the side as you visualize Swamiji in Ekapadasana.
दक्षाङ्घ्रिं वामपादस्य जङ्घोपरि निधाय च.
Next up is Dhruvasana, the pose or posture. Now hold on to the left big toe in Prana Mudra as you extend the leg out of the side. Rotate quickly on the standing leg, visualizing yourself as the North Pole star.
एकेन हस्तेन दण्डरूपस्य एकस्य पादस्य अग्रं धृत्वा.
Now lift your left leg behind your neck. Stand tall, sit down and stand back up in Trivikramasana as you perform the 3 steps of Lord Vishnu.
ग्रीवायां पादं संस्थाप्य स्थातव्यम् उत्थातव्यं त्रिविक्रमासनं भवति.
Now repeat Parshvajanukarana on the other side. Lift the other knee towards your chest. and circle it with your arm, the hand in a fist. Now extend the right leg and your arms forward, sit down and stand back up as you visualize yourself fiercely dancing as Lord Shiva in Tandavasana.
एकेन पादेन स्थातव्यं ताण्डवासनं भवति.
Lift the right foot against the inner left thigh with the hands at the side. Visualize Lord Brahma blessing you from within in Brahmanasana.
ब्राह्मणासनमावक्षे यत्कृत्वा ब्राह्मणो भवेत्.
Bring the right leg over and around the left knee with the toes tucked behind the left calf. Bring the right arm below the left and join your hands in Namaskara Mudra as you visualize yourself as Lord Garuda in Garudasana 3.
उत्तानकूर्मपीठं च सिंहस्गारुडमेव च.
Now place the right foot onto the left thigh and keep your hands relaxed at the side, visualizing Swamiji in Ekapadasana.
दक्षाङ्घ्रिं वामपादस्य जङ्घोपरि निधाय च.
Now repeat Dhruvasana, the pulsar posture. Hold on to the right big toe as you extend the leg out to the side, visualizing yourself as the North Pole star in Dhruvasana.
एकेन हस्तेन दण्डरूपस्य एकस्य पदस्य अग्रं धृत्वा.
Now repeat Trivikramasana on the other side. Lift the right leg behind your neck, stand tall, sit down, stand back up. Perform the 3 steps of Lord Vishnu.
ग्रीवायां पादं संस्थाप्य स्थातव्यम् उत्थातव्यं त्रिविक्रमासनं भवति.
Next up is Samana Kakarana. Now stand with the heels together, toes pointing outwards, and keep your hands relaxed at the side of your hips with the fingers pointing one by one. Breathe deeply and relax from this intense sequence of asanas as we get ready for the final 100 asanas of the sequence. Quickly grab some water and be right back as we are going to continue the sequence in just a few moments.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your 3 eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithya.
Yes, everyone please settle down back on your mat now, as we are going to continue with the next asana of the sequence, Godak Anjali Asana. Now, from a standing position, squat down, bring your hands through the legs from the outside and interlock your fingers in front of your navel in Parasha Mudra. Visualize the great sage Goraknath, the founder of the Natha Yoga Hindu Sampradaya. As you breathe in Jiva Jala Kumbhaka, inhale all the way and hold your breath. Retain the prana within your body and move it freely with your will throughout your body in Godak Anjali Asana.
प्रथमहि बोहोये बाहुरी नीचो पुनिहोवे.
From a squatting position, now interlock your fingers around your lower back as you visualize Swamiji in Kanchi Asana.
ऊरुमध्यात् हस्तो निवेश्य नितम्बं धृत्वा.
Next up is Bhairu Asana. Now bring the heels together close to your perineum and interlock your fingers behind as you gaze towards your navel and visualize Bhagavan Kala Bhairava, the Lord of Time in Bhairu Asana.
दोबो पगगी थल्या की माहिली कोर बिलाई फना पानी उकड़ मोड़ वैसे.
Next up is Varaha Asana. As you bring the heels close to your perineum and the toes separate, join your hands in Anjali Mudra and bring them behind your neck. With the fingers pointing down, gaze towards your nose and visualize yourself as Varaha, the boar avatar of Lord Vishnu in Varahasana.
पाक थली की माहिली कोर मिलाई फना पानी उकड़ मोड़ वैसे.
Now hold on to the big toes in Prana Mudra and raise your hips up to the same level as your knees. Visualize Swamiji in Pilpitasana.
पार्श्वद्वये संमील्य स्थित्वा नितम्बं जानप्रदेश आनीय.
Now place your hands flat on the ground and bring your knees onto your arms towards your armpits. Lean forward, raise your hips and lift your feet off the ground as you balance on your arms, visualizing yourself as a crow in Bakasana.
हस्ताभ्याम निमवष्टभ्याम.
Next up is Sushtanga Kapali Asana. Now place your head on the mat. Form a triangle between your hands and your head. Raise your legs up and then cross them into Padmasana as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
Asana Kogana Kapala Acho Hoyi.
Now gently lower your legs down. Come to a kneeling position. Heels outside the hips, the toes touching behind your back. Keep your hands on the knees, gaze to the nose. You're now sitting in the secret seat with Paramashiva and Guru in Guptasana.
Janur Vorantare Pado Kritva Pado Cha Gopayet.
The next asana is Vrikshasana 2. Now place your hands on the mat, shoulder width apart, and raise your legs up over top of your body into a handstand. You can lean against the wall for support if needed. Everyone should perform this asana to purify all the 7 chakras. Now visualize yourself as a tree with deep roots growing into the ground from your hands in Vrikshasana 2.
Sapta Chakrakshalana Jaya Vrikshasana Visheshakan.
Next up is Shibwa Asana. Now gaze to your third eye and visualize Tejas energy flowing towards your third eye, rejuvenating your body.
Do Upakajodi Mahi Gulbhamilaye.
Now place your hands flat on the ground, shoulder width apart, and step your feet back into a plank position. Lower your body down to the chest and push it back up again and again, visualizing yourself as a fish in Matsyasana 2.
Divyam Shenam Kurparo Parshabhakaya Murta Kritya.
Lay down on your stomach and keep your hands at the side of your shoulders. As you place your hands on the waist and move your head and chest from side to side, visualize and move your body as a snake in Sadarpasana 2.
Divyam Shenam Kritva Hasto Nitamam Samstapya.
Next up is Niralambanasana. As you place your elbows on the ground, rest your chin on your hands. Point the toes back, keep the top of the feet flat, and feel self-supported and completely independent in Niralambanasana.
Karabhyam Pankajam Kritva Tishthet Kurparaya Sudhihi.
Next up is Chakrasana. Now place your hands flat on the ground and bend your knees. Straighten your arms and bring your upper back and feet close together as you visualize yourself as an umbrella protecting your Guru from the sun rays.
Adhyasana Stitva Hastatalabhyam Bhumim Vashtabhyam.
Now come to a kneeling posture. Sit on the heels with the feet flat. Extend your arms out in front and place your palms and your forehead on the ground. Gaze to your third eye as you visualize yourself as Vajra, the weapon of Indra, symbolizing indestructibility in Vajrasana.
Idanim Garbhininam Yogabhyaso Yatha Laghu Sukha Prasavalabhaya Prochate Praktane Pathim.
Next up is Meshasana. As you keep your hands flat on the ground, raise your hips up high, straighten your legs, and then alternate striking the ground with your hands, visualizing yourself as a powerful ram.
Vajasana Samsite Kaikam Bahum Bhumo Tadajet.
Next up is Ajasana. As you place your hands flat on the ground, raise your body up into a handstand and lower your head down towards the ground as you visualize yourself as unborn, existing for all eternity.
Gajasana Samsito Badadve Mantrale Kritya.
Next up is Tanantarasana. Come to a kneeling posture and pull your toes towards the perineum. Then place your hands on the respective knees, gaze to the nose, visualize Swamiji and breathe in Ujjayi Pranayama. Make an ocean-like sound with your mouth.
Purava Vidhi Parihata Ki Kakasisyo Phana Shara Modi.
Now interlock your fingers in front. Move your arms up, down, left, right in all directions, giving massage to various different joints and muscles of your body. Then repeat the movement behind your back as you visualize Swamiji in the Angamotanam.
Hastayo Anguli Padva Hastir Madhya Sarvangam Nishkasayitva.
Next up is Garudasana form. As you sit in between the heels, turn the toes out to the side. Bring your thighs and calves on the mat As you place your hands on the knees, visualizing yourself as Lord Garuda flying Lord Vishnu and Lakshmi on his back.
जंघोरुभ्यां धरां पीड्य स्थिरकायो द्विजानुना.
Next up is Ananda Mandirasana. Now, bring the soles of the feet together behind your back, with the toes pointing back, the knees separate. Hold onto your ankles and place the front of your buttocks on the ground as you gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself residing in the blissful space of a temple.
अथ वक्षे वीरनाथ आनन्दमन्दिरासनम्.
Next up is Mandukasana 2. Now, cross the feet and sit on the heels. Bring your hands below the knees. Pull your stomach in and up in Uddiyana Bandha. Press your tongue flat against the palate of the mouth as you visualize yourself as a frog.
पृष्ठं सम्पीड्य गुल्फाभ्यां जान्वङ्गे सबलयाकृतिः.
Now tuck your toes and sit on the raised heels as you place your palms on the ground, thumbs touching. Gaze to the tip of the nose, stick your tongue out and exhale forcefully through your mouth again and again, visualizing yourself as Lord Narasimha, the lion-man avatar of Mahavishnu, and Narasimhasana.
दो फणा पानी होए वैसे एडी मेलर गुदानी वैसे.
Next up is Bhistakasana. As you sit on raised heels, cover your mouth with your hands, bring your thumbs underneath the teeth and close your mouth. Inhale through one nostril and exhale through the other, alternating. Inhale through one nostril and exhale through your mouth, as per your capacity in Bhishtaka Pranayama. As you gaze to your nose, visualize yourself as Devi victorious over all your fears in Bhistakasana.
दो बगा की एडी जोजी घोड़ा फणो बाण पुनि होई.
Now, bring the soles of the feet together, the toes pointing back. Sit on your heels with the feet flat. Bring your hands to the armpits and imitate as if you are a monkey scratching itself as you gaze to your third eye. Visualize yourself as a playful monkey in Makadasana.
दो पगदली संपुट आने तनिके पृष्ठी भूमि पर इठाने.
Now rise up onto the toes, bring the soles of the feet together and separate your knees. Hold on to opposite elbows behind your back as you gaze to your nose and embody diamond-like strength for you and your Sangha, your spiritual community in Vajrasangadasana.
प्रथम पणा पानी होए वैसे दो वो एडी गुदानी वैसे घोड़ा उभा राखे धीर आड़े वायु पसारे धीर.
Next up is Kanjanasana. Now cross your feet and sit on the heels with your knees separate on the ground. Place your hands next to your body on the mat. As you pull your stomach in and up in Uddiyana Bandha, gaze to your nose and visualize perfect health beyond any and all physical or mental ailments. Now, maintain your legs in the same position. Place your hands on the knees and make your upper back and neck stiff like the shell of a turtle as you gaze to your nose and embody a turtle with a stable body and mind to live for hundreds of years in Kurmasana.
गुल्फौ च वृषणस्याधो व्युत्क्रमेण समाहितौ ऋजुकाय शिरो ग्रीवं कूर्मासनमितीरितम्.
Maintain the posture but relax your upper back and neck. Keep your hands on the knees and gaze to the nose as you visualize Swamajin Yogasana.
गुदं नियम्य गुल्फाभ्यां व्युत्क्रमेण समाहितः.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda
Let us move on to the next asana of the sequence. Vijogasana. Now stand on the knees and cross your feet behind. Bring your fingers in between the thighs and calves and keep your thumbs outside, holding on to your calves. Gaze to the third eye as you visualize a space of eternal oneness Advaita with your Guru.
Goda vamo ubo hoi, goda adara khedoi.
Next up is Ushtasana 2. Now place the top of your feet flat on the mat and hold on to your heels as you lean back all the way. Push your hips forward, tilt your head back and visualize yourself as a camel.
Merudanda Grandhi Dadya Sambipada Ishupuman.
Now lean back, bring your elbows on the ground and rest the back of your head on the mat. As you gaze to the nose, visualize yourself as a lotus blooming in Jatyasana 2.
Duvedi Sampudakare Sole Muladwarita Ridhare.
Now lay down flat on your back and rise back up again and again. You can use the support of your hands if needed. As you gaze to your nose and visualize healing and liberation of your causal body in Virathasana.
Janga Prishti Bhumo Nidhaja Jangotrayoho Urni Samsthapya.
Now as you lay back all the way, bring your hands over top of your shoulders and reach for your feet. Try to bring your head in between the legs as you visualize yourself as a beautiful dove.
Merudanda Grandhi Dadya Sambipada Ishupuman.
Now rise back up. Stand on your knees as you hold on to opposite elbows in front of your chest. Gaze to the nose. Visualize Paramashiva, for this is the boon fulfilling posture. Receive your boon from Paramashiva in Vadasana.
Januni Bhumo Samsthapya Hastabhyam Bahu Parasparam Dhritva.
Next up is Varahasana 2. Now sit down on raised heels. Keep the toes tucked. And place your forearms on the ground. Rest your face on the hands. And visualize yourself as Varaha, the boar avatar of Lord Vishnu in Varahasana 2.
Suryam Chandram Bhedanani Asanani Nikadhyate.
With your forearms on the ground, let us now get ready for another inverted posture. Keep your elbows shoulder width apart. Interlock your fingers and place your head on the mat. Support your head with your hands and walk forward, raise your hips, lift your feet up off the ground, point them to the sky. Gaze to the nose as you visualize yourself as a lob tree in Mundasana.
Adho Mundasanam Vakshe Sarvesham Prani Nam Sukham.
Gently lower your legs down and come to a kneeling position. Sit on the heels and separate your knees slightly as you lean forward and down. Bring your head in between the legs. Inhale through your nostrils and exhale through your mouth as you hold your head with your hands, visualizing Swamiji in Andasana.
Pratama Bhagdali Samtarave Korma Hili Ube Milave.
Next up is the Viparita Shalabhasana. As you lay down on your stomach, raise your arms, your legs and your chest off the ground. Hold on to weights to intensify this asana as you visualize yourself as a locust.
Shalabhasana Bhedascha Natabherunda Namake.
Now bring your hands to the side of your hips and place your forehead on the ground as you visualize yourself as a skull, representing the mind with purified thoughts and the strong will to attain enlightenment. Lift your legs up without lifting your chest in Kapalasana, the skull posture.
Kapalam Bhumo Nidhaya Urdhvam Pado Najete.
The next asana is Akasha Kapotasana. Now, as you lay on your stomach, lift your legs over top of your body and place your feet on the ground in front of your face as you visualize yourself as a free and open dove.
Ushtrasane Sthitva Charno Bhumeru Thapya Mastakopari Nitva.
Next up is Chatakasana. Now, from a kneeling posture, place your forearms on the ground and bring your navel to the thighs as you visualize yourself as a sparrow.
कूर्परपर्यन्तो हस्तोदरमोष्टभ्य.
Next up is Vrishchikasana 2. As you keep your forearms on the ground, raise your legs over top of your body, bend the knees, and visualize yourself as a scorpion. Lower your legs down and sit down on the right heel. Keep the left foot outside the hip with the toes pointing to the side. Hands in front of the knees, and visualize yourself as a bull in Vrishasana as you forcefully inhale through your nose, hold your breath, and slowly again exhale through the nose in Antarangaka Kumbhaka.
यामे गुल्फेपादमूले वामभागे पदेतरम्.
Next up is Lolasana. From the same position, now lift your body off the ground, balance on your arms, and cross the toes of the left foot over the right as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
लोलासनं सदा कुर्यात् वायुलोलापघातनात्.
Now sit down on the left heel and keep the right toes pointing to the side, the right foot outside the hip, visualizing yourself as a bull in Vrishasana.
यामे गुल्फेपादमूले वामभागे पदेतरम्.
Now place the right foot flat with the knee raised against your chest. Tuck the toes of the left foot and sit on the left heel with your hands on the respective knees. Visualize Balagunahai, one of the 84 siddhas in your inner space in Balagunasana.
आसन को गुण जल विकार जाई.
Next up is Grahasana. Now stand up and squat down. Bring your hands through the legs from the inside out and hold on to your ankles from the outside as you visualize yourself as the entire planet.
पादतले भूमौ संस्थाप्य जानमध्ये कूर्परौ स्थाप्य.
Now repeat Balagunasana on the other side. Sit down on the right heel with the left knee against your chest and visualize Balagunahai in your inner space.
आसन को गुण जल विकार जाई.
Now step both feet in and sit on the heels. Keep your hands on the knees, knees together. Hold on to weights to intensify this asana as you visualize Swamiji in Utkatasana.
युजास् पिजोस् थियोतो ऊर्वजानु यतरासने पादतलद्वयोपरि.
Next up is Vajrasana Garasana 2. Now stand on the knees, stand on the toes, separate the knees and hold on to opposite elbows behind your back as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
प्रथम बना पानी होए जैसे धोबू एड़ी गुदानी वैसे.
Now place your palms flat on the ground and step your heels onto the back of your hands. Keep your arms straight as you squat down all the way, gaze to your nose and visualize that you are able to live off of air alone in Anilasana.
धोबू हाथ भूमि पर ठाने कहुनी जाड़ी ना भिरक आने.
Now place the back of your hands on the mat, step your feet onto your palms, wrap your hands around the feet like shoes and walk around on the mat visualizing you're wearing padukas walking across India.
हस्ततलयोः पादतले कृत्वा तिष्ठेत् गच्छेत् पादुकासनं भवति.
Next up is Kukkotodana. Place your hands on the mat and kick your legs up, let them fall back down again and again, visualizing yourself as a rooster.
हस्ततले भूमौ कृत्वा पादतले च ऊर्ध्वमुत्थानं कृत्वा.
With your hands on the ground, raise your legs over top of your body and dance on two hands, feeling yourself go beyond all inhibitions in Viparita Nityasana.
हस्ततलाभ्यां भूमिमष्टभ्यः ऊर्ध्वपादाग्रे कुर्वन्.
Next up is Kunjarasana. With your feet separate, place one hand on the mat and keep the other hand by your ear, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space.
अथ वक्षे महादेव कुञ्जरासनमुत्तमम्.
Exchange the position of your hands. Repeat Kunjarasana on the other side.
अथ वक्षे महादेव कुञ्जरासनमुत्तमम्.
Next up is Kadambasana. Now squat down and keep the heels close to the perineum. Hold on to your ankles and raise your feet up. Balance on your heels, visualizing yourself as a Kadamba tree in Kadambasana.
पार्श्वभ्यां भूमिमष्टभ्यः हस्तद्वयेन गुल्फो धृत्वा.
Now with your feet flat, the knees against your chest, pull them close with your hands and breathe deeply as you visualize any excess vata being released from a balance within your system in Pavanamuktasana.
द्वयोस्तु पादयोः पाणिं लात्वा सस्वनितम्बके.
Now lift one leg behind your neck. As you extend the opposite leg forward, keep the hands at the side and lift your body up. Gaze to your third eye, visualizing yourself as a powerful source of energy in Chakodasana.
पूर्वतानं चतुष्पादपीठं वज्रासनं तथा.
Now keep the left leg extended forward. Hold on to the big toes in Pradana Mudra and pull the right foot towards your ears if you're pulling a bowstring, visualizing yourself as a bow in Dhanurasana too.
पादाङ्गुष्ठौ तु पाणिभ्यां गृहीत्वा श्रवणावधि.
Next up is Ashtavakrasana. Now lift the right leg over your shoulder and hook the left foot on top, extending your legs out to the side as you lean forward and balance on your arms, visualizing yourself as a flying crane.
वासिष्ठमदकौण्डिन्यम् ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च.
Now keep the right foot flat and place the left foot onto the right thigh. Place your right shoulder beneath the raised knee, hands on the ground, gaze to the third eye and visualize you are immortal, able to exist solely on prana and pranasana.
एतत् प्रभेदं वक्ष्यामि करोति यः स चामरः.
Now bring the left foot outside the right hip and stack the right foot over the left knee. Bring your elbow around the raised knee and the hand below to interlock your fingers behind your back. Gaze to your third eye and visualize Sage Nithyananda, the master of Hatha Yoga, in Parshvamatsindasana.
पार्श्वाभ्यां धृत्यते यास्तु पार्श्वमत्स्येन्द्रमुत्तमम्.
Now repeat Chakodasana on the other side. Lift the other leg behind your neck. Extend the opposite leg forward. As you lift your body off the ground, gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as a powerful source of energy.
पूर्वतानं चतुष्पादपीठं वज्रासनं तथा.
Now hold onto the big toes in Pradana Mudra. As you pull the right foot towards your ear as if you're pulling a bowstring, visualizing yourself as a bow in Dhanurasana too.
पूर्वतानं चतुष्पादपीठं वज्रासनं तथा.
Now lift the left leg over your shoulder and hook the right foot on top. Extend your legs out to the side as you balance on your arms, visualizing yourself as a flying crane.
वासिष्ठमदकौण्डिन्यम् ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च.
Now keep the left foot flat and place the right foot on the left thigh. Keep the left shoulder below the raised knee and push the right knee down as you gaze to your third eye, visualizing you are immortal, able to exist solely from prana and pranasana.
एतत् प्रभेदं वक्ष्यामि करोति यः स चामरः.
Now bring the right foot outside the left hip and step the left foot over the right knee. Bring your right elbow around the raised knee, hand below, interlock your fingers behind, gaze to your third eye and visualize Matsyendranath, the master of Hatha Yoga.
पार्श्वाभ्यां धृत्यते यास्तु पार्श्वमत्स्येन्द्रमुत्तमम्.
Now keep the right heel at the perineum with the left leg extended forward. Lean forward, hold onto the front foot with both hands as you visualize Swamiji and move the retained prana freely within your body in Jivachala Kumbhaka in Ardha Paschimottanasana.
एकं पादं प्रसार्य एकं पादस्य पार्श्वनासीवने सम्पीड्य.
Now turn the right foot outside the hip with the foot flat, knee on the ground, and lift the left foot in front of your face. Visualize yourself as a crane in Kranauchasana.
वासिष्ठमदकौण्डिन्यम् ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च.
Now repeat Ardha Paschimottanasana. Keep the left heel against the perineum and the right leg extended as you lean forward and down, holding onto the front foot with both hands, visualizing Swamiji.
एकं पादं प्रसार्य एकं पादस्य पार्श्वनासीवनी सम्पीड्य.
Now bring the left foot outside the hip. With the foot flat, knee on the ground, hold onto the right and lift it in front of your face, visualizing yourself as a crane in Kraunchasana.
वासिष्ठमतकौण्डिन्यम् ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च.
Now sit in a cross-legged position with your feet in between the thighs and calves. Keep your hands on the knees, gaze to your nose and embody peace, well-being, good fortune, prosperity, while visualizing a swastika and swastikasana.
जानूर्वरन्तरे सम्यक् कृत्वा पादतले उभे.
Now cover your heels with your hands as you maintain your legs in the same position. Tuck your chin to the chest and gaze to your nose, visualizing the great sage Goraknatha, the founder of the Natha Yoga Hindu Sampradaya.
जानूर्वरन्तरे पादौ उत्तानौ व्यक्तसंस्थितौ.
Next up is Bhagasana 2. Now keep the left heel against the perineum and place the right foot on top of the left thigh. Gaze to your third eye as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Meditate on Arihanta, the avatar. As you close all the five senses with your hands in your face in Shanmukhi Mudra, inhale all the way. Lock your mouth with your little and ring fingers, your nostrils with the middle fingers, eyes with the index fingers, and your ears with your thumbs, and hold your breath in Bhagasana 2.
वामपार्श्वौ गुदं संस्थाप्य दक्षाङ्घ्रिवामजगणे.
Next up is Yogasana 2. Now, place your feet onto opposite knees and keep your hands at the side of the body with the palms facing up. Gaze to the tip of the nose and visualize Swamiji as you keep your mouth in the shape of the beak of a crow. Inhale through your mouth and exhale through your nose in Kakachandra Kumbhaka and Yogasana 2.
उत्तानौ चरणौ कृत्वा संस्थाप्योपरि जानुनोः.
Rotate your hands at the side of the body, push your palms into the mat and lift your body off the ground. Pull your knees up towards your chest as you visualize yourself as a rooster in Urdhva Kukutasana.
वासिष्ठमथकौण्डिन्यम् ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च.
Now bring your hands through the legs, place your palms down on the ground and lift. Don't lift your body off the ground, stay seated on the mat. Gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in Siddha Haratali Asana.
प्रथम पद्मासन को करें, गोडासन द्विमाही कर इधर है.
Now lift your body off the mat. Keep your palms flat on the ground, push your body up, pull the knees up high, and gaze to the nose as you visualize yourself as an elegant swan in Hamsasana.
कुक्कुटासन स्थित्वा स्कन्धपर्यन्तं ऊरुनि नीत्वा.
As you keep your legs in Padmasana, push your hands through the legs behind your body. Interlock the fingers in Padashu Mudra behind your back. As you place your forehead on the ground, visualize yourself as Pinaka, Lord Shiva's bow in Karmakasana.
प्रथम पद्मासन को करें, गोडासन द्विमाही कर इधर है.
Next up is Kurmasana 2. As you sit in Padmasana, raise your knees and bring your hands through the legs. Bend your elbows upwards to hold onto the respective shoulders. Embody a turtle with a stable body and mind to live for centuries in Kurmasana 2.
बाई जंग प्रदक्षिण पावा, दाई जंग परिबाई ल्यावा.
From the same position, now tuck your chin to the chest, gaze to the nose, and rejoice knowing you're sitting in Shiva's secret knot posture, Kranti Bedasana.
अथ भक्षे नीलकण्ठा ग्रन्थिभेदासनं शुभम्.
Now roll onto your back, keep holding onto your shoulders as you gaze to the nose and embody a turtle laying on its back in Uttana Kurmasana.
कुक्कुटासनबन्धस्थं कराभ्यां धृतकन्धरम्.
Kick yourself back up into Padmasana. Bring the hands through the legs. One palm flat on the ground, hold its wrist with the other hand, and lift your body up on one arm as you visualize yourself as a rooster in Pangu Kukkutasana.
कुक्कुटासन स्थित्वा एकेन हस्तेन अन्यस्य मणिबन्धं धृत्वा.
Exchange the position of your hands. Lift your body up again on the other arm this time as you visualize yourself as a rooster in Pangu Kukkutasana.
कुक्कुटासन स्थित्वा एकेन हस्तेन अन्यस्य मणिबन्धं धृत्वा.
Next up is Gridasana. As you sit in Padmasana, place your elbows down on the toes and interlock your fingers, resting your chin on the knuckles, the thumbs against your throat. Visualize you have gone beyond all greed and covetous in Gridasana.
जानूर्भोरन्तरे पादौ उत्तानौ व्यक्तसंस्थितौ.
Next up is Padmasana 3. Now place one hand over the other with the palms facing up. Rest them in your lap sit in a meditative space as you engage all three bandhas, Mahamudra Bandha, and visualize Swamiji in Padmasana 3.
उत्तानोचरणो विधाय विधिवत् शक्तिस्थितो योगिरात्.
We move on to Padmasana 4. Now place your hands on the respective knees and gaze to the nose, visualizing Paramashiva in your inner space in Padmasana 4.
एतत् पद्मासनं कुर्यात् प्राणवायुप्रसिद्धये.
Now keep your left hand on the knee and keep the right hand in Prana Mudra, index and middle fingers together. Hold on to the big toe and pull the elbow back as if you're pulling a bowstring, moving the big toe round and round as you visualize yourself as Pinaka, Lord Shiva's bow, and Karmakasana 2.
एतत् पद्मासनं कुर्यात् प्राणवायुप्रसिद्धये.
Now cross your arms behind your back. Bring the feet closer towards your body as you hold onto the big toes in Prana Mudra and gaze to your nose. Engage all three bandhas. Visualize Pinaka, Lord Shiva's bow, and Karmakasana 3.
कार्मुकासनमाक्षित्य उदरे पूरयेत् सुखम्.
Now raise your chest. Gaze to the third eye and visualizing yourself as the action of Paramashiva's third eye destroying anything you come across in Dridhasana.
ऊरुभ्यामुपरि स्थाप्य पादयुग्मं प्रयत्नतः.
Now roll onto your back with your arms crossed behind, holding onto the big toes in Prana Mudra. As you gaze to the nose, visualize yourself as a snake and calmly breathe in Sahadra Kumbhaka and Nagarasana.
प्रथमपद्मासनकोठाने द्वौ हातपाछाने आने.
Now free your arms and legs, pull your knees to the chest and circle your knees with your arms as you bring your chin to the knee. Squeeze your body into a ball in Kandukasana.
वेत्रासने स्थित्वा हस्तपादान् निष्कुष्य.
Now place your feet flat, interlock your fingers around your neck and gaze to your nose as you breathe calmly in Urdhva Bhavanasana.
प्रथमे सूधौ संयनकरावे गोढा उभा राशि मिलावे.
Now bring your hands underneath the heels with the palms facing up. Push your hips up high as you lock the throat. Visualize yourself as a powerful alpha ape in Marakarapitasana.
उत्तानशयनं पादतले उत्तानहस्तयोः स्थापयेत्.
Now support your lower back with your hands and extend your legs forward. Let your elbows bear the body weight as you gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in Uttanashiki Pitakasana.
जङ्घोरुबलहीनश्चेत् उत्तानशिखिपीठकम्.
Now raise your legs up, point the toes to the sky and place your arms flat on the mat as you visualize yourself blissfully traversing to Naraka Loka in Narakasana.
ग्रीवाकण्ठेन भूमिं विष्टम्भा पादाग्रद्वयमूर्धमुत्त्रयेत्.
Now bring your hands to the lower back and straighten your body, angle your legs down as you engage your core intensely, visualizing yourself as a boat crossing the ocean of samsara in Tiryanokasana.
नौकावत् स्थित्वात् ऊर्ध्वं पादाग्रद्वयं नयेत्.
Place your arms flat on the ground and point your toes up to the sky. Be completely stable, sturdy as a flagpole as you visualize yourself as the KAILASA flag respected across all nations in Dvajasana.
तिर्यन्नौकावते ग्रीवापृष्ठकूर्परैः भूमिं वष्टभ्य.
Now lay down on your back. Keep your hands at the side of the body, palms facing up. Breathe deeply and pull the Kundalini Shakti upwards along your spine as you visualize your body is dead and Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, is liberating you. Internally chant the Mahavakya Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham in Vritasana.
उत्तानं शववद् भूमौ शयनं तु शवासनं शवासनं श्रमहरं चित्तविश्रान्तिकारणम्.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Now, slowly, return to your physical body. Start to wiggle your fingers and toes, your wrists and your ankles, your elbows and your knees. Pull your knees up towards your chest and circle them with your arms and rock your body from side to side. Slowly return to a comfortable seated position. Congratulations, you completed the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama 308 asana sequence. With this, we come to the conclusion of today's Nithyananda yoga session. Thank you all so much for joining us today. Let us now get ready for the power manifestation. We're going to manifest the power of blindfold reading. So make sure you immediately get your eye bands ready and settle down to manifest the Shaktis of Paramashiva straight after this yoga session. Let us all sit with our head, neck and spine in a straight line. The hands in Namaskara Mudra in front of our heart center. Close your eyes, take a deep breath. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as we chant the Purna Mantra.
Om Purnamadah Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevavashishyate Om Shanti 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 Hari Om Tat Sat Sarvam Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Padukarpanamastu Om Nithyanandam.
Thank you all. Nithyanandam.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham 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 Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda
Nithyanandam, and welcome to all the Paramashivoham Level 2 participants who have joined us for today's Paramashivoham sessions. And now we'll be beginning with the power manifestation. We have all just completed the intense 308 asana sequence, the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama, which is a powerful technique that Swamiji has given all of us, a powerful way to activate our Kundalini, the innate potential energy, and experience the ultimate space of Paramashivoham. Now that we have activated our Kundalini, there is one last and most important thing that we have to do is we need to use it somewhere to see and to experience that energy. And that is why Swamiji says that we have to manifest the powers immediately after the program, after the yoga.
Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda
Sorry for the technical glitch. Let us now continue with the session. So let's all now see the Shastra Pramana, the scriptural reference. Whenever we manifest the powers or do any technique, meditation technique, it is very important that we know the source. Where is this meditation technique told in our scriptures, or is it something just created a few years ago? Because when we know the source, where this power manifestation is created from, where is this sourced, then we can know the authenticity of these techniques. Because this technique that we are all going to be manifesting, this power we are all going to be manifesting, is thousands of years old, as it is revealed directly by Paramashiva himself and experienced throughout the ages by various thousands of lineages of masters and their disciples. So that is where this beautiful Shastra Pramana comes in to give us the authentic reference, telling us that Paramashiva himself revealed this Shastra Pramana, meaning Paramashiva himself revealed this technique to all of us. So the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra is the source of this technique, where Paramashiva beautifully in the 34th verse of this scripture shares with all of us about the technique to manifest the power of Paramashiva. So with this, I request all of you to now be in the space of listening as we chant and recite the meaning for all of you.
The Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, 34th verse. Kapalantarmanonyasya tishthan militalochanaha krameena manasodadyat lakshayet lakshamuttamam. By fixing the mind on the inner space within the crown center and sitting stably without any movement, having the eyes closed in succession, by the stability of the mind and the inner space, one directly sees the ultimate goal, Lakshyam, by having the vision beyond the sight that reveals any object or place, attaining the space of oneness with the source, Paramashiva.
Yes. So that is the beautiful translation for this verse. Now let us go a step deeper to see what does this translation actually mean. So in this verse, we can see Paramashiva says that by fixing the mind on the inner space within the crown center, and the crown center is the seat of the master. So visualizing the master is the first step that Paramashiva asks us to do. Visualizing our Guru, who is none other than Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the incarnation, the avatara of Paramashiva. He is the manifestation of our Guru. So visualizing him is the first step. And why do we have to visualize him? The most important reason is that he is the one who has given us the Diksha, the initiation, reawakening all of these innate energies that we have, innate powers that we have for us to express and experience this. So that is why it's important for us to visualize him. And not only just visualizing him, hold the space of gratitude towards him. That overflowing love and gratitude for all the benefits that we have reaped by the practice of the techniques revealed by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, revealed by our beloved Guru. That is the space that we need to hold. The space of love, the space of gratitude, which completely activates the connection between us and him, bringing that ultimate space of oneness. So that is the first step that Paramashiva says. And next he tells us to bring stability to the mind and inner space. As the other day we saw the example of how in a water pool, if you see the fishes keep jumping and there's always ripples in the lake. But in the night when there's nothing, when the fishes are asleep, how the lake is calm and stable, that is the space that we need to bring inside us. Like how the fishes outside, the thoughts are the distractions inside which are causing the ripples. So unclutching from the fishes to say putting the fishes to sleep and seeing that stability is what we need to manifest. And how do we do that? It is by chanting the Mahavakya. And ultimately, Paramashiva says, we achieve the ultimate goal of not just seeing something externally beyond the vision, but we have the ultimate goal of oneness with the source, Paramashiva. So with this beautiful understanding, let us enter the power manifestation. Nithyananda Vishwanathanaya, you have joined the session now. Yes, so now I request all of the participants, you can all blindfold your eyes now. Let us now manifest what we have just heard. Please blindfold your eyes. Today, we are all going to now try to focus to see some letters than just writing the picture that we are seeing. Try to start saying words, the words that you're able to see, the letters you're trying to see. You can also say the colors. But as today is the day 17, let us all now start putting some more attention to detail, requesting Swamiji to reveal to us the particular words, not just the colors. Yes. So as today is the day 18, we are going to be focusing on the words today. So now that we have all blindfolded our eyes, let's now take a moment to bring that visualization of Swamiji. And now let's all chant the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Now request Swamiji to reveal whatever is being projected to you.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham
You can now open your eyes, remove your blindfold, and begin to write whatever it is that Paramashiva had revealed to you. Be in the space of deep gratitude to Paramashiva. It is His third eye, Him residing within us, that is revealing everything. With that space of gratitude, write down whatever He revealed to you.
Yes, so water and nature. So that is beautiful. Yes, let's all now verify the word, the picture that we were all seeing. So Vishwanathanaya is saying that he was able to see water and the word nature. So if you see here, actually it is nature. You can see the background is green in color. So, but yes, this is a beautiful step towards the manifestation, and as we keep the will persistence, we will continue to manifest better and better. So now with this, we will be now moving to the next step of the manifestation. Next step, the next round of the third eye reading. So now once again, please close your eyes. Once again, visualize the beautiful form of Swamiji. Hold the space of gratitude. And now let's all chant the Mahavakya Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham and request Swamiji to show, to reveal the word that is being projected to all of us. Let's begin. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Now start seeing the beautiful words or pictures that is being projected to all of you.
Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om
Yes, you can now open your eyes, open the blindfold, start writing down in a space of deep gratitude whatever it is Paramashiva had revealed to you.
As Swamiji himself is the Purnavatara of Paramashiva, whatever Swamiji reveals to you is what Paramashiva reveals. And the reason why we visualize Swamiji and not Paramashiva is because when we try to visualize Paramashiva, it is a huge form and it takes little time to be able to visualize that entire 50 hands, 25 heads, and 75 eyes, dazzling body of Paramashiva. But when we visualize Swamiji, it is much easier for us to connect with him. So now let's verify what the picture was. So here we have the picture of the Himalayas. So Vishwanathanaya was able to see sky, clouds and water. So yes, that is also there in this beautiful picture. There is water, there is the sky which is in blue color, and the clouds which is also there, you can see, and even the white color on the mountains you have seen as the clouds. So this is a beautiful manifestation where you are able to see the picture very clearly. It's just the will persistence that we need to continue to hold inside of us to be able to manifest and see exactly what is there. But ultimately, this power is not just to see what is there with our eyes closed, but it is to experience the space of oneness. So evaluate your manifestation if you are able to feel complete, calm and unclutched during the manifestation. That is the main factor that we need to experience during the manifestation. So with this, we come to the end of this session, and now we are going to be moving into the Jnana sessions of today, where we are learning the various different sets of powerful cognition in each session. And today we are going to be focusing on root pattern. So what's a root pattern? Root pattern is the source. It's like the seed. So first there was an incompletion which was planted into you, which is the seed. That seed, when it started taking its root, started sprouting on all different minor patterns, but the root is what we need to kill. When we kill the root, even if the tree is 1,000 years old, the entire tree will just fall down, because that is the source of its energy. That is the source of the cancer that we need to kill, that we need to remove. So that is why we are going to be focusing on the root pattern today. So I request all the participants to be in the space of listening now as we start understanding about what the root pattern is and how to complete with it. If you have any questions, feel free to ask them during the session, and we'll be happy to answer them at the end of each of the sessions.
So, what is the root pattern? Forgetting the solution and falling into the problem again and again. That is a pattern. It repeats again and again. And you always decide to forget the solution. And you cherish the problem exists. And since you do so, you fall into it again and again and again.
So it always gets created. The fact about the root pattern is it always gets created before the age of 7. After the age of 7, root patterns cannot be developed. Only from root patterns, all incompletions start happening.
The definition of an incompletion or the root pattern is the past thoughts, emotion patterns, hangovers, the residues sitting in the present moment and suffocating you and not letting you live the future. Means one day somebody would have seen someone had seen a murder in a beach. Beach is a usual place where you would have people find being relaxed, enjoying. But this person would have gone to the beach and been suddenly traumatized by witnessing a murder there. And this particular event never allowed him to live the future. Past sitting in the present and never allowing you to lead into the future. To live your future is incompletion. So what would this person do? They would always avoid the beach, because beach would be a reminder. It would be the past sitting in the present. They will not be able to enjoy the beach like everyone else. And People give up and give coping mechanisms to make people understand this. But there is a simple solution so that you can enjoy other things that everyone else enjoys and not associate your past with your present. This is the process of completion of the root pattern that we're going to be getting into now. So this is what we do when we forget the solution. We forget that there's a solution. We hold on that every time I go to the beach, I'm going to be scared. I'm not going to be able to handle it. That idea itself, you cherish. Hence, you don't even know what will happen if you go to the beach. You prevent your future to be something bright. And like this, the longer you live, the more and the more things become scarier. And you'll be doing less and less. And then you'll feel stuck because of the decisions you made in every present moment, because of the past in that present moment, sitting on the present moment. But if you start clearing up those patterns, you will have a wonderful future, a future that is exciting, just like how you see everyone else being excited.
All patterns that we have boil down to one root pattern. When you discover your root pattern and complete it, only then your life starts. Only then your life begins, because that is when you start living in the future than the past. So let us see how root patterns are created. First, our inner image plus first outer image plus first life image is called root pattern.
Bhagavan Sri Krishna tells in the 15th chapter of the Bhagavad Gita, he says, Urdhvamulamadha shakam ashvatham prahuravyayam chandham siyasya parnani yastam veda sa vedavit. He says that there is a banyan tree, a long tree, that has roots going in all directions, upwards, downwards. The banyan tree expands as such. But this is described by Bhagavan as a tree that is showing the roots of your patterns and how they go in all directions. And if you even see sand, if you even come across anything related to a beach, you will be able to get a problem. And that is because the pattern has gone in various directions. And that would be a part of your experience as well. So he says that the roots upward and downwards they go. These leaves are like the Vedic hymns. The fruit of this tree is the knowledge, the life knowledge. But one who knows this tree knows that this is the essence of the Vedas, the life itself. The entanglement of this material world is compared here to the banyan tree. For one who is engaged in the fruitive activities, there is no end, just like the banyan tree. It just goes on, growing and growing. He wanders from one branch to another and to another and to another. And the tree of this material world has no end. And for one who is attached to this tree, there is no possibility of liberation. It is endless. You will be continuously expanding and having no root finally. The Vedic hymns meant for elevating oneself are called the leaves of the tree. The tree grows upwards because they begin from the where Brahma is located, the foremost planet of this universe, the topmost planet of the universe. If one can understand this indestructible tree of illusion, then one can get out of it.
So even in the Patanjali Yoga Sutras, the great sage Patanjali reveals the science about the root patterns. He says, Viparyayo mitya jnana matrupa pratishthitham. He says, the interpreting based on past conditioning leads to misconception or wrong understanding. See, the thing is that these sutras are very concise. So here he just says interpreting based on past conditioning means based on the root patterns. When you start living, you end up in misconception and wrong understanding of life. So let us now understand, how do root patterns affect our life?
The root pattern is nothing but the pattern through which you keep your struggle, your impossibility, your inauthenticity alive. This is what we call that identity as well. And the root pattern is the basis of it.
So the root pattern causes self-denial, and self-denial, as we have learned, even in you, is cherishing your own failure for some perverted reason. You start enjoying the sympathy you will get when you fail.
Till you find your root pattern and complete with it, you will not have the desired result from any spiritual technique. So it's very important to find the root pattern and complete with it, because only if that is uprooted can you understand your identity is beyond what your patterns are telling you it is. Your identity is beyond what your patterns are telling you it is. So only if it is uprooted, then you can even have a spiritual context, a spiritual identity, and a spiritual technique will work so that you can identify yourself as a spirit, as something beyond the body and mind.
So the good news is you can discover your root pattern and complete it. You will be able to identify and complete with your root pattern in the presence of the Guru. That is why it is very important to be with the Guru and learn from the Guru how to complete. So now we are all going to be watching a satsang from Swamiji where he explains about completing with root pattern. So I request all the participants now to be in the space of listening, and if you have any questions during this session, we'll answer them after this satsang. So now be in the space and listening and write down all of the different powerful cognitions that you receive from this satsang.
I wanted you to understand this one thing. Please listen carefully. Whenever it comes to deal yourself, you try to be very safe, handle you in a very like a baby and rose flower, very cutely, with a light romance, you feel you should be handled. But when it comes to handling others, you become a judge. See, for you, you are a liar. For others, you are a judge. Because of this childishness, the many cognitions you build, when you repeat again and again, suddenly all that will start breaking. All that will lose power over you. Very simple. Very, very, very straightforward, simple. Just few lines. Listen to this few lines carefully. 1. Try to remember the earliest, as far as your memory goes, the earliest first time you felt powerless, either by fear or guilt or weakness. First time when you felt powerless. It can be as simple as your mother made you sit on the dining table, or you were playing in the rain and your mother slapped you and dragged you inside the room, or just a stone thrown by your friend or your brother has hit you. It can be as simple as this. Or your sister snatching the ice cream? Now usually sisters don't snatch, only brothers snatch. No, I have seen. Sister is the best relationship. I grew up in large family. Sister is the best relationship. It can be as simple as your mom gave one sweet extra to your younger brother. Your dad gave one cloth or jewel extra to your younger sister. It can be anything. First time when you felt powerless, what was your inner image? Means, what did you tell about you to you? What was your outer image? How you showed you to others? How you reacted to that situation? And what was your life image? Means, how did you judge others or life at that moment? Listen, what was your inner image? What was your outer image? What was your life image at that moment? It is almost like a surgery. You have to now cut yourself and see. It's a surgery, literally. Because now you will remember an incident which happened at the age of 8. When you try to find out, open that incident, suddenly you will remember something which happened at 6. When you cut and start remembering that incident, suddenly it will open up something which happened at the age of 3. Earliest memory. First time, as far as you can remember, when you became powerless. Actually, you will be surprised, because I am going to blow prana into you. Means awaken your pranic energy. You will remember the memories you never thought, you never imagined you will be able to remember. Actually, only now you will see directly what I can do to your mind. You will suddenly remember the deepest layers of your memory. You may even remember what happened during your birth, and even those scenes you may start seeing. Actually, I am going to blow prana into your navel center. You will be there only, I will be here only. I will be awakening you. See, the navel center means your umbilical cord connection with your mother. That is the zone stores earliest memories. And if that awakens, means Kundalini enters into that navel zone, suddenly you will see from your birth, when they cut that umbilical cord, from that you will start remembering the memories. I'll give you an example. If a child is playing in the rain, mother just slaps and brings the child and puts him in the house. The first inner image the child will develop, I am powerless, weak, orphan, victim. And the first outer image, even if the child is powerless, it will try to hit the wall or door, cry, it will demonstrate, I'll show you. The outer image it will show is, I have to survive, I'll show you who I am. I am powerful. And the life image, the image it will have about others, means who is in front of the child? Only mother, cruel demon. You can't tolerate my happiness. See, now you may think, no, my mother did it for my health reason, otherwise I would have caught cold, I would have caught fever, I would have died. All that now you will justify, but at that time, you will not have any of those justification. With that intelligence, you will create only this cognition. All of you are getting it? Actually, I am going to churn and awaken the Kundalini Shakti on your navel. How many of you understood this example? When the child is dragged, there are 3-4 rules. Always root pattern will be formed before the age of 7. So the first incident you find will be before the age of 7. If it is after 7, you will have to dig out and you will find it. Always the incident will be before the age of 7. That's one. Second, all major sufferings, whether it is physical or mental, you go through in the life will be connected to that root pattern. It is the root pattern responsible for serious physical or mental sufferings you go through. It starts only from there. And blessed are those who complete with their root pattern when they are young or before it manifests as any serious disorder. How many below 30? Raise your hand. You guys are the real blessed. Real blessed. Because it will never manifest as any disease in you. It's killed. Means the poison is destroyed before it can damage any part of you. Of course, others also, poison is destroyed. But now I have to heal the parts which has already been damaged. The toxic mental setup which is already created, the subtle brain grooves get developed based on your thinking pattern. That needs to be completed. Means that work has to be done by tomorrow, next, the few sessions. Before 30, the strong grooves don't get developed. That is almost like a rangoli only. You can wipe it by ordinarily. But after 30, it's almost like they say in Guru Gita says, whatever Brahma writes with hand, Guru wipes by leg. Brahma writes by hand, Guru wipes by leg. So this is the wiping I am supposed to do. The subtle grooves you develop in your brain with your toxic mental setup. Now only you are entering into the most serious or important part of inner awakening. Please understand. Last 4 days is more like a warming up session. I am introducing some concepts, some theories, some simple techniques, some simple, very entertaining processes. Today we are entering into a very serious transformation where literally many of your past loads will be wiped from you. Means you will forget them. It will just not be there. It will just not be there. But that not there zone, you would have never imagined can happen to you. You understand? See, you can never imagine some heavy load from you can be taken away once for all. So now this is the process we are going to enter. So much of load will be taken away once for all. Where not only they become irrelevant to you, They are just not there for you. That is the best space to be. Your root pattern again and again repeats and hurts you deeply. One more thing, how many of you understood? Yesterday in that whole samskara dahana kriya, many of your sufferings are almost like a same type. Same type only, your sufferings, your patterns, the way you torture yourself is the same type. How many of you understood that? That will be disconnected or broken. It's like there is a pearl chain. If you just cut the center thread, the whole thing will fall apart. So today I am going to cut the center thread. The root pattern which makes your life go in the same trend of suffering. Whether it is physical problem or mental problem. Usually it will start as a mind, then translate into physical. But now when we kill this, in the root, it will never grow or it will never, it loses its power to torture you physically or mentally or in any way.
Yes, so that was a beautiful satsang. And if you have any questions or you want to understand something in more detail, you can ask that in the chat. And with this, we'll now be moving into an internalization exercise to dig out these root patterns which are there in us. So now, please take your pen and paper. Or anything, whichever you're using to write down. If you're using your laptop or iPad, you can use that too. So now we're going to be doing a basic level internalization exercise to complete with the root patterns. So the technique is identify the first 3 images and your root pattern. Close your eyes and dig deep inside you to the first root incident when you felt powerless. This incident will surely be below the age of 7. So let's now take a few minutes to identify the earliest incident which made us powerless. Then relive that incident as we have learned in the completion sessions. When you relive this incident, the root pattern will become very clear. What was the pattern that happened then? Pattern in the sense, something happened, your reaction to that, and the outcome. That is a pattern. That's why it says, history repeats itself. It's not some weird or illogical, mythical idea, but this is what we mean by history repeats itself, when again and again in our life we see a pattern. The powerlessness that we expressed then gave rise to the actions of anger or depression that we face today. When we try to show a tantrum, we will get something in life is one of the underlying cognitions that we build based on the root pattern, the root incident that happened. So now, let's take a few minutes to dig deep inside ourselves and meditate and find out where this incident, this root began. Please take a few minutes now to start doing this exercise. Yes, now slowly, very slowly, please relax. And now, we come to the end of this beautiful meditation process of understanding our root patterns, digging and finding out the source, incident which caused the root pattern. Now, I hope all of us are ready to manifest the powers of Paramashiva. As today, we are going to be manifesting the power of changing the will. The power of will. So what is the power of will? The power of will is the ability to manifest whatever you want by willing that manifestation. So now, let me read out the Shastra Pramana for all of you and then give you the translation and the technique which Paramashiva reveals in this Shastra Pramana. In the Shiva Sutras, verse 1.13, Paramashiva beautifully says, Ichcha Shaktir Uma Kumari, meaning his will is the energy of Shiva and it is called Uma, independent of Paramashiva, and it's called Kumari, the cosmic energy that plays. So the Ichcha Shakti is the power of will. Ichcha is the will. The Ichcha Shakti can manifest whatever we want because it is Paramashiva's will. And as we are all the extensions of Paramashiva, whenever we decide that we want to manifest something, we can just by willing it, manifest it. So now with this, let us enter the power manifestation. We are going to be manifesting the power of increasing or decreasing your own body temperature. If you don't have a thermometer with you, that is perfectly fine. We can manifest the power of increasing or decreasing the temperature in water, because you can feel the water, you can feel the change in water. So if you have a thermometer, please bring that. Otherwise, you can bring a glass of water, and just by putting one finger into the water, you can feel the increase, or if there is any increase or decrease in the water. So please take a minute now to bring a thermometer and measure your temperature.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Yes. So if you have brought your weighing scale, that is, if you bought your thermometer now, let's all now enter the manifestation. Now, as we have done in all the manifestation sessions, the first step is always visualizing and bringing that connection with Swamiji. So let's all now just close our eyes for a minute and request Swamiji to manifest that space of increasing or decreasing the temperature. Please close your eyes. You don't need to tie your eye bands, but just close your eyes. And now visualize the beautiful form of Swamiji. And now, let us start chanting the Mahavakya to manifest the space of complete unclutching inside us. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Now, request Paramashiva, request Swamiji to change the temperature of your body over the water which is in front of you. Please begin.
Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Nithyananda.
Now slowly relax, and with this we come to the end of this step of manifestation. Now measure your temperature, see if there's any change in the temperature. A significant change is even just 1 unit, 1 Celsius or 1 Fahrenheit more. That itself is a very, very beautiful manifestation. Otherwise also you are still manifesting, and today we are going to be focusing on the power of will. So it is okay in the first round to manifest even a small change. Let's now take a minute to verify the change in it. So let's take a minute to check the water. If you manifested with the water, see if there's any change in the water as well. So yes, with this we also come to the end of the power manifestation session, and now we are going to be moving into the next session. So in the next session we are going to be learning about the root patterns, how to burn and how to completely complete the root pattern. So I request all the participants now to once again come back to the space of listening as we now learn about completing and burning the root patterns.
So first we must understand why work on the root pattern completion. Just by removing a tree completely, just by uprooting a tree, you cannot be safe that nothing else will grow in that place or the tree won't again come back in that place.
Even if you uproot the tree, the essence of the tree stays in the ground. So when the water comes and the sun comes, the tree starts happening again. There are some trees you don't even need a full seed for the tree to happen. It's just the essence of the tree is there in the mud and it's enough. The new tree will once again grow.
Just removing your root pattern is not going to completely liberate you. How to stop the tree not happening again? How to make sure the tree will not happen again? How to make sure the tree is not going to sprout again? Burning and boiling the very root, the very land where the root can sprout. Same way, burning your consciousness, purifying it to the root from where even the root patterns cannot grow. That is what I call complete completion. These are the direct words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism.
So for your root pattern to not grow again, you don't need to leave 3 inches or even 1 inch. If you go back and see the same people, that's enough. If you see the same people who are responsible for your root pattern, that is enough. The root pattern will start growing again.
For our seeking here, we're going to be looking more into the work on the root pattern. Our body is basically hardwired. Our brain is hardwired. The system is developed to experience so many extraordinary powers. Okay? It is our very nature. And understand, you are not built just to be a clerk or to be an attendant or to be a worker. Your being is basically built in to experience God, to experience the divine, to experience the ultimate, to experience complete completion, to experience Paramashiva. That is our very nature.
So as our body is built by Paramashiva to experience extraordinary things, then why? Why when Hinduism introduces that is why Hinduism introduces you to you by saying Shrinvantu Vishwe Amridasya Putraha. Listen, O sons of immortality. Hinduism does not introduce you to you as a sinner. It introduces you as sons of immortality.
Why work on the root pattern? Let's look more into this. When you engage, entertain the incompletions, when your thinking is from the incompletions, it will naturally lead to more and more incompletions. The thinking from incompletion leads to more and more suffocation.
Basically, incompletions are trying to make you believe that your life is influenced by the factors which are not in your control.
Completion is making you understand that not only your life, but anything you see is under your influence.
So when there's a gold coin, you start dipping that gold coin into mercury, it will just melt and disappear into the mercury. When this process is happening from the side of the gold, if you see, you will feel I am losing everything. But when you see in the side of the mercury, you will see that you're gaining everything. When you look, when you perceive, when you cognize from your body, from the incompletions, you will see that everything is beyond your influence and there is no factor in life which you can influence. Everything is about your life is influenced by external factors. That is what makes you believe the constant impossibility.
Can you do this work? No, because so many other things are involved. Can you do this work? No, it may rain or shine. How do I know? I cannot control that. People who cognize from incompletion, they have done a literal PhD in problem creating. For anything, if you think from the angle of incompletion, you will be continuously strategizing to create problems. Suddenly you'll see you have more time to make excuses, more time to know that, okay, I can take time here. Or suddenly you'll find out you're interested in something else that will create another problem for you, that will move you away from the goal that you're trying to achieve. So the thinking itself, if it is rooted in incompletion, it will go on creating distractions and problems for you to move away from the path of achieving what you want.
All incompletions are nothing but the fact not being given enough inner space and cognition and respect by you. And perception itself is giving the first priority and respect. If perception is recorded as a reality in you, which is going to be constantly changing, it will give you a deeper insecurity and instability in your life. But instead, if the reality is given more respect and more weightage over what you see than the perception, then the recognition, the change of perception will not lead to more and more incompletions.
All incompletions boil down to just two patterns: violence and fear. Both are one and the same. When fear comes, violence comes. When violence comes, fear also comes. That's all. That is the root pattern.
So now we'll be entering a small internalization exercise to experience the complete completion with our patterns. See how your perception appears as a fact, and the fact appears as a perception, and the fact which is not influencing your decisions, and perceptions influencing your decisions. Let me repeat. See how your perceptions appears as a fact, and how the facts appears as perceptions. Also see the fact which is not influencing your decisions and the perceptions which are influencing our decisions. For example, we perceived when we were very young, when we played in the rain, our mothers would have pulled us inside the house and maybe even given us a slap, telling us, "Why did you go jump in the rain? Don't you know you'll get sick?" So that perception at that time, we would have perceived that our mother is not able to let us have happiness, is not allowing us to enjoy. But at the same time, the fact was that your mother was concerned about your health and she had nothing else, no other ulterior motive she had when she wanted to make sure that you were taken care of. So that is the understanding here. So see all these different, I would say, different ways your life is being influenced. So in the first step, give 5 examples of the perception influencing you as a fact and forcing you to take decisions. The fact influencing you as a perception and forcing you to take decisions. If the fact is cognized as reality, it leads to more completion. If the completion based thinking is, if you think based on completion, then more and more liberation happens. Bringing the space of completion, bringing the space of completion into every thought, every word, every action, every feeling, and every moment is living enlightenment. So now let us enter this process of writing down the 5 different examples or incidences where you had the perception influence you more than the facts itself. So let us now take a few minutes to write this down. Please begin. Now slowly relax. And yes, with this, we'll now be moving to the next session, the power manifestation session, once again, where we are going to be manifesting the power of will, where we'll be once again changing the temperature of particular item, whether it's your body or the water. So once again, let us manifest this power. So if you please take your thermometers, let's all take a minute now to first verify the temperature, to check the temperature, the current baseline temperature. You can, if you don't have the temperature, just if you're using a glass of water, that's perfectly fine. So keep that glass of water in front of you and just, kind of keep your hand around it or dip one finger into the water and see does it feel cold or hot. If you have cold water itself, or if you have hot water itself, don't use that, because the hot water will tend to become cold and the cold water will normalize. So use normal water if you're using water. Also, now this time you can manifest another power, which is the power of changing the taste. So take some salt or sugar and keep it in a small cup in front of you. And during the manifestation, we'll be trying and we'll be manifesting, requesting Paramashiva, requesting Swamiji to change the taste of that sugar or salt, or you can even keep any other, whether it is turmeric or any other kitchen powders or even lemon. You can use anything you want to change the taste. Also, you can manifest this power. So let's take a minute now to first set this up. You can all go bring whatever is needed. If you're going to manifest the power of changing taste, you can do that. Or if you're going to manifest the power of changing the temperature, you can measure the temperature. Let's take a minute now. Yes, now let's all begin the manifestation. Please close your eyes and be seated Now, visualize the change in the temperature. Visualize seeing the temperature change, or visualize seeing the taste being changed. Let us also now chant the Mahavakya Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham, to enter that space of complete oneness with Paramashiva, with Swamiji. Please begin. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Begin manifesting now.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Yes, now relax. Let's now verify the change in the manifestation. Let's take a minute now to verify, and if you see any change in the taste or the temperature, you can post that in the chat. So now let's take a minute to verify if there's any change in the manifestation. Also, let us take this time now to post, once we have posted the verification, if we have checked if there's any change, you can also put any questions you have or any powerful cognitions that you received during this session, so that not only that if it clicked with you, it will click with a lot of other people also, sharing and enriching the world. Okay, so Vishwanathan is saying that there is some change, but he doesn't have a thermometer to verify it exactly. That's perfectly fine. See, end of the day, this manifestation is proving and giving you the Sakshi Pramana, means your personal experience. It is creating a personal experience in you where you can now be sure that yes, I am manifesting Paramashiva. I am manifesting Swamiji inside me. So when you start building this, I would say like a portfolio where you keep building and building and building and building, you are making yourself a very credible person to yourself. It's a mechanism to build trust on yourself, because all of us have experienced and all of us hold so much of self-doubt. Can I do this? I might see in the cartoons and in comics superheroes doing these kind of stuff, but can I do it? I am just a normal person. All of this self-doubt that we hold about ourselves, thinking ourselves as nothing, is what we are trying to also break by manifesting these powers. We are telling our ego, our minds, that no, Paramashiva is manifesting through me and I am Paramashiva, building that cognition stronger and stronger inside you. And yes, so with this, we come to the end of this session, and now we'll be moving into the next session. In the next session, we are going to be learning about reclaiming our life through completion. What does this concept mean? As we have seen in the previous sessions, we saw that when we get stuck with the root patterns, our life is stunted, our growth is stunted. Maybe physically we are growing, but psychologically we are stuck in the age where the root pattern started. So to reclaim our life and start living a fresh new beginning, this completion process of breaking and burning the root pattern is most important. So we are going to be learning about that in the session now. So I request all the participants to be in the space of listening and write down the powerful cognitions that you received from Swamiji.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om One. Try to remember the earliest, as far as your memory goes, the earliest first time you felt powerless, either by fear or guilt or weakness. First time when you felt powerless. It can be as simple as your mother made you sit on the dining table, or you were playing in the rain and your mother slapped you and dragged you inside the room, or just a stone thrown by your friend or your brother has hit you. It can be as simple as this, or your sister snatching the ice cream. Now usually sisters don't snatch, only brothers snatch. No, I have seen. Sister is the best relationship. I grew up in large family. Sister is the best relationship. It can be as simple as your mom gave one sweet extra to your younger brother. Your dad gave one cloth or jewel extra to your younger sister. It can be anything. First time when you felt powerless, what was your inner image? Means, what did you tell about you to you? What was your outer image? How you showed you to others? How you reacted to that situation? And what was your life image? Means, how did you judge others or life at that moment? Listen, what was your inner image? What was your outer image? What was your life image at that moment? It is almost like a surgery. You have to now cut yourself and see. It's a surgery, literally, because now you will remember an incident which happened at the age of 8. When you try to find out, open that incident, suddenly you will remember something which happened at 6. When you cut and start remembering that incident, suddenly it will open up something which happened at the age of 3. Earliest memory. First time, as far as you can remember, when you became powerless. Actually, you will be surprised, because I'm going to blow prana into you. Means awaken your pranic energy. You will remember the memories you never thought, you never imagined you will be able to remember. Actually, only now you will see directly what I can do to your mind. You will suddenly remember the deepest layers of your memory. You may even remember what happened during your birth, and even those scenes you may start seeing. Actually, I am going to blow prana into your navel center. You will be there only, I will be here only. I will be awakening you. See, the navel center, that means your umbilical cord connection with your mother. That is the zone stores earliest memories. And if that awakens, means Kundalini enters into that navel zone, suddenly you will see from your birth, when they cut that umbilical cord, from that you will start remembering the memories. How many of you understood this example? When the child is dragged, there are 3-4 rules. Always root pattern will be formed before the age of 7. So the first incident you find will be before the age of 7. If it is after 7, you will have to dig out and you will find it. Always the incident will be before the age of 7. That's one. Second, all major sufferings, whether it is physical or mental, you go through in the life will be connected to that root pattern. It is the root pattern responsible for serious physical or mental sufferings you go through. It starts only from there. And blessed are those who complete with their root pattern when they are young or before it manifests as any serious disorder. When you complete with your root pattern the collective, your family's root pattern will stand in front of you. Complete that. Then collective, your society's root pattern will stand in front of you. Complete that. Then collective, your country's root pattern will stand in front of you. Complete that. Then collective, the global root pattern will stand in front of you. Complete that. Then collective, whole beings, not just human, all beings' root pattern will stand in front of you. Complete that. Then the whole universal, the cosmic root pattern will stand in front of you. Complete that. Then you are Sadashiva. So every completion is not completing with one thought pattern, but completing with the whole thought current. With the whole thought current. If you have a slight tiredness, boredom, headache after you wake up, change everything. Not just your pillow or bed. Everything. I'm not talking only about the external, internal. Change everything. The way you think, the way you perceive about life, the way you perceive about death, the ideas you have about God, the ideas you have about the universe, the ideas you have about you. Say, na iti, not this, not this. The time period you are stuck with one thought pattern is a year, season in your life. The time you are stuck in what thought current is life in your life. A thought current, the time you spend with one thought current in your long life is one life. Means the time between one life and death. Understand? Your life or death, your lifespan is not defined based on the number of years you are in a body. It is based on the time you spend with one thought current. That is why whenever you complete certain thought current and enter into a new thought current, whenever you are initiated into a new thought current, Vedic tradition calls you newborn. Please recite the first verse along with me. Keneshitam patati preshitam manakena pranaha pratama praiti yuktaha. It is not that only Gurukul kids should chant. You can also recite. Keneshitam preshitam manaha kena pranaha pratamaha praiti yuktaha keneshitam vachamimam vadanti chakshuh shrotram kabudevo Yunakti. Listen. Reciting this sacred verses intensely makes these sacred truths part of your biomemory. That is the reason the recitations play such an important, powerful role. The sacred truths revealed in this verse. By whom willed and caused does the mind go towards its object? It means even before cognizing illusory you question even the parts of illusory you. Listen. Even the question, who am I, has certain level of presumptions, assumptions. You assumed you are a whole and you need to find out who you are. Here, before even that assumption, Upanishad asks you to enter into pure questioning. Understand? First time when you start experiencing inner image, outer image, life image. First time when you start experiencing the root pattern, the root incident, root image. Listen carefully. Root pattern, root incident, root image. If you have false presumption, you are a whole entity, you will allow the root pattern to happen. If you have pure questioning, you will allow the enlightenment to happen. I know this generation may feel pure questioning at the age of 4, 5, before 7 is not possible. How is it going to be useful for us? No, understand? Because for last few generations, pure questioning was not possible throughout the life. They lost pure questioning throughout the life. That is why now it feels pure questioning before 7 is very difficult. Now, this generation, when you guys start pure questioning, even during some time of your life, your next generation, your DNA, your extension will feel pure questioning before 7. Pure questioning is all about the level of Kundalini Shakti, the level of mitochondria, cell energy, which comes to baby from father and mother. If the father and mother are seekers, that DNA gets into the baby. Baby will never have, child will never have root pattern. Even the first time he is put into powerlessness, he will not assume he exists, he will not create the inner image, outer image, life image based on his illusory false I. He will only start looking into by whom willed and caused does the mind go towards its object. Means Who is creating inner image in me? By whom, directed and united with which, does the first vital life energy and chief cause comes forth towards its activities? Means, who is creating my outer image? Understand? Each line, the first line is the action of creating inner image. If you don't ask the first line, your inner image will be created. If you ask the first line, you know what is the action creating the inner image. Listen carefully. Inner image is willed and caused by something which empowers the mind to go towards its object. Listen carefully. First time in your body, when mind moves towards some object, that movement is called inner image. It will create an inner image in you. If you allow that movement without being awareness, without being aware of it, you will create inner image. In that very root, if you question, Keneshitam patati preshitam manakkena pranaha pratama praiti yuktaha. Basic truth. You are the ultimate, even when you manifest all the wrong things, because you manifest. You are manifesting. First statement. Second statement, listen. Listen to the second statement. Decision, will persistence. Decision, will persistence to manifest all the best things is the science of power manifestation. Listen. Nothing else is needed to be done from your side. Listen to the second statement. Nothing else need to be done from your side other than will persistence. Decision to manifest powers. The second statement I am repeating. Nothing else need to be done from your side other than will persistence. Decision to manifest powers. That is the second statement. Third statement, listen. Listen carefully. Nothing, second statement I am repeating. Nothing else need to be done from your side other than simple will persistence and decision to manifest powers. Manifest your ultimate reality as you want to cherish. Actually, even if you are manifesting poverty, at one time you felt poverty is very cute and you decided to manifest, that is why you are manifesting. It is not imposed on you, you manifest it. If you are manifesting ill health, you felt at some time, you visualized it's too cute to be sick and getting attention of everyone. So that is why you manifest. If you are manifesting the victimhood mentality, At one time, you enjoyed it, cherished it. That is why you are manifesting. Listen carefully. Everything you manifest, even now, you manifest so. Your decision to manifest what you want and will persistence is only required for you to manifest powers or whatever you want in your life. Listen. Third, Sadashiva is required in the form of the Guru just to make these first two statements as reality for you without you being distracted, disturbed by all other stupid theories and theologies. That's all. There will be so many people to tell you you are sinner, you are slave, you are ordinary, bound soul, to protect you from all of them, to defend you from all of them, to safeguard you from all those saviors. And to make this first two statement as your reality through Shakti Nipada, only Sadashiva in the form of Guru is required. These three statements I am repeating. I wanted to repeat again and again. Maybe even if you guys repeat it 108 times, it will be good. First statement, you are the ultimate, even when you think you are manifesting wrong things in your life. Even if you think you are bound, you are suffering, you are being tortured, you are not in right way, even if you think you are suffering, even if you think you are bound, Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham
Nithyanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gaganasadusham Tattvamasyadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami.
Nithyanam, thank you so much for joining us. Once again, we'll enter into the internalization of the powerful cognitions that we receive from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashiva. How to reclaim your life through completion. Life starts after you discover your root pattern. The root pattern, to recap, always gets created before the age of 7. After the age of 7, root pattern cannot be developed. Only from root pattern, all incompletions start happening. What is an incompletion? The past thoughts, emotional patterns, hangovers, residues, sitting in the present and suffocating you, not letting you live the future, is an incompletion. All patterns boil down to one root pattern. Let us now enter into an exercise where you can find your root pattern. Start by identifying the earliest incident which made you powerless. What was your inner image? How you describe yourself from that incident?
It can be the earliest incident that you can remember. The incident which made you totally powerless. You did not know what to do. You did not know how to handle it. Completely powerless. Identify the earliest incident that you can remember. During that incident, from the memory, identify what was your inner image. How can you describe yourself in that incident? What is your outer image? How you responded, how you projected yourself to others during that time? And what is the life image? What beliefs about the world and life you created from that incident? How you felt about others and how you felt about the happening that made you feel powerless. When you try to find out, open that incident, suddenly you'll remember something which happened at age 6. When you cut and start remembering that particular incident at age 6, suddenly it'll open up something else which happened at the age of 3. Here's an example of how a root pattern can be found, can be analyzed. If a child is playing in the rain, the mother just slaps and brings the child and puts him in the house. The first inner image the child will develop is, I am powerless, I'm weak, I'm an orphan, I am a victim. And the first outer image, even if the child is powerless, it'll try to hit the wall or door or cry. It'll demonstrate, I will show you. The outer image it'll show is, I have to survive. I will show who I am. I am powerful. And the life image, the image it'll have about others, the person who is in front of the child, mother, life happening to the child at that moment is happening through the mother. Cruel demon, can't tolerate my happiness. Now, some of you may be thinking, no, my mother did it for my health reason. Otherwise, I would have caught cold, I would have caught fever, I would have died. All that may be true. All these justifications are happening now. But at that time, when you were 3 years old, you did not have those justifications. You only felt, I am happily enjoying myself. I want to play in the rain. It's so much fun. But this cruel demon is not letting me. She's preventing me from being happy. She's being a dictator, not wanting to be happy, just wants me to be sad, beats me up, just to make me sad, just to make my life miserable. And I'm not able to do anything about it. I'm so weak, I'm so powerless. So maybe at the time you cried, or you just threw something down and broke it, or punched the wall or something, hit the wall or something, as an outer reaction. From that incident, you can identify these 3 images. How you will describe yourself. I was so weak. I was so powerless. How you will describe, or how you will describe your response. What you showed yourself as. No, I'm so powerful. I'll break something. I'll show that I'm objecting to what is happening. I am powerful enough to object to what has happened. And the life image. Life is what at that moment? The mother standing in front of you. Is life actively happening? The image, the life image and others' image that is happening at the time is the image you carried on the mother. A cruel person, a demon, does not want me to be happy, simply wants to control me, just deriving pleasure out of my sadness, stopping my happiness. all of these things and much more would have happened. Now, sit. Identify the earliest incident where you felt so powerless and use this incident, this example, and identify your own incident where you felt powerless. And from that incident, see how the three images formed: your self-image, your others' image, and your life's image. Your inner image, outer image, and life image. Okay, let's take a few minutes to identify our root pattern, the root incident where all these images started happening. If you have any questions, if you are on Zoom, you can put in the Zoom chat, or you can put, if you're watching us on Facebook or YouTube, you can put the comments on YouTube.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Now, let us enter into the next step. After you have identified the incident and the images associated with that incident, now let us enter into self-completion using the mirror technique. The first step is to be completely focused and keep a mirror as close to your face as possible. Fix your eyes on the eyes appearing on the mirror. Do not be distracted by outer events or other thoughts. Start reliving and completing one by one from the earliest incident. Reliving is not remembering. Reliving is entering into how you responded to life, how you were during that incident, going through the same emotions, going through the same outer ambience that you experienced. Whatever happened outside, whatever happened inside, everything bringing up and going through that again, that is reliving. Reliving is relieving. So start reliving and completing one by one from the earliest incident. Completion means look at the past, running continuously in a detached, unclutched way. Please put your whole attention on the mirror. Work sincerely on every incident, every repetition of your root pattern. When you're able to look at the past happening again and again in a completely detached, unclutched way, then you know completion is happening. So let us start reliving, looking at the mirror, locking your eyes on the reflection of your eyes on the mirror, and reliving all those incidents one by one. Reliving means going through the exact same emotions, everything that happened within you, inside you, and everything that happened outside you. Reliving everything. Reliving is relieving. So completing them one by one. Let us start.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham 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 Om Nithyananda
So,
Paramashivoham
from the powerful space of completion with our root pattern, let us enter into manifesting the powers. Let us enter into power manifestation.
Today's power, we are going to manifest increase in temperature. So now everyone sit straight with your folded legs. Turn on your video recording. Apply Jnananjana. Bring your awareness in your eyebrows. Visualize Bhagavan Shri Nithyananda Paramashivoham in your third eye. And start chanting Ajapa Japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Through the power of will, You can change the temperature of your partner. The temperature can increase or decrease. Finally, you can verify with your partner. So now choose your partner and sit with your partner. Bring your awareness in your eyebrows. And keep chanting the Mahavakya, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. The instruction will be projected. Please start.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda.
You can open your eyes and you can ask your partner whether the temperature might have increased or decreased. And you can start share your experience in your social media with our hashtags, hashtag KAILASA, hashtag Nithyananda, hashtag for manifestation. Okay, now let's enter to the next session. Before, we'd like to conclude this session.
Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevavasishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Hari Om Tat Sat. Sarvam Bhagavat Sri Nithyananda Paramashiva Padukarpanamastu. Om Nithyanandam.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om.
Nithyananda, everyone. So we have few participants today. Nithyananda Vishnu, Nithyananda Ma Satya Srinivas.
Shivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om
Yes. Nithyananda. So today, so let's get into the today's session. And today we are going to be looking into what is the root cause of the root pattern, how the root pattern is formed within us, and how we can do completion with all the root pattern that we are carrying. And at the second segment, we are going to be looking into the Samskara Dahana Kriya, one of the most powerful technique to burn all sorts of pain pattern, whether it is a physical, emotional, or conscious pain that we carry. All sorts of pain we are going to be burning through that process called Samskara Dahana Kriya. So today it's going to be a very important session, and I request all of you to pay your full attention to this one. We have learned completion in various sessions in the past many days, but today for the first time we are going to be learning about the root pattern, the root incident or the root pattern, which is the source of all the problem that we have. From that root pattern only all other patterns take birth and grow, flourish. So we have been completing all the various patterns, but once we are able to complete with the root pattern, which is the root of all the patterns, that's why it is called a root pattern. Once we are able to successfully complete with our root pattern, in one shot we can complete with all the patterns that we carry. So without any delay, let's start on the understanding and identifying the root pattern.
The first thing, the first attack on of any strong emotion that happens to us and imbalances our whole cognition. This gives birth to the mind. The pattern we develop from that moment is called root pattern. This is the first strong emotion that happens to us. Root pattern in Sanskrit is called Mula Vasana. So, for example, of a root pattern, it can be anything as simple as your mother did not give you the cake and gave it to your brother. Any small incidents as simple as this could be the root incidents from which the root pattern took birth. It can be as simple as your mother making you sit on the dining table so that you will not run around and make a mess. Your brother chasing you into a room and trying to beat you, or you tried your best and failed in your exam competition. It can be even small things like this. But when you're powerless, from your powerlessness, when you take this kind of powerlessness, the first time when it happens in your life and your cognition is imbalanced, the mind takes birth there. The pattern which you develop at that time is root pattern. That is the root on which the mind is born.
Okay. So let us understand one more time what the root pattern is, and I'll project it for all of you to take a note of it. I think this will be very important for all of us to understand and memorize it actually, what the root pattern is. getting a much better understanding of the root pattern. So just give me for a moment while I'm projecting the screen for all of you. Okay. So now I'll project this for all of you. Yes. So now you can see that what exactly the root pattern is. Understand, we have been going through many such pattern and understanding how a pattern is developed. Okay. So there are many incidences that happen in our life, and for some we are able to handle it very comfortably, sometimes very powerfully, but there are many situations which literally imbalances us. There are situations which completely breaks us down, and we go through so much of emotions, mood swings, powerlessness, and various other kind of emotions we go through. So what Swami is saying, that the very first attack of any strong emotion happening in you and imbalancing your whole cognition. So you have to understand that the emotions that happen, the very first attack, and it is imbalancing your whole cognition. Imbalancing your whole cognition and giving birth to your mind. That pattern we develop from that moment is called root pattern. So Swamiji is giving various example of it. Let's say that your mother did not give a cake to you and she gave to your brother. Okay. So it does not need to be a root pattern for you, but if this incidence imbalances you and you literally feel rejected that moment. Okay. I'm just giving one example, that rather than giving to you, your mother gives to your elder brother or a younger brother, or you would have felt that you are not wanted, or you could have felt that nobody loves you. And this cognition, when this idea that takes birth in you, when you get shaken completely at that moment, you literally, your cognition gets imbalanced. Understand, that is the moment, that is the time you develop certain understanding, certain cognition about yourself, about the life, about others. And that is what is called root pattern. The pattern that you are developing is the root pattern. So there are various examples that Swami is giving, just because we are saying that it is a root pattern doesn't mean that something too big would have happened in your life or something too miserable would have happened in your life. It could be as simple as incidents where rather than giving a toffee to you, it was given to your younger brother, your sister, or your friend, somebody. It can be as small as this incident. So actually, the strength of incident does not matter, but how you cognized at that moment, how you handled your life at that moment, that is what defines the pattern at that time. So if you are really second that time, that becomes your root pattern. So Swamiji is saying again and again that it may be as simple as your mother making you sit on the dining table, as she may have a good reason for it, that you will not run around and she will be able to give the food to you, or you may not be running around and creating mess, so that she can work. But you could have felt very powerless at that moment, that you do not have enough power to do what you want to do, or life is being denied to you. So various cognition. So we are going to do the assignment where you will try to figure out what was your root pattern, what was your root incident. Okay. So you are going to sit with yourself, you are going to think through, dig out, you'll be able to find out your root pattern. Only thing, whenever you think through, continue to speak in front of mirror. So the whole process that you are going to be doing to find out your root pattern, you are going to be sitting in front of mirror, you are going to be speaking continuously with yourself, and you are going to be dig out, think through, and find out what will be your root incident. Sit in front of the mirror comfortably. So right now we are giving you the instructions. We'll go through a few more videos where Swamiji will be defining the root pattern, giving more deeper understanding on the root pattern and why it is important for all of us to discover it and bring completion with it. Okay. But right now we are giving instruction. Once we go through Swamiji video, we are going to do that assignment. So sit in front of the mirror comfortably. Whatever you think as your root pattern, the first time powerlessness that overpowered you in your life. It may be at the age of 3, 4, or the earliest memory you remember. Sometime it would have happened in the 3 or 4, but you will remember only the incident that happened in the 7 or 8. But what you remember is start talking. So another understanding that you need to have here, that all the root patterns are developed before the age of 7. Okay, there is no exception in this one. All the root patterns for every single individual, it is developed before the age of 7. Means the incident which collapsed you, okay, which literally shook you, that would happen only before the age of 7. But while you try to dig out, while you try to find out, you may not find out the incident which happened before the age of 7. You may remember which happened yesterday. You may remember which happened 1 year before. You may remember which happened 10 years before, or at the age of 8, 9, 10. It's possible that any of these incidents you can remember, but understand you need to dig more deeper. With that incident, go more back till you find it before the age of 7. But till you find it, you have to continue to talk to yourself in the mirror. You go on talking. So when you start talking, you'll understand, and suddenly you may remember the deeper root pattern which has started much earlier, the incidents which happened much earlier. So it may have happened at the age of 3, 4, 5. For some people, it may have happened in the womb of mother. So for some, at the time of birth, when they took birth. So it could be anywhere between 0 to 7. And you can remember many more incidences. Understand? All the incidences you are going to do completion, but the earliest one is going to be your root pattern. The very first incident that you can remember will be your root pattern. So whether you feel healthless or helpless or emotionally weak, tired, bored, lazy, agitated, irritated, everything, all this put together are powerlessness, feeling powerless. Okay. So let us understand this word, what powerlessness is. We do use many times, when you are feeling powerless. So we may relate powerless as, when you are not feeling the enough power in you, but that is not the only situation of how you cognize powerless. But even if you're feeling lazy or bored or tired, all these are also powerlessness. If you are feeling irritated, agitated, helpless, okay, or healthless, all these are the various form of powerlessness. All this together, we will be using the word powerlessness. Understand, Swami says that you can live without any of this. And that is the good news. The bad news is that we need to work for it. Means to live without all this powerlessness or to live with the powerfulness, we need to work for it. And the good news is that we can live without all these things, because we continue to hold on all these powerless cognitions, all these emotions, because we feel that it is necessary for our living, or we feel that it is the part and parcel of the life. Many times we feel that having a bad health is my destiny, or having depressions, mood swings, frustrations, laziness, tiredness. This is part of the human life. Nobody has come out of it. So it is part of the life. I am also having it. But the good news is that it is not. We can live without it. It is not necessary to have powerlessness, any kind of powerlessness in our life. But the thing is that we need to work for it. Then only we can have it.
So one incident from Swamiji's life, Swamiji has very beautifully shared. I am going around the hill alone. A small boy reading the Arunagiri Andati, the 100 songs on Arunachala, written by Guhai Namashivaya, a great saint. With that book, I am walking. I have been asked to go around the hill every day by my Guru, Mataji Vibhudananda Puri. In the night, I am supposed to go around because in the daytime, there is no time. I will be sometime going to school or sitting with her and studying the Vedas, Upanishads. So after the sunset, she will tell, now lessons are over. Please go around the hill and come back and sleep, as if it is next door. If you go around the hill, if I go around the hill, when will I sleep? Because by the time I come back, I have to take bath in the tank and go to the temple for Suprabhatam. When Lord is waking up, Arunachala is waking up, you should go and see him early morning when he wakes up. So this was the reply of Mataji Vibhudananda Puri. Swamiji replied, so I'll have to run. Anyhow, I went around every day. One day, night, some 10 hyenas. As we know, hyena is a animal, will be very shy as alone, but will attack and kill any human being if they are in a group. So some 10 hyenas are standing in front of me suddenly. In the midnight, I'm all alone with just that one book, Songs of Arunachala. And from the navel, from the lower abdomen, Swadhisthana, I gave the voice, Arunachala. Swamiji shouted in a loud voice, Arunachala. I don't know whether the whole Arunachala hill vibrated with that. There appeared an old man with a stick, drove the hyenas away. They all ran away. Somehow I got saved. Anyhow, I came back and I narrated the whole story to my Guru, Mataji Vibhudananda Puri, with the deep feeling from tomorrow, I don't need to go to the hill walking around the hill. And after describing with all the masala and the whole thing, she heard everything and said, wow, Arunachala saved you. So the next day she said, Mata Vibhudananda Puri said, come on, go for the hill rounding. I was shocked. Swamiji is revealing. He was shocked. I asked, what do you mean? Will every day Arunachala come and save me? She just hit at me with one question. Will everyday hyenas come and attack you? My mother, who is always overprotective of me, I'm going to tell her. She heard the whole thing. Then she said, if everyday hyenas come, every day Arunachala also will come. Go. Swamiji is further telling us the story. I tell you, even now, I am seeing it in my life. Whenever hyenas come, Arunachala comes and protects me. It may be 10 hyenas or 12 hyenas or 600 hyenas. Arunachala comes and protects. If I would not have gone next day for my walk around the hill, Giri Pradakshina, I would have continued to be a human being with one divine experience because I decided to go. Now I am a divine being. One human experience of screaming.
It's 10 o'clock.
So Swamiji has finally concluded this short story saying, do not allow root patterns to get rooted in you. So this was the message from one of the rare stories, real life incidences of Swamiji, our beloved Guru, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism.
So why Swamiji is sharing this story? You need to understand that whenever, it is our responsibility to break the root pattern that we are carrying. Here what Swami is saying, that when he was going around the Arunachala hill, when he saw the 10 hyenas, the fear stroke that happened in him, he could have taken decision or his Guru would have supported him not to go, and he could have lived with that fear for his whole life. But because he decided to face it, he was able to break it and break himself completely forever. Not just he was able to break, but he literally manifested this powerful connection with the Arunagiri Yogeshwara, with Arunachala, and he is always there with. He is always, even what Swamiji meant when 10 Haina, 600 Haina. Swamiji has gone through so much of attack, persecutions in his life. So any number of Hainas, the enemies of the Swamiji or all the Hindu magic forces who continue to attack, always Arunachala comes and protect. And because he is manifesting all this, because he decided to break that fear that he faced in his life at that time. All of us, when we face the pattern in our life, we just decide to run away from it. Every time when we have to face it, we only decide to run away, run away, run away. All the root pattern, when we are going to relive it, when we are going to consciously relive it, face it, we will be able to get out of it. We'll completely free from ourselves and we'll start manifesting all the powers of Paramashiva. Not just one or two. All the powers of Paramashiva, the door will open to manifest all the powers. So understand the context with which Swami is sharing that we have to relive, we have to face it and break it. Get out of this incompletion, the root pattern which we are carrying. It can be related with the fear that we face in our life. It could have been with anything, as simple as we being rejected of a chocolate, or it could be as big, or as you could have seen somebody getting murdered in your life. It could be your own near and dear one. It could be some random person which you saw and you literally got shaken in your life. Literally, you felt threatened in your life. It could be anything, but you need to get out of it. You need to work to get out of it. And as Swamiji manifested so much in his life, he manifested Arunachala forever in his life. We are going to manifest Swamiji in our life when we are going to face the root incident, root pattern in our life. Understand the root thought pattern we are going to be looking into, and we are going to understand why we behave the way we behave. Okay. Everything in existence has a root. Everything that we do has the reason, and that is the root pattern. Understand whatever we do in our life, the way we think, the way we behave, the way we respond, the way we cognize, the way we experience the life, or the way we express the life, everything has a reason, and everything is rooted in the cognitions we carry, and all these cognitions are built when are rooted in our root pattern, the root incident we face. So only when we bring completion, the real life opens in us. The completion happens and we start seeing life as it is there. Okay. So now it is time. We are going to be listening to one of the video from Swamiji. Very beautifully, he will describe how to find our root pattern, which is the root of all the sufferings, the pain that we go through, or whatever we face in our lives, whether it is good or bad, our root patterns are responsible for it. Only when we complete, the real life happens in us. The real life, the real possibility opens up in us. Till we are having the root pattern, understand we are not living. Only with the completion of root pattern, the life starts, the living happen in us. So let us watch this video. Okay, we'll look into the sound. Just give me a few moments. I'll fix the sound.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda. And what was your life image? Means, how did you judge others or life at that moment? Listen, what was your inner image? I wanted you to understand this one thing. Please listen carefully. Whenever it comes to deal yourself, you try to be very safe, handle you in a very like a baby and rose flower, very cutely, with a light romance, you feel you should be handled. But when it comes to handling others, you become a judge. See, for you, you are a liar. For others, you are a judge. Because of this childishness, the many cognitions you built, when you repeat again and again, suddenly all that will start breaking. All that will lose power over you. Very simple. Very, very, very straightforward, simple. Just few lines. Listen to this few lines carefully. 1. Try to remember the earliest, as far as your memory goes, the earliest first time you felt powerless, either by fear or guilt or weakness. First time when you felt powerless. It can be as simple as your mother made you sit on the dining table, or you were playing in the rain and your mother slapped you and dragged you inside the room, or just a stone thrown by your friend or your brother has hit you. It can be as simple as this, or your sister snatching the ice cream. Now usually sisters don't snatch, only brothers snatch. No, I have seen. Sister is the best relationship. I grew up in large family. Sister is the best relationship. It can be as simple as your mom gave one sweet extra to your younger brother. Your dad gave one cloth or jewel extra to your younger sister. It can be anything. First time when you felt powerless, what was your inner image? Means, what did you tell about you to you? What was your outer image? How you showed you to others? How you reacted to that situation? And what was your life image? Means, how did you judge others or life at that moment? Listen, what was your inner image? What was your outer image? What was your life image at that moment? It is almost like a surgery. You have to now cut yourself and see. It's a surgery, literally, because now you will remember an incident which happened at the age of 8. When you try to find out, open that incident, suddenly you will remember something which happened at 6. When you cut and start remembering that incident, suddenly it will open up something which happened at the age of 3. Earliest memory. First time, as far as you can remember, when you became powerless. Actually, you will be surprised, because I'm going to blow prana into you. Means awaken your pranic energy. You will remember the memories you never thought, you never imagined you will be able to remember. Actually, only now you will see directly what I can do to your mind. You will suddenly remember the deepest layers of your memory. You may even remember what happened during your birth, and even those scenes you may start seeing. Actually, I am going to blow prana into your navel center. You will be there only, I will be here only. I will be awakening you. See, the navel center, that means your umbilical cord connection with your mother. That is the zone stores earliest memories. And if that awakens, means Kundalini enters into that navel zone, suddenly you will see from your birth, when they cut that umbilical cord, from that you will start remembering the memories. I'll give you an example. If a child is playing in the rain, mother just slaps and brings the child and puts him in the house. The first inner image the child will develop, I am powerless, weak, orphan, victim. And the first outer image, even if the child is powerless, it will try to hit the wall or door, cry, it will demonstrate. I'll show you the outer image. It will show is, I have to survive. I'll show you who I am. I am powerful. And the life image, the image it will have about others, means who is in front of the child? Only mother, cruel, demon. You can't tolerate my happiness. See, now you may think, no, my mother did it for my health reason, otherwise I would have caught cold, I would have caught fever, I would have died. All that now you will justify, but at that time, you will not have any of those justification. With that intelligence, you will create only this cognition. All of you are getting it? Actually, I am going to churn and awaken the Kundalini Shakti on your navel. How many of you understood this example? when the child is dragged. There are 3-4 rules. Always root pattern will be formed before the age of 7. So the first incident you find will be before the age of 7. If it is after 7, you will have to dig out and you will find it. Always the incident will be before the age of 7. That's one. Second, all major sufferings, whether it is physical or mental, you go through in the life will be connected to that root pattern. It is the root pattern responsible for serious physical or mental sufferings you go through. It starts only from there. And blessed are those who complete with their root pattern when they are young or before it manifests as any serious disorder. How many below 30? Raise your hand. You guys are the real blessed. Real blessed. Because it will never manifest as any disease in you. It's killed. Means the poison is destroyed before it can damage any part of you. Of course, others also, poison is destroyed. Now, but now I have to heal the parts which has already been damaged. The toxic mental setup which is already created, the subtle brain grooves get developed based on your thinking pattern. That needs to be completed. Means that work has to be done by tomorrow, next, the few sessions. Before 30, the strong grooves don't get developed. That is almost like a rangoli only. You can wipe it by ordinarily. But after 30, it's almost like they say in Guru Gita says, whatever Brahma writes with the hand, Guru wipes by leg. Brahma writes by hand, Guru wipes by leg. So this is the wiping I am supposed to do. The subtle grooves you develop in your brain with your toxic mental setup. Now only you are entering into the most serious or important part of inner awakening. Please understand. Last 4 days is more like a warming up session. I am introducing some concepts, some theories, some simple techniques, some simple, very entertaining processes. Today we are entering into a very serious transformation where literally many of your past loads will be wiped from you. Means you will forget them. It will just not be there. It will just not be there. But that not there zone, you would have never imagined can happen to you. You understand? See, you can never imagine some heavy load from you can be taken away once for all. So now this is the process we are going to enter. So much of load will be taken away once for all. Where not only they become irrelevant to you, they are just not there for you. That is the best space to be. Your root pattern again and again repeats and hurts you deeply. One more thing, how many of you understood? Yesterday in that whole Samskara Dahana Kriya, many of your sufferings are almost like a same type. Same type only, your sufferings, your patterns, The way you torture yourself is the same type. How many of you understood that? That will be disconnected or broken. It's like there is a pearl chain. If you just cut the center thread, the whole thing will fall apart. So today I am going to cut the center thread. The root pattern which makes your life go in the same trend of suffering. Whether it is physical problem or mental problem. Usually it will start as a mind, then translate into physical. But now when we kill this, in the root, it will never grow, or it will never, it loses its power to torture you physically or mentally or in any way. Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Yes. So, Swamiji now gave us the technique on how to do the completion. Sorry, how to find the root pattern. He went into giving various understanding on finding the root pattern. Now, we are going to get into the next part of this video, where Swamiji is going to tell us how to live without the suffering. All the root patterns we create are the source of the suffering. Now we are going to listen how to live without all the sufferings that we have in our life.
I wanted you to understand this one thing. Please listen carefully. Whenever it comes to deal yourself, you try to be very safe, handle you in a very, like a baby and rose flower. Listen, this one technique is powerful enough. It is capable of helping you to achieve anything you want. Please understand, with all my integrity I am telling you, whether you want health, or you want to achieve wealth, or you want to achieve happy relationships, or completion with yourself, contentment, ultimate enlightenment. Anything you want, this one technique can give you that. This one technique practiced can give anything you want. It's the most powerful. One of the most powerful technique Mahadeva has given. It is given by Mahadeva, Shiva to Devi, through Devi to all of us. In Shivagama, the chapter called Sivajnana Upanishad, Sloka 94th verse, 22nd technique. So before entering into initiation, let's bow down to Mahadeva and request his presence to make us realize this technique. As per the tradition, I will read out the original Sanskrit verse also, but you don't have to remember the original verse. It's as a tradition I will read out, and I will give you the translation. I will explain exactly the technique. Chittatyantaha kritir nasti mamantar bhavayet iti vigalpanam apavena vigalpai ruchito bhavet. Chittatyantah kritir nasti mamantar bhavayet iti vigalpanam abhavena vigalpair uchito bhavet. Listen to translation. Consciously feel within that mind stuff of past memories of incompletion with its activities as mind, intellect and ego are not existing in me. By contemplating this way, in your inner space, disidentify from the past impressions and the memories of incompletion, put your active attention at the space of past happening, relive these imagined impressions and memories of incompletion, then the mind stuff, having fully ceased from its present characteristics of forming thought patterns and cognitions, is complete. Thus, you become complete and achieve the original space of complete completion. Now I'll explain the technique. Listen. The incident when that incompletion started happening in you, the moment the incident is ready in front of you, go back to that same space and relive. Listen, not remembering, reliving. I'll tell you the difference. If some incompletion has happened at the age of 7, now you are 47, but the incident has happened at the age of 7. If you continue to be a 47-year-old person and remember what has happened at the age of 7, that is remembering. If you continue to be a 47-year-old person, think what has happened at the age of 7, that is remembering. But if you just forget who you are now, become that person, the 7-year-old person, means what was your inner image at that time, what was your outer image at that time, what was your other's image at that time, what was your life image at that time. Get into that and start reliving. Listen. That time, whatever intelligence you had, whatever space you had inside, get back to that and start reliving as it happened. Remembering will strengthen incompletion. Reliving will complete incompletions. Remembering will strengthen it. Reliving will complete it. Listen. Many times people ask me, why are you asking us to remember all the negative things, past failures? I am not asking you to remember. I am asking you to relive. The difference is retaining your present identity and thinking the past is remembering. Forgetting your present and getting into the past is reliving. How many of you understand now the difference between these two? Listen. When incident happens, I'll give you one example. One guy at the age of 7 goes for a walk in the beach with the father. Suddenly he sees few people beating each other. In that chaos, one person got killed. One murder has happened. Everyone ran away. Naturally, he also ran away. If this has happened in your life, you will never go to beach again. Even if you go, whenever you go, you will see the heaviness of that murder coming back to you. You go through the same pain, heaviness. Listen. In this incident, this has happened at the age of 7. Now you are 47. When that incident has happened, the fear, powerlessness you felt gets suppressed in you because you are not able to handle it or face it. You just escape. Because you escaped, don't think that emotions disappear. You suppress them and escape. Those suppressed emotions, suppressed fear, suppressed powerlessness becomes the sand, earth, for the pattern to grow. Because that suppressed fear is there, every time you go to beach, that fear repeats, that incompletion repeats, that incompletion haunts you. If that suppression is broken, if that is released by reliving the incident, suddenly the pattern building will collapse. Pattern is like a building. Each time you go through the pattern, one brick gets added. But the suppressed emotion during the first incident, that is the foundation. If the foundation is removed, what will happen? Simply the building will collapse. Please understand. The suppressed powerlessness in you forms the foundation for the building of pattern, where every time you go through that same fear, panic, pain, panic attack, fear stroke, one brick is added. Every time you go through, one brick is added. Every time you go through, one brick is added. For this pattern, incompletion building, the foundation is your suppressed fears, incompletions. Listen. If that suppressed fears and incompletions, suppressed fears, powerlessness, if that melts down, if that is released, this whole building of incompletion will collapse. How many of you understand what I am saying? How many of you still are not able to understand? Raise your hand. I'll repeat. Listen. I'll repeat the same example. At the age of 7, you go for a beach walk with your father. You see somebody is killed. And naturally you get frightened. You fall into that powerlessness. You try to escape from that scene. But that does not mean you save yourself from that emotional turmoil also. Even if you run and sit in the car, after coming back to the house also, that whole powerlessness, that fear, that shivering still will be there inside, but you don't know how to get rid of it. You suppress, try to divert yourself by suppressing it. So that becomes a foundation for the fear pattern to grow, fear incompletion to grow. Every time you go through a panic attack, that becomes one brick in the fear, in the incompletion building. Incompletion is building the powerlessness you first experienced is the foundation. If that suppressed powerlessness first you experience, that suppressed fear, if that is released in your system, the building will just collapse. It will really collapse. Now do you understand? So now, in this reliving process, suppressed powerlessness, fears during each incident will be released through your nervous system. You will be free. You will be free. The whole incompletion will collapse. Now you might have written minimum 10 incompletion. For all the 10 also there can be only one incident or two incident, because of which all 10 incompletions have grown in you. It is not necessarily each incompletion should have one incident. Even in from one incident, 4 or 5 incompletions can come. So whatever incidents you remember, pick it up, one by one, relive them 5 times. Listen, not remembering. Now pick up the incident. If it has happened at the age of 7, forget your present identity, whether you are 27, 37, 47, 57, 87, forget. Go back to that age when that incident happened. Bring that same inner image. What was your inner image at that time? What was your outer image at that time? What was your other's image at that time? What was your life image at that time? Relive that. Relive that. How many of you understand? Just take few minutes to read what you wrote. That 10 incompletions, 10 major incompletions you are going to relive. Close your eyes, tie the ribbon. Put the blindfold and sit straight. Please tie the ribbon, close your eyes, sit straight. Pick up the first incident. Forget your present context. Go back to that original space, same time, mood, the identity you had at that time. Go back to the same identity. Start reliving again and again, at least 5 times. Relive again and again, at least 5 times, each incident. Relive it intensely, sincerely.
Nithyananda, everyone. So now let us start the completion process, and all the participants, if you want to have any clarity, please let me know. If anything you did not understand, you want some more examples to be given, please let us know. So, Vishwanathan, you need any clarification? Any understanding to be given? If not, we are going to start the process. So in this process, the goal is to find the earliest possible event when you felt powerless for the very first time. Literally, you collapsed. And once you find that incident, you have to vividly write the whole incident, narrate the whole thing that happened. As detailed you can write. Whenever you're doing the completion process, one thing that we need to avoid is writing as a bullet point, or just not writing, just trying to mentally remember few things and thinking, okay, that's the assignment done. Complete incident only, not remembering when we are starting here. So that is what you have to find. What we do generally, all of us know when we feel powerless about certain things. When we are going through the mood swings, some depressions, some kind of boredom, or suddenly somebody comes and spoils left and right, or when you feel fear of the future. So many ways. There are so many ways we feel powerless about within us. Pick up any one of them. Okay. And start going back. See, when did you feel that powerlessness 1 year within last 1 month? Then go back in last 3 months when all you felt. Remember all that. Write all that incident as much as possible. Go 2 year, 3 year. That is the way you go back. Understand? That is the way to find the earliest possible incident. It's not possible for everyone, or it does not happen actually, that I just sit in meditation, I start looking back, and I am able to find the very first incident that happened. In most of the cases, we need to go back few days back, few months, then years, few years. And that is how we go on doing completion, and go back. The more and more completion you do, the more and more layers start opening. Layers of your past start opening. The past start revealing itself to you, and you will be able to go back into your root incident. So this is the context, this is the understanding with which you are going to start now. But for every incident, have this habit, have this practice that always, be descriptive. be as write as detailed as you can write. Like literally, you are going to narrate the incident. Okay, so it's not that you have to do the presentation about what you felt in your past. Okay, but literally approach it as if you have to write an autobiography of yourself. Understand there is a difference. No? When you have to give presentation, we just write the bullet point, and when it comes to explain, we explain. But when it comes to writing autobiography, you are going to write every single incident as detailed as well. So that is how for every time when you do the completion, anytime when you have to find any of your pain pattern, pain memory, incident, root pattern, any pattern, be descriptive, as detailed as you can. That will give you so much of clarity. And the more detail you write, the more easy it will be for you to understand that incompletion and get out of it. Understand? That's very, very important. That's it. So let us start. I'll just project the instructions. I'm sure all of you are remembering that also. It's very simple instruction. So please start now. So now, I'm sure you need a lot more time to write down all these things. And yeah, you need a lot more time to write down, find all the incident. Half an hour is not at all enough. Sometimes you need 4 hours, 5 hours, 6 hours, 10 hours. It's a really, really long process. So as soon as the program finishes, I'll suggest you to start doing this process. This should be the first assignment. In whole Paramashivam level 2, we would have given, let's say, 21 day, maybe 50 or 75 assignments you would have got. But for all that 75, the first assignment that is to choose is the completion, this completion process. Give almost 8 hour, 9 hour, 10 hour, and go on doing. You will see so much of your root incidents, so many of incidents, so many of patterns and related incidents will start opening up in you, and just go on completing, you will see so much of life open up, so much of transformations will happen. Okay. So due to time constraint, we need to move to the next segment, and next segment is going to be power manifestation. So let's start the power manifestation. Sit straight and close your eyes. Swamiji in your third eye. So we are going to do the same power manifestation last time. If you have any partner, you can call your partner. If not a partner, you can do for yourself actually also. You can increase or decrease the temperature of your body. If you have partner, do this with your partner. You increase the temperature or decrease the temperature of your partner, and your partner will do for you. So please close your eyes and visualize Swami in your third eye. Chant the Mahavakya intensely and loudly. Make the Satya Sankalpa, the conscious resolution. Create and will to manifest this power of Paramashiva. Make the Satya Sankalpa to increase temperature of your body or your partner's body. Continue to chant the Mahavakya. Let's start the power manifestation. Nithyananda, please relax now. Please open your eyes. Yes. So, Viswanathan, please share your experience of power manifestation. Also, let's while you're typing, let's get ready for the next segment. And next segment is going to be Samskara Dahana Kriya. So, as the name suggests, the Samskara, all the engraved memories, what we also call it the incompletions. Dahana means burning all that. So, let us look into this is one of the very, very powerful meditation technique, and which everyone must do to get out of the various pain patterns that we carry in our life. So Swami says, defines what is pattern, samskara. So all the engraved memories of a pattern is a samskara. The samskara dahana kriya means burning all our pain patterns, which is the root of suffering in our life. So understand, when you start doing the completion process, you will see so many of incompletions are associated with the pain. So much of pain will be there, and that becomes one of the obstacles in doing completion. When we go through so much of pain, either we try to escape from it, or it triggers so many other incompletion in our system that makes us feel that why should I do completion, or you may get into suddenly the revenge mode that this person, that situation, life has caused so much of pain. How can I just like that drop the pain? I want to take revenge on it. So there are many various other patterns get triggered when we have pain associated with our completion. To get the completion, specifically when we are getting into the root pattern completion, we will be facing so much of pain through associated with the various incompletions. And that's it's very important to reduce the intensity of pain and suffering that is associated with each of the incompletions that we have in our life. And that's why we are going into samskara dahana kriya. So anytime you find a difficulty doing completion with any of your incompletion, understand, you must do samskara dahana kriya, reduce the intensity of pain attached with that incompletion. And soon you will start seeing that it becomes so easy for you to do completion. So samskara dahana kriya is a very powerful completion technique to burn emotional, mental, and physical pain that we have experienced and stored in our body, and bringing peace to ourselves and to the world. So the whole process, it's not just to burn your pain and suffering, but the moment you burn your pain and suffering, you literally bring peace into the world. Not just to yourself, but the moment you bring peace and bliss to yourself, you literally bring peace and bliss to thousands of people in your life. So healing our pain or suffering will heal the collective negativity of the whole world. So there are three types of pain on which we are going to be working. One is the physical pain, which all of us understand. Whenever we get any kind of physical hurt, we know what the physical pain is. Almost all of us have experienced it. Then comes mental pain. So what exactly is the mental pain? It happens when whatever we want and does not happen the way we want. So there are many realities all of us want to manifest in our life, and when that does not happen, or when it happens but not the way we wanted it to happen, it causes pain to us, and that pain is called mental pain. And all of us have this mental pain because there are thousands of desires from the time we take birth to till date. Thousands of desires we will have, and many of those desires do not get fulfilled, or we do not know how to get it fulfilled. But because we have the desire not being fulfilled, we do have so much of mental pain. Then comes emotional pain. It happens when we are not respected, if we are cheated, or the trust is breached. So this also most of us do experience in our life, and many of our incompletions are related, are born out of this kind of situations that would have happened in our life. There will be many pain related to this, like you are not loved enough, you are not respected enough, you are not wanted in a group or community where you are living, or the family you are living. All this pain, emotional pain. So these are the three main type of pain that we have in our life. Further, Swami said that there is a common saying that the time heals. All of us say that the time will heal it, and because of many times when we are not ready to face, or when we do not know how to face it, how to overcome the pain, we just leave it on the time, saying time heals, time will heal. What Swami said that understand the time is needed for healing only because we are not ready to face the pain and suffering in a conscious way. If we can face it in conscious way or in aware manner at the time of incident that had happened, we do not need time to heal all our incompletions. So what we are going to be doing in this process of samskara dahana kriya, so before we get ready for samskara dahana kriya, I request all of you to have a few things ready with us, because this is also again a long process that goes samskara dahana kriya, or whenever you do the samskara dahana kriya, even after the program ends, when you do, you must have the pen and paper with you. You need to have the water and comfortable place for yourself. And you need to have Swamiji Atma Murti in the place where you are going to be doing samskara dahana kriya. Understand, this is one of the most important component, I can say, or the ingredient that is needed for this completion to happen. You need to have Swamiji Atma Murti. Okay, if you say that you do not have Atma Murti, you can always print the photos of Swamiji. So many of photos are available on the internet. You can go to Nithyananda PD, you can go to Facebook, can go to Twitter or Instagram, any other platform, you'll find so many photos of Swamiji. Whichever photo you like, you are able to relate, download that photo, print it, have a good print of that, put a frame, and you have the Swamiji Atma Murti. Or you can actually have the Swamiji Atma Murti as you get to see in the Kailasas around the world. But you must have it, okay? No excuse for all this. It is very, very important in bringing completion during this process of samskara dahana kriya. Okay, so I request all of you to get ready with this, and we are going to do it in a few minutes. We are going to actually explaining the full process of how to do samskara dahana kriya. So understand, in the samskara dahana kriya, we are going to remember all the incidents that would have caused pain in us. So literally all the incident where you would have gone through physical pain, mental pain, or emotional pain. So this process is completing with all form of pain, not just emotional, not just mental, but even the physical pain also we are going to be bringing completion. So just give me a few moments. I'll project the instructions on the screen also so that it's easy for you to take a note of it. Okay. So I'm projecting the instruction for your understanding. So the first step involves start with the earliest memory of your life. Okay. So by now you would have remembered so many of incidents in your life which has left some sort of uneasiness in you, some sort of pain or suffering, emotional hangover, or some sort of hangover in you. Start with the earliest memory of your life. Also recall all the unpleasant moments, incident of your life. So as you recall each of the incident, you are going to be reliving it in your inner space. Okay. So we are going to have the standard process, First, remember all the incident, write it vividly, as descriptive as you can write. Literally, as if you're writing your autobiography. From that context, from that understanding, approach all of the incident and write complete detail about it. Once you have written down all the incident that you can remember, okay, then only you are jumping to the next step. It's not like one incident you remember to the completion, then go to the second. You write all the incidents first, all the unpleasant moment, all the painful moment. Okay, write it down. Once you have written down, relive that in your inner space intensely. Okay, so go back to the same situation, same emotions, same thinking, same understanding. What we follow in the completion process. Do that intensely. Go back to exactly that age. Means literally you forget present age, color, form, intelligence, the environment around you, everything you literally forget. Okay, you are just in this body, but you literally go back to that age, that incident. Okay. So relive how you felt that time, how you cognized, and how you responded into that situation. So you're not going to do any kind of editing in the whole incident that happened. Neither you are going to put any of your intelligence and try to understand and pacify yourself. Nothing. You literally go back, become that person. If you are a 6-year-old child, literally you become a 6-year-old child. You do not need to carry the identity or intelligence that you have at this age. Okay, literally become a 6-year-old kid and relive from that very space. You just go on living. So this will make you understand that how you have grown or shrunk. So with the context of reliving your identity, do this process. So this is going to be the second step. I think this is the fifth or sixth step process. After reliving, you're going to write down each memory as clearly as you are writing a story. So after you have done the completion process, you are going to write down the whole story again. After writing all the incident, relive the incident in the mirror. Okay, that means you need to have one good mirror with you. If you have the life-size mirror, that will be the best mirror where you can literally see your whole body. If not, you can have the hand mirror, but try to have as big mirror as possible. And I think that is not difficult for any one of you to find a life-size mirror. So once you have written down, means the third step, you are again writing down all the incident as descriptive as possible. After you have written down the incident, you are going to again relive that incident in the mirror. So literally you visualize. In the first step, you visualize, relived the whole incident in your inner space. The same thing, you are just visualizing that it is happening inside the mirror. Okay. While you are doing, again, remember, do not censor anything, do not edit anything. Okay. And do not avoid any incident. Do not try to put your intelligence, understanding that you have gained now. Okay. You are, again, the incident has happened at the age of 6. You are a 6-year-old child. The way you used to dress, the way you used to talk, the way you used to think, everything has to be same. You are literally in the same mood, same space, same people around you. That is how you have to literally create yourself in that environment and relive that in the mirror. So this is going to be fourth step. And in the fifth step, you are going to share that with the Swamiji in the form of Atma Murti, that to minimum 5 times, and relive all the incident. So while you are sharing with Swamiji, have Swamiji Atmamurti in front of you and talk to Swamiji. Okay. So literally all the incident that you have written, you are going to read that to Swamiji. Read it loudly. You are not going to be just murmuring and not thinking. Okay. The thinking that okay, Swamiji can listen in my inner space also. Understand this is the direct instruction from Swamiji. You are literally going to talk to him as you will talk to your friend, family, or anyone else. Okay. So that is how you are going to do. And this is the process of reliving the incidents in the fifth step. Okay. So these are the 5-step process that you are going to be doing it. Okay. And this you are going to do for every single painful incident that you have. So if you have been able to remember, let's say 20 different incidents. Okay. So for each of the 20 incident, you have to do it five times. All the 5 steps has to be done. Okay. That is how you are going to be doing it. So we'll give you a few minutes. Okay. I'll again provide the summary of all the processes, all the steps. Okay. So let us start now. I request all of you to pick up the pen and paper, have some water, because when you are going through this completion, a lot of heat will be generated in your body. So it is good to have water. Continuously keep hydrating your body. Keep your body cool while you are doing the completion process. So pick up the pen and paper. If you need any clarification, let me know. And I think the instructions are very clear. It's being projected on your screen. You can write it down and start the whole process. Okay, so I request all of you to start now. We'll give you a few minutes for this. Nithyananda, everyone. Please relax now. I request all the participants to relax now. Open your eyes. So I think all of you did only the first step or second step of this process, where you have to do the completion with yourself, reliving in your inner space. But after this, you have to, once you relive that in inner space, you have to pen down the incident as if you are narrating a story, as if you are writing your biography. And understand this process is actually going to be writing your whole biography. Once you have done this completion process, for 48 days, Swamiji gives the guidance for all of us to do it for 48 days continuously. So when you do this for 48 days, you would have discovered so much of pain, you would have healed so many of pain and all that. The whole notebook that you will prepare, you will become like your whole autobiography. That is what actually, that's why, literally you are going to prepare your autobiography, doing completion and getting out of that whole biography that you've written about yourself. So do not forget to complete all other steps involved into this one, where you are going to write this in detail, then reliving the whole incident in the mirror. After that, you are going to narrate all the incident to Swamiji Atmamurti, as if by talking to Swamiji. And then you have to do this, all the steps at least 5 times. So all these 4 steps has to be done 5 times for every single incident, for every single pain memory that you have. So it's a time-taking process, but worth giving time, because it will literally relieve you from all the pain memory that you are carrying, whether it is a physical pain, emotional pain, or mental pain that we have. Understand, many of us do get out of the physical pain quickly, not always or all in the or in many cases. But for most of us, the pain that we go through in our life is mostly either mental pain or emotional pain. These two pains continue to sit in our inner space and continue to make our life miserable. So that's it's very important that we completion with this. Now let us move to the next segment, which is going to be power manifestation. So I request all to sit straight, close your eyes, and visualize Swamiji in your third eye. The power manifestation is going to be same as the last time. You are going to increase the temperature of your body. So from the last round of power manifestation, Vishwanath is sharing that he was able to manifest. He literally felt warm. Okay. So please sit straight, close your eyes, visualize Swamiji in your third eye. Chant the Mahavakya intensely and loudly. Create the Satya Sankalpa, make the conscious declaration to increase the temperature of your body, and continue to chant the Mahavakya intensely and loudly. I request all of you, we'll start now. We'll give you a few minutes for this. Please open your eyes. So I request all the participants to open their eyes. Yes. So now it is time to share the experience of your power manifestation. Let me know how many of you manifested the power of increasing the body temperature. Also, let's get ready for the next session. We will have a few minute break as the next acharyas will be joining us for the further sessions. So please stay tuned for, and we'll have a break for a few minutes. I thank all of you for being here and listening and participating on all the assignments and the power manifestation. Thank you, everyone. I thank everyone. Thank you very much.
Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda.
Yes, Nithyananda, welcome. And I hope that you are all doing well. And today, now we are going to be continuing today's sessions of the Paramashivoham Level 2. I'm glad to see you all. I'm glad to see that you have all all come back for today's sessions as we are coming close to the end of this season. We are today on day 18. So now I can see that you all have joined. Ma Lalita and Vishwanatanaya, Ma Satya Srinivas. Yes, welcome. Welcome you all, Nithyananda. So now in this next session, we are going to be looking into the root pattern of poor memory. So as we are doing more and more completion, this pattern is something that can be a blockage, that can be a hindrance in our success in this process. So we are going to be looking deeper into it, this root pattern of poor memory and how we can overcome it and retrieve our memory, which is in reality infinite. We actually have the capacity to remember absolutely anything. And so we are going to be looking deeper into that and seeing when and in which incidents we have started believing that we cannot remember or that we can remember only a limited amount of data. So let's get started. When you try to find the root pattern of suffering, you have to go back to the earliest memory. So it could be around age 2, 3. Usually the root pattern gets built before the age of 7. So as you try to go back to this earliest memory, the completion will not happen if you just work on that one incident alone. You see all the impact of that root thought pattern and every single incident which is connected to it, you will have to complete with all of this. Now, when you find your root pattern of suffering, you have to go back to this earliest memory in your childhood. And when you rewind step by step, incident by incident, you will have to complete until today in a continuous, in a tireless completion process. So this is something quite intense, and I think you all have been doing the samskara dahana kriya. So you're starting to get a taste of what the real completion work is. Now, only when you are complete, all the creative knowledge available in the universe and all the natural resources available in the universe and all the extraordinary powers available in the universe, when all three of them are at your disposal, when you are complete with everything, with all these dimensions, only then you experience the truth of Brahmanyam Bahuputratam, which is I am the favorite inheritor of the cosmos. So all of us have this question: how do we know that we are complete? We are doing so much completion, but how do we know that we have actually succeeded in overcoming our patterns? So you will know that you are complete. And the thing is, if you have a doubt, it means you are not complete. It's that simple. As long as you have a doubt, it means that you are not complete. And whenever you are complete, you will just know it. You will not have any doubt about it. And so you just go on and on and on continuously, pattern by pattern, layer by layer, whatever comes up, whatever you can remember, just take it out, continuously take it out. And this is the way the completion process happens. It's extensive. You have to look at everything. You have to complete with every single incident one by one. But even though it's a very extensive and intense process, it gives great results, and it will ultimately transform your entire life. Once you identify the root pattern of suffering and once you remove it, you will be a completely different being. And not just in your experience about yourself, something kind of abstract, but practically in every single facet of your life, you will see a profound transformation has happened. Now, How many of you feel that you need to complete with the pattern of hatred towards memorizing, towards by hearting, and reclaiming the power of by hearting, memorizing, which is innate intelligence from your birth? So, how many of you feel like that? That you have deep hatred towards memorizing and by hearting, this whole learning that has, for most of us, been enforced either by the parents or at school. This whole learning process, how many of you feel deep hatred and resentment, negative feelings towards that? You can share in the chat if you recognize yourself in that. Now, your innate intelligence can start to by heart, to memorize and restore, reclaim any information that comes in front of your inner space. So that is a new possibility which is now revealed, that your innate intelligence by its very nature can do this job of by hearting, memorizing, restoring, or reclaiming any information that comes in front of your inner space. And today we are going to be looking at how to awaken and retrieve this innate intelligence. You see, when you capture all your sufferings and keep it until, let's say, the age of 50, however old you are now, and you relive the same thing, then why can't you capture the school syllabus? You capture so vividly who has beaten you and who has scolded you. All these memories are deeply engraved inside, and we do not forget them. We cherish them, and we remember every single detail, sometimes for years. But then, if this is the case, then why not remembering all the details of the school syllabus with the same precision? This is something that we have to look into. Now, somewhere the hatred for storing those information, reclaiming and restoring is there. There's this hatred, this negative feeling, this resentment that is stopping this ability. And on the other hand, even whenever, just like the example that we have given, whenever people beat us, scold us, and all that, we put so much, we actually cherish those memories. What we want to remember who has done that to us. We secretly cherish this inside us. That is why we remember it so well and for a long time. But when we have hatred towards something, then naturally we will not create inner space for it, and that is why we lose this capacity to store and remember, reclaim information. Many of the syllabus that you studied at school, you store it, reclaim it for the examination, pen it down, but never restore it after that. Then you just dump it. Examination is over. Oh God, then I should not remember this anymore. That is what most of us think. And when examination is over, then I should not remember this anymore. So we just learn everything for the sake of passing that examination, and with such a deep hatred. So the moment it's over, then the only thing that we are expecting is that we can get rid of it. So naturally, we will not remember it after that. So the whole context of the school system, this learning system, and how to awaken human intelligence, everything needs to be redefined. But since in our young age we have been damaged by this society and the way, I mean, this, I don't mean this, in a angry way or something. I'm just saying that this education system does not teach us to awaken our innate intelligence. Everything is focused on passing the examination. Now, in Sanskrit, we have something called Eka Santagrahya, Dvi Santagrahya, Tri Santagrahya, Buddhu. Now, the one minute, on Zoom,
thing is saying that the voice has echo. Maybe if other participants are experiencing the same, you can let us know, because it's exactly the same setup as we have daily. So yeah, just let us know if other people have, and then we will see what to do about that. Now, Ekasantagrahya means listening once, only once to something and repeating it verbatim without mistake, exactly as it is. In fact, Swamiji himself used to recite the whole Ramayana after listening to it only once, which is thousands of verses. It is extremely vast, but yet hearing it only once, he could recite the whole thing verbatim without a single mistake. That is a possibility. That is a power. Now, the same thing is with Dvi Santagrahya, which means listening twice and repeating, and Tri Santagrahya, which means listening thrice and repeating it. And you are not allowed to listen fourth time. So this is how the innate intelligence is awakened in Hinduism. Depending on your ability, whether you are successful in repeating only once, after listening only once or after twice or thrice, then you will be manifesting either of these capacities. And if you are not able to repeat in 3 times as a Tri Santagrahya, then you are called Buddhu, and you will not be allowed to sit when the master takes the sessions. So now the first thing that we think is, oh, this seems a bit harsh. But the thing is, when we, because we ourselves think that we may not succeed in Tri Santagrahya, but the thing is, when we are raised and when we grow, and when this innate intelligence is awakened from a very young age, then what this really means is that the majority, in fact, almost everybody would succeed at least with the Tri Santagrahya. So to repeat after hearing only thrice. And Buddhu, which means those who do not succeed, are a negligible number. So that is a great possibility that is there for each of us. Now, why are we missing? Because you have been given a wrong idea that your mind has only a certain amount of capacity, like email and all your mail memory storage, gigabytes, megabytes, and all that. But you need to know that your brain is not a hardware where the gigabyte memory is restricted to the size and shape available. It is a software to the cosmic memory. It is a high-speed connection, access to the whole cosmic memory. So what does this mean? We do not have only a limited amount of memory or storage, and once this is full, that's it. We can't receive anything more. It's not like email and any other physical storage system. It has access to the whole cosmic memory, so we can remember any amount of information, any infinite amount of information, and that is possible for you and me right now. This ability just needs to be reawakened, and for that we need to look into the wrong beliefs that we have been given, that we cannot remember more than a certain amount. So we'll be later on in this session, we'll be looking in and digging out what are these beliefs that have been taught to us, and we'll be completing with them, and we'll be overcoming them and reawakening our natural intelligence. Now, following this, now we'll be watching a short clip from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on this subject, on the root pattern of suffering, and I'll be meeting you all right after that.
Sometimes you will suddenly have some conflict inside you, some fear, some insecurity, some desire, some greed, some problem. 2 days you will be constantly thinking, nagging about it inside. Suddenly you will find a solution. And you will be so peaceful, blissful, joyful for next 2 days. But after 2 days again, you will forget the solution. The same problem will be nagging you. And 2 days you will suffer with the same problem, nagging. After 3-4 days, again you will find the same solution which you forgot. And suddenly you will be free from that suffering, nagging. You will be happy. After a week, again you will forget the solution. Again you will be having the same nagging, same problem, same torture. How many of you go through this? This is what I call pattern. Understand? You will find the same solution for the same problem, forget the same solution, again be caught in the same problem. After a few days, again forget the same solution, caught in the same problem. Again you will remember the same solution, feel free from the problem. Again you will be. You see, the problem and solution will be same. Forgetting, remembering. Forgetting, remembering. And sometimes you will even write it on the wall. Next time when I have this problem, I should remember this solution. You write it on the wall or tattoo it on your body. Anything you do, again you will forget. This is what I call pattern. Yesterday, when you were rewriting, reliving your whole story and completing, how many of you discovered all your sufferings have a certain pattern? Raise your hand. All these patterns have a source. How many of you are not able to find all your sufferings have same pattern? Raise your hand. Yesterday all of you wrote all the pains you remember about you, your life. Am I right? Now I want you to find the earliest first time in your life when you felt powerless, cornered, shaking. First time when you felt in your life powerless. What was the inner image you had about you? How you reacted to the world, others? What you decided about life? Listen carefully. One participant in IA, he came and told me, Swamiji, even little AC or a fan, I'll start sneezing. Even if I hear somebody telling that it's raining, I'll start sneezing. I don't know why, Swamiji. When I digged out his root pattern, I saw at the age of 4, he was playing in the rain. His mother came and just slapped him and dragged him into the house and locked, saying that you will catch cold, you will get fever. If you die, if you get fever, you may die. What will happen? It was so strong. That moment he felt powerless. And he felt mother is like a demon. No, his inner image was powerless victim. I am gone. His outer image, once the mother locked him in the room, he started banging the door. Outer image, I'll show myself as powerful. I can break anything. I will not bend. His idea about his mother, she's devil. She can't stand me happy. She can't tolerate my happiness. That became life image. Listen carefully. His inner image, I am the victim. I am gone. I am powerless. His outer image, I will not give up. I'll break this door. I'll fight. I'll project myself as a very powerful, strong person. That is his outer image. And his life image, his decision about life and others, they can't stand me seeing happy. They can't tolerate my happiness. They are all here to make me sad. From this, his whole life started growing. Then what will happen? Every situation, that is the way he deals with the life. That is the way he handles, he projects himself. That's the way he feels about him. Understand? First time when you became powerless, the inner image you built, outer image you showed, life image you created, that is called root pattern. That's the first pattern on which you build your whole life. In Sanskrit we have a word Moola Vasana. The first pattern, the first Vasana. In Saiva Siddhanta we say Mala. First impurity, first Mala. Moola Vasana, Moola original pattern, the root pattern. Please understand, it always develops before the age of 7. Good news is, sex can never be root pattern. It's only parasite pattern. It doesn't become, it is never a root pattern. Because before the age of 7, sex cannot happen in you. Even if somebody forces themselves on you, it will not be recorded in you as a sex, it will be recorded only as a suffering, pain, fear. So before the age of 7 only, this pattern starts. First time when you felt powerless in your life, what was your inner image? Now you have to go back to that first incident. You may say, no, I don't remember anything before 7. I remember only something which happened at the age of 14. It's okay. Start reliving that. Then you will remember. It will start opening up. The memory will start opening up. You will go back. You will be able to go back. The first time in your life when you felt you are powerless. That first incident. What was your inner image? What was the word you felt about you? Or the emotion you felt about you? What was the reaction you manifested? How you showed yourself? What was the outer image? And what is the decision you took about others and life? I'll give you a few minutes. Try to dig out the incident. Sit straight. Close your eyes. First recall the earliest incident when you became powerless. Try to recall and remember. You don't have to relive now. Just recall, remember. Once you are able to remember vividly, pen down. Pick up your paper and pen. The moment you are able to remember, vividly pen down. Where the place, how the place was smelling, what was the dress you were wearing, what was your age, who were all in the scene, the house structure, the place, everything. Try to vividly pen down. Try to recall, vividly and pen down.
Swamiji, can there be multiple root patterns or will it be just one?
No, only one. In the end, it will be only one.
I was able to recall certain incidents of that.
That is what. All the 2, 3 also will finally boil down into one.
But my responses in each of that is a bit different as what I see.
What I am saying, earliest incident, that will be the root pattern. Understand these few basic truths. Root pattern will always be before 7. First. Second, inner image will always show you are weak. You are powerless. You are lower than what you are. Outer image will always be more than what you are. Understand? Outer image is always adrenaline. More than what you are. Understand? And life image, you will always feel life is exploiting you, cheating you, not fair. The moment life is just, when that cognition happens, you become dharmic. Dharma means feeling life is dharmic. When that cognition happens in you, you become dharmic. When you feel life is unjust, that's the life image, incompletion. When you have a gratitude towards life, that is devotion. Understand? When you feel life is unjust, it is incompletion. When you feel life is dharmic, you become dharmic. When you feel life is showering, it becomes devotion. But in root pattern, it will always be life is unjust, life is exploiting, life is cheating.
For me, it started, Swamiji, less than 5 years. I remember putting some beads into my nose. I ran to my parents. My father took me in his cycle to the hospital. But I don't know what happened in the hospital. It's like a blank.
Understand? Whenever the blankness happens, I can't handle this life anymore. When you decide I can't handle it anymore, only you black out yourself. Please understand, coma is nothing but self-anesthesia. When you feel it is too much, you put yourself in the painless state, that is called coma. So now, when you are going to do completion, when you do completion, the same blanking out will happen, but consciously, and it will melt down. Only then the thick blanket on you about life will be removed.
So I'm pretty certain I know the general event, but I can't remember sort of an incident from that day.
It has to be incident. It is not. It cannot be event. It has to be incident.
Okay.
Only from there it starts.
But if I remember sort of the feeling, but not the incident,
no.
Does that count? No.
Understand why I am giving so much importance to root pattern? You will understand. Listen. It has to be an incident. Why I am giving so much importance? Because once you complete with your root pattern, not only you will be relieved, everyone around you will be relieved. Because just that root pattern, you torture you and everyone around you. All the torture you bring for everyone around you is this root pattern. With the root pattern, you become demon for you and for others. Once you complete the root pattern, you become God for you and for others. I am here to help everyone to catch the root pattern. I tell you, the moment it is completed, the kind of a freedom and relief you will feel, you will jump up to the roof.
Yes. Now, hopefully you all gained deep insights into this completion and the root pattern, how to identify the root pattern and what are the consequences of root pattern. So now we'll be moving into an internalization exercise on this specific pattern of the poor memory and how to reawaken our innate intelligence. So the first step that we are going to be doing, to start with, find out who first taught you, whether it could be at your school, a teacher, it could be your parents, your uncle, whoever taught you that if the information volume increases, that you will not be able to remember. So this cognition would have been given to you by someone. So the first step, you are going to recollect and remember and find out who that person is. So I'll be giving a few minutes for you all to recollect, and then we'll be moving into the second phase. If you have any question or anything, you can let us know in the Zoom chat. Okay, Vishwanatanaya is saying to repeat. I repeat the instructions. Meanwhile, I will also project the slide so that you can all see what the exercise is. So now we are working specifically on this pattern, on this wrong cognition, that we cannot remember information that exceeds a certain volume. So this cognition would have been given to you by someone at some point in your young age, either at school or could have been your parents, could have been a teacher. You would have learned from someone that you cannot remember information that exceeds a certain volume. So the first step is go back into your past and find out which person would have taught you this. Recollect and find out from whom you learned this, and it could have been at school, it could have been someone in your family. See, this could have happened in different ways. It could have been that, let's say, your parents would have told you that only if you, only if you learn this many times, if you by heart, if you learn in a very specific way, then only you will be able to remember. Try to find out from whom it came, and once you have found out, if you're able to remember from whom you learned that, then we'll be looking deeper into it. So if any one of you have found out, if you're able to remember the person, you can share in the chat. And meanwhile, I'll project the second slide for you all. If at all some of you are already remembering, then you can start the next phase, which is to dig out and find the root pattern where we have been taught memory functions based on volume. So go back and dig out the root pattern when you have been made to cognize, when you have been taught that memory capturing, storing, or reclaiming, restoring these functions of your memory are based on the concept of volume. So if you are able to remember who taught you this, then you can go into more details and find out what kind of beliefs were given to you, and how this affected how you built your cognition based on these beliefs. Because as we said, our brain is naturally hardwired so that we can access the entire cosmic information. And we also have the capacity to, by a mere listening, depending on the quality of our listening, to receive any amount of data, any amount of information, and remember how much ever vast this information might be, we can just remember it. So once you are able to remember who taught you this wrong concept, this wrong belief, and when you are able to recollect all the details and what you have been taught, then you can complete with it. Vishwanataya is saying it could be teacher or friends. Yes, could be. Malalita Gabriela is, could it be my father? Yes, it could be your father. It could be your mother. It could be, she's saying it could be related to study mythology. Yes, it could have come in various ways. Whichever is the right incident that happened in your life because of which you started to believe this way. Yes, wrong concepts. See, many of these things are, it is given to us because, people believe in it. Our parents themselves would have been taught this and then just transmitted it to us. And it's only now that we have met Swamiji, that we have met the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, that we are awakened and that we are realizing that many things that we have been taught are not actually true, and they restrict our potential. And now we have to do the reversing process. We have to work backwards and undo all these things in order to reawaken our innate intelligence. But the good thing is that any pattern that you break, it becomes a power in you. So now, if you are able to complete with this, and once your innate intelligence and this capacity to access any amount of information, once that is awakened again, then you will get an extraordinary capacity, an extraordinary power to access infinite information, and you might even be able to do akashic readings or find any solution through the third eye. So many great powers like that can start expressing once you create the right powerful cognition inside you. So you can all dig out, you can all look in. I'll be giving a few more minutes, and then after that we'll be moving into another round of power manifestation. And meanwhile, if you have any question, you can post them in the chat. Yes. So now hopefully you were all able to dig out and identify and complete with this pattern. Vishwanathan is sharing, I think that could have come from his mother or grandmother while buying groceries. Yes, it can be. It can be any incident in which this cognition came into you. So now, hopefully you're all done. We have to move on now. We'll be moving to another round of the power manifestation. And so today, as you all know, we are focusing on decreasing and increasing the heat in our body. So in this next round, we will be decreasing the heat in our body. If you have a partner, you can also perform that with a partner as you wish. Now, why do we practice this power today? Actually, if I mean, what this one question has come, let me attend to it. Ping from Zoom is asking, can I use this method to complete any limitations I have? Yes. So now the completion process that we are doing, you can apply it to absolutely any limitation that you have. In this session, we are focusing specifically on this pattern of poor memory, but you can use the same method for any limitation that you have, please. Now, back to the power manifestation. We are manifesting this power today because the completion and incompletion are directly related to the heat in our body. So when we can play with the heat in our body consciously as will, then we will have power over our inner space, and we will be able to bring ourselves to completion whenever we want. So even if we have an incompletion that comes up at some point, we will have control over ourselves, we will be highly aware, and we will be able to restore our space of completion, or eventually at some point we will not be affected by any incompletion at all at any given moment. So this is the reason why we are manifesting this power today. And you can see many incompletions actually originate simply from the body. You can see, for example, if you have a lot of heat in the stomach, there's something that is not digested properly, or if you ate the wrong food, you will, whenever this heat is there in the body, it will directly affect your mind, and it will lead you to incompletion state. And the same thing applies, let's say that you get angry, then in these moments you can see that your heat, your inner heat increases. So with this power, we will be able to have control on our body heat and on our space of completion as well. So this is the reason why we are manifesting this power today. Now you can all get ready, and we'll be entering into this next round, and we'll be decreasing the heat. So you can practice it on your own body or on a partner if you'd like, if you have someone available, that's up to you. Now, let us start. You can sit within yourself, unclutch, start chanting the Mahavakya, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham, and remember Swamiji in your inner space, in your third eye, unclutch from anything that happens within you, and experience that space of oneness. Center yourself in this deep space of completion, and now make a conscious intention to decrease yours or your partner's body heat. Bring your awareness in between your eyebrows to your third eye. Continue chanting the Mahavakya intensely, holding on to this intention, but with the focus on continuously experiencing oneness with Swamiji, because it is from the space of oneness that the power manifestation happens. So hold on to this space of oneness, chanting the Mahavakya continuously with your awareness in between your eyebrows to the third eye. Continue to manifest the power, decreasing the heat of your own body or your partner's body. I'll be praying the Mahavakya for you all now.
Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.
Yes. Now we come to the end of this power manifestation. You can all share. I hope some of you were able to manifest to successfully decrease either your own body temperature or your partner's body temperature if you practice with someone else. You can all let us know if you have been successful, if you had any experience. And also I want all of you to pay attention. When you manifest this power, do you see in your space of completion getting shifted? Do you see any shift in if let's say that if you were experiencing any incompletion in your space, did you see that getting changed, getting shifted, getting removed? Or do you feel the space of completion becoming more deep inside you? You cannot share if you have such kind of experiences. And otherwise now, meanwhile, while you all are sharing, we'll be beginning the next session. And now we'll be looking into Kena Upanishad, seeking into the very source. So we are going to discover new thought currents and new truths, new revelations to experience more and more completion.
Yes. So in this segment now, we are going to delve deeper into the sacred secrets from Kena Upanishad, which is one of the major Upanishads forming the core of the Vedagamic scriptures, the Shruti. So Kena Upanishad introduces to us the idea of pure questioning. The idea, the thought current of pure questioning, which forms the central theme of the entire Vedic tradition and is the most important quality of a seeker to have, to inculcate this quality of pure questioning. It is only because of this thought current of pure questioning that our sages, our enlightened masters from the ancient era were able to go deep into the mysteries of the consciousness and reveal the sacred truths from the very source itself. And Kena Upanishad captures that thought current of pure questioning and teaches us how to imbibe and inculcate that same thought current of pure questioning in our day-to-day life as well. So let's now come to the space of pure listening, keeping our head, neck, and spine in a straight line as we listen to the truths and the powerful cognitions revealed by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism about Kena Upanishad, whose central theme is seeking into the very source of the existence. Upanishads are basically to preserve and present some of the most valuable thought currents humanity needs to enjoy, needs to cherish, explore for deeper and deeper and higher possibilities. So all these valuable thought currents, Upanishads, present to the humanity. So various Upanishads present various core thought currents from the Vedic tradition, from the tradition of Sanatana Hindu Dharma, for us to imbibe in our lives. So before we go further, let's first watch a short video where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism will be giving us a deeper understanding on the seeking into the very source, and also introducing Kenopanishad to all of us. So let's listen.
नित्यानन्देश्वरसमारम्भाम् नित्यानन्देश्वरिमध्यमाम् अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्ताम् वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम्. I welcome all of you with my love and respects. Kena Upanishad. Brief technical introduction. The word Kena means whom. The Upanishad appears as the 9th chapter in Talavakkara Brahmana of the Samaveda, and also known as Talavakkara Upanishad in our Jaimini Brahmana. 35 verses and Shanti Mantra. It's one of the very important Upanishad. And as per the Muktika Upanishad, it's a second Upanishad. The whole order Upanishad is also called, known as Talavakkara Upanishad. Kena means exactly, the word means whom, by whom. Kene Shitam, by whom willed or directed, directing the enquiry of the truth to its very source is the seed of Kenopanishad. Please understand, this Upanishad directs your seeking to the source. I'll start with the Shanti Mantra, then I'll introduce the Upanishad. Please chant along with me. Apyayandu mamangani. Listen, the verse actually is mamangani. Padabeta is mamangani, means the way I heard from my guru is Padabeta. The Padabeta is mamangani. The ma plus not full a, half a. Mamangani. Apyayandu mamangani. Vak prana chakshuhu Shrotramado Balamindriyani cha Sarvani. Please understand, the original mantra is Sarvani, Patabeta is Sarvani. The half U is added. Sarvani. Sarvam Brahmaupanishatam Maham Brahma niraguryam Mama Brahma niragarot Aniraga Aniragaranama Anirakaranamastva. That is the word, that is the way the big words are taught. Anirakaranamastva Nirakaranam Me astu Tatatmani Nirate Ya Upanishatsu Dharmaste Mayi Sandhu Te Mayi Sandhu Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Balasans, chant the Shanti mantra. By chanting this Shanti mantra, formally I inaugurate Kenopanishad. Understand the subject matter of the Kenopanishad. Now, that is the important thing. The essence of Isavasya Upanishad is seeking. The essence of Kenopanishad is seeking into the very source. Not just who am I, by whom am I? Understand? Who am I starts and ends inside your body. By whom am I starts and ends in cosmos. There is a big difference between who am I, by whom am I. Enquiring into you is seeking. Enquiring into the source is seeking the very source. The subject matter of Kenopanishad deals with multiple sacred secrets, sacred truths. But important sacred truth, the essence is, whom am I? By whom? By whose will everything came to existence? Whom am I? Some of the best brains produced in the planet Earth were rishis. Some of the best people happened in the planet Earth were rishis. I still wonder, seeing the kind of a subtlety and capacity to catch and reflect the cosmic truth. Please understand. If somebody explains to you what is Shiva, all pervasive, Akhilanda Kodi Brahmanda Nayaka, Satchidananda Varabrahma, Srishti Sthiti, he creates, maintains, destroys, puts souls in delusion and liberates. If you are able to visualize, even if you are able to enjoy it, be very clear, you are blessed. Only if your brain has developed the subtle grooves which can start enjoying these higher things, can understand it. If you understand, you will enjoy. If you enjoy, you will understand. A rough, grass, politicians, dull head can never capture this. For him, he only knows what I can grab today, push it behind my seat, without even bothering about from behind the seat somebody else is stealing and running. He doesn't even have a time to check whatever he pushed behind the seat is there or not. A grass, power hungry, lazy, tired, bored man can't even understand. If you explain these subtle truths, his brain cannot capture those visualizations. Because he can't capture those visualizations, he can't enjoy. When he doesn't enjoy, he can't capture. It is like a vicious circle. I tell you, even about Guru, if you are able to enjoy his quality, you will understand his qualities. If you understand his qualities, you will be able to enjoy his qualities. If you are able to enjoy, know clearly you are blessed. You are blessed. Ignorant, tired, agitated, dull head can never capture the subtle truths or the subtle qualities. Because he cannot imagine, he won't enjoy. Because he doesn't enjoy, he can't visualize. Ability, the brain's ability to catch the subtlest visualizations come by a long practice of internal silence, what I call unclutching or meditation. Understand? By the tremendous internal silence, your brain develops the capacity to capture the most subtle visualizations. Ability to capture the most subtle visualizations is the awakened intelligence. Whoever is able to capture subtlest truths become rishis. His brain has evolved, developed such subtle grooves. It started reflecting the cosmic truths. It started capturing the cosmic truths. It started becoming a pure, silent water pond where the moon is reflecting as if it has come down to planet Earth. Moon is reflecting as if it has come down to planet Earth. Understand, practicing surrender or unclutching or Ananda Gandha Dhyana, completion, all this not only brings peace into your heart, it raises the subtlety of your brain grooves and your brain's ability to capture the higher truths. Your brain's ability to capture the higher truths. Brain's ability to live the higher truths. Anything your brain is able to capture, it stores as record. The most subtle one your brain captured makes itself as your cognition and life's goal. Understand? Even once, if you are able to understand, capture the word Satchitananda, Sat Chit Ananda, the existence, conscious bliss. Anything which is subtle, the most subtlest experience, imagination, visualization, your brain is able to capture, it will make that as a base for its function. I don't need to do anything other than describe how the materialization happens to my balasans, the way they are able to capture. The moment their subtle grooves in the brain captures this, that power will start manifesting in them. Why I am saying balasans? Because they are more ready to listen. Their inner space has more peace. Their brains have more subtle grooves to imbibe what I am sharing. When I explain that science, if you can visualize it, that power will start manifesting in you. Because anything your brain can visualize, it will make that as your basic functionality. If I can explain moving from one body to another body, astral travel, and your brain is subtle enough to capture it, visualize it, you will start manifesting that power. All powers are like that only. You just need the completion space and Guru who properly makes your brain grooves to catch it. I wonder the sophistication with which these Upanishadic rishis were able to reflect the whole reality. I tell you, the detail with which they describe the stars and the planets in Vedas and Agamas, you will be shocked. Even I was wondering, how did they see? Unless you see, you can't pen down so detailed, such detail. The biggest conspiracy done against Bharat is the Indian astronomy and astrology was not given its due respect and legitimacy, brushed aside in the name of myth and mythology. If you read, you will understand. Oldest in the future, longest possible prediction can be done only by our calendar, Panjiga. Science is so perfect. I used to wonder, what was the telescopes they used? What was the satellites they used? How did they so precisely record the details? Actually, the exact method happened. I saw in the cosmic records. One rishi will sit in samadhi and reflect the whole cosmos in his inner space. The other rishi will just see his inner space, do fast forward, just like how you handle the iPad and pen down. That's the way they have done it. He will become so pure, complete completion, his inner space will just reflect the whole Milky Way, the whole cosmos. And the other rishi who is recording will push, pull, do fast forward or rewind, even zoom in, zoom out and pen down. I commit with you guys, I'll make my balasans to do this. I'll give them this power. It's possible. It's possible. Just they need to evolve more into the space of completion and responsibility. It is possible. That is the way they recorded. Understand more and more your inner space gets into completion, more and more you will catch the sacred secrets about the source, cosmos. This question, by whom? Keneshitam. The Kena Upanishad, the essence of Kena Upanishad, you can experience the essence if you make your inner space completely complete. If you are ready with the completion, I can just show the exact reflection of Keneshitam. By whom? In this Upanishad, Devi is the Guru. Understand? It is directly from Devi. Uma. First time the word Uma appears in this Upanishad. Devi is addressed as Uma in this Upanishad. The word Ishvara, Isha, is used for Mahadeva in the first Upanishad. The word Uma is used for Devi in this Upanishad. You can reflect, capture, visualize exact, most subtle visualization with a little completion inside. Please understand. Understand this example. A 7 or 8-year-old child is made to see pornography again and again. The physical maturity age is quickened more than 70%, means the physical maturity, if it is supposed to happen at the age of 14, it is drastically brought down. By the age of 8, the body will be physically matured. If the body is made to visualize again and again the sexual action through pornography or some reminding, because whatever your brain visualizes, body becomes ready to it, make that into reality and experience. The brain makes that into your experience. That is why I say, if you want next generation to be sexually healthy, ban pornography. We always have a wrong idea. It is through porn next generation is going to enjoy the sex. No. It is going to be a big disease. If you want the next generation to have a healthy sexual life, ban pornography. Because that is going to reduce the age of physical maturity, which is going to drastically destroy the health of the next generation. Understand the truth I am trying to convey. Anything your brain can capture and enjoy, your life will make that into reality. If your brain can capture and enjoy the most subtlest understandings of cosmic sacred secrets and the spiritual powers, you will become just yogi, divya shariri. If you enjoy pornography, your body will be physically matured. If you enjoy the subtle powers, subtle understandings, simply your body will become divya shariri. You will become yogi, bala yogi, bala sant. Bala sant is a person whose brain captures all these highest conscious truths, subtle truths while you are young. The way your brain captures these great truths, simply your body starts manifesting it. You become yogi, you become a divya shariri, you become embodiment of Mahadeva. You become Bala Sant. Understand? Ability to reflect the subtlest truths. Ability to reflect the sacred understandings. ability to catch the most sacred bliss, ability to capture the powerfulness of the consciousness, ability to look into the source of the cosmos happens with tremendous completion and peace in the inner space. So before entering into this Upanishad, I request all of you today spend time doing completion. Tonight, spend time doing completion. Come back tomorrow with the space of complete completion, so I can reflect the Kenopanishad in your system. You can capture it, live it, love it, celebrate it. The essence of today's satsang, essence of Kenopanishad is seeking the source, cosmos. You can capture it by developing the subtle grooves in your brain, by evolving complete completion. We have further sessions for inner awakening participants. Today only it is starting. This time I have to finish the whole inner awakening within 10 days. Because the next 10 days, Shivoham and Nithyanandoham process. I have to take long sessions. Today we have a long day. I'll move to inner awakening sessions. So with this, actually I came just not to give a first day, second day break. Pradama Vigna and Dvandva Vigna should not be there. The first day and second day, a project should not be stopped or dropped or disturbed. So Kenopanishad is an important project. So first day or second day, it should not be broken or disturbed. That's the reason I came for the satsang. You can expect in the further satsangs new and clear spiritual cosmic revelations. With this, I bless you all. Let you all radiate with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching, causing, living Shuddhadvaita Saivam, the eternal bliss. Nithyananda, be blissful.
Yes, I hope you all enjoyed this satsang from Swamiji. And in the previous session, we have been doing this completion with the pattern of limited memory and working on reawakening our innate intelligence. Now here you can see what all possibilities and what all powers our body and our brain are designed to manifest, how we can reflect the entire cosmos and we can decode all its mysteries and so many more possibilities and powers, accessing the infinite cosmic intelligence and information. So now you can make the link between this completion process that we are doing and those great revelations from the Kena Upanishad. So now with this, we'll be moving on into further revelations and further truths from this great scripture. And the first thought current of this Kena Upanishad is, who am I? This existential question, who am I? What is my true identity? Who am I? The second is, what happens after death? And the third, most certain, most precious and important thought current is, what is the source of all this? What is the source of all of this? So all of these thought currents are much more than just intellectual candies, you know. When we cherish these thought currents, in fact, so Swamiji says we should romance with these different thought currents, and they raise the frequency of our existence. When these thought currents are engaged with, when you entertain the thought currents, these thought currents, you grow a new method of cognizing. So these thought currents go on purifying your mind, your cognition, your thinking, and they raise the frequency of your existence. They transform your cognitions, and ultimately your reality itself. You will be able to see concrete change happening just because of cherishing this thought current. This is the power of the Upanishads. Now, the thought currents which Upanishads generate in you experientially liberate you. As we said, it's not mere knowledge that we are receiving here. These thought currents give us experience. Now, before entering into the Kena Upanishad, you need to understand that your thought currents actually don't matter. Your thought currents actually don't matter. We will learn why in just a few moments. This Upanishad is directly from Devi, Paramashiva Shakti herself, Uma. And Kena means by whom, and Keneshita means by whom will, or by whom is it directed. The essence of Kena Upanishad is seeking the source, the cosmos. So you can capture it by developing these subtle grooves of the brain and by evolving complete completion. So in this video, Swamiji has elaborately explained about these subtle grooves and the importance of how, for example, the Balasams whose inner space is very pure after getting initiated by Swamiji, they easily develop these subtle grooves and everything just becomes a reality for them. The power manifestation, if they are initiated by Swamiji, they start manifesting immediately. And these great truths, all these powerful cognitions, if it is revealed to them by Swamiji, they immediately can experience it in their reality. So, directing the inquiry of the truth to its very source is the seed of Kena Upanishad. The essence of Ishavasya Upanishad is seeking, who am I? Now, the essence of Kena Upanishad that we are learning about today is seeking into the very source, by whom am I? So, who am I starts and ends inside your body, but by whom am I starts and ends in the cosmos. So here, this very powerful thought cognition, this very powerful question, the essence of the Kena Upanishad, by whom am I? Who is the source? From whom do I come? Now, we'll be getting into pramana, reference, and we'll be reciting the first verse of the Keno Upanishad. Yes. So this is the first verse from Keno Upanishad, and it reads as Keneshitam pratati preshitam manah kena pranaha prathama praidi yuktaha Keneshitam vachamimam vadanti chakshushrotram ka yuteva yunakti. The translation for this verse goes as, by whom, Kena, willed and caused, Ishitam, does the mind go towards and thinks its object? By whom directed, that is Preshitam, by whom directed and united with which does the first vital life energy, the chief cause, Prathama Pranaha, comes forth towards its activities? At whose will does this speech get activated and speaks? Enlivened and directed by what luminous divine power? By what invisible cause indeed do the eyes and the ears engage in their functions? So this kind of encapsulates the pure questioning thought current, which is the core and the central theme of Keno Upanishad. That is a thought current which this Upanishad is trying to teach us, to have this pure questioning thought current in us, to have this pure seeking in us. So, and the more and more you cherish, and the more and more you will be joyful, you will be blissful, and you will be radiating. It depends on how much we cherish this pure questioning thought current inside us, in our brain, in our mind. The more we cherish, the more we will be joyful and blissful, and the more we will be radiating the pure consciousness, the power, the radiance of that truth. The pure questioning cleanses all the toxins you gathered in your mind. It brings you to your original state of all oneness, not aloneness, but all oneness. That is what we are, this cherishing this thought current of pure questioning leads us to, it aligns us to, and it makes us radiate our original state of all oneness. With the pure questioning, not only you can reach enlightenment, you can reach the space from which powers manifest. That is the significance of pure questioning. Not only enlightenment, but we also reach the state of power manifestation. By whom willed and caused does the mind goes towards its object? It means even before cognizing illusory you, you question even the parts of the illusory you. Usually what we associate our identity with. For example, whatever our mind goes towards, whatever we cognize as the object of our mind, that is what we relate to as our identity. But here we are questioning, even before we are grasping this identity that we have created, we are even questioning the source of what forms this identity. We are even questioning the source of the mind which goes towards its object. By whose will is it going towards that object? So that is the kind of questioning we are involved with in here. Even the question, who am I, has a certain level of presumptions, right? And it has some assumptions. You assume you are whole and you need to find out who you are. But here, before even that assumption, this Upanishad asks you to enter into pure questioning, not even assuming that you are something or what you are, then asking the question who you are. Even before assuming this you, finding the source of this you. That is what Keno Upanishad is dealing with. First time when you start experiencing the inner image, outer image, and life image, first time when you start experiencing the root pattern, the root incident, the root image, if you have false presumption, you are a whole identity, you will allow the root pattern to happen. If you have pure questioning, you will allow the enlightenment to happen. That is the difference.
So who is creating this inner image in me? By whom, directed and united with which does the first vital life energy and chief cause comes forth towards its activities? Means who is creating my outer image? So even questioning the root of the root pattern itself, even questioning the source of how this first inner image and the first outer image got created. Only when we assume without questioning the existence of the root inner image and outer image, can we then question, okay, who am I? Who is this identity? But here we are not even assuming that identity in the first place. We are questioning that identity, the source of that identity itself. How did that inner and outer image come into existence in the first place? By whose will? Inner image is willed and caused by something which empowers the mind to go towards its object. First time in your body, when mind moves towards its object, that movement is called inner image. It will create an inner image in you. If you allow that movement without being aware of it, you will create inner image. The first time when the mind is moving towards an object, that is when the first inner image gets created. Now, in that very moment, if we are aware, if we bring our awareness, this whole process of creating the root pattern, the root inner image, will simply get stopped. But if we don't bring awareness, which usually happens, it simply leads to the creation of the inner image. We start associating that object as our identity. In that very root, if you are questioned, Keneshitam pratati preshitam manah kena prana pratama praiti yuktaha. You caught the inner image before it gets formed. You caught the outer image before it gets formed. Because unconsciously we create, our mind goes towards the object and it forms the inner image and outer image. We don't question it, we are not aware of it, and we just assume that yes, that is who we are. It happens unconsciously. In that moment, if we question, this whole process gets obstructed. We catch the inner image and outer image before it even gets formed. Now, when your mind moves towards its first object, it creates inner image, and inner image is the first object your mind holds on. That is the first object your mind holds. When you do not understand it is the first object, unfortunately, you think it is the subject. Object being misconstrued as subject, and a whole life spent on protecting that object which you misconstrued as subject is life. First time unconsciously your mind moves towards an object which you assume as which is the first inner image and which you assume as you. And then your whole life you spend on protecting that identity, which is not even you. It is just an assumption that it is you. It is in fact the first object that the mind goes to. It is the nature of the mind to go towards the object. The first object that it goes to forms the inner image. But since we are not aware of it in that moment, we think and we falsely assume as that object to be the subject, to be the I. And then whole life we spend on protecting that I. So that inner image is actually the object which poses as the subject. That is here Swamiji is literally debunking our whole root pattern itself, how it got formed, the science of the creation of root pattern, and how we can avoid this whole suffering which we enter into because of our root pattern. The first inner image is your mind's movement to its first object. Because it happens so quickly in such an overwhelming moment of your life, before you even become aware of the various spare parts you brought with you. Because we are so unconscious in that moment, we are not aware that what is happening. The first inner image gets formed and we think falsely that it is our identity. When powerlessness attacks you, the first movement of your mind to first object inner image is misconstrued as the subject. Everyone will want you to show your powerlessness to them. Only Guru wants to see always powerfulness. Guru wants to see you always powerful. In life, if you decide not to entertain anybody who wants you to be powerless or who supports your powerlessness, who directly or indirectly enjoys your powerlessness, that itself will solve 90% of your problems. It is only Guru who really wants to see you as powerful, who wants to evolve you as all-powerful being who you really are from within. And Swamiji says, if you just avoid being in the company of those who support your powerlessness or who want to see you as powerless, 90% of your problems will be solved.
Yes, and this is actually something very important. Many of us, in the name of attention or caring, many times we actually fulfill our own ego and actually encourage powerlessness in other people. So this truth in particular is something that all of us need to keep in mind. Now, because more you are powerless, more they'll support you, more you are powerless, more they will be overpowering you, and more you are powerless, the more they will be occupying you. So this is how the ego works, knowingly or not, where this is how we consciously or not take advantage of other people's powerlessness, unless our context is very clear that we have to help that person becoming powerful. So this should be the context from which our relationships are based upon. Always encouraging only powerfulness and never powerlessness. Now, if you ask the question, by whom will and cause does the mind go towards its object, you will not create inner image. By whom directed and united with which does the first vital life energy, the chief cause, comes forth towards its activities, means that the first outer image you declare. So essentially, what we have to remember here is, I can say two things. One is, it's not about finding answers, it's about questions. Now, many times in our lives, we search for answers and we even give many answers. And finally, these answers end up being a source of bondage to us. And because these answers, unless these answers are given by the Guru, and unless these answers are themselves ultimate truths and powerful cognitions, then these answers, even if they might be factually right, then they will still be limiting us and keeping us bound within this identity and these clutches of the inner image, outer image, and other images that we carry. So we have to keep in mind that even now, throughout our life, throughout our spiritual path, it's really about questioning, always questioning, and always entertaining this seeking, and never simply coming to conclusions and giving wrong answers. Now, we'll be moving on to an internalization exercise in order to contemplate on these very profound truths that we have been going over now in this session. So what we are going to be doing now is, for the next few minutes, just looking and see how your mind is moving towards its object and how the object has become the subject in your life, how you have become identified with the object. Now, when you cognize this,
the inner image and the root pattern that you have generated will start losing power over you. Because ultimately in this competition, we are always trying to find the inner image that we have. And what Swamiji is revealing to us here is that this inner image is not who we are. So this inner image itself is based on the identification with the object, and the object has now become subject in our life. So this is the root of the root pattern itself. So we're going to take a few minutes and we're going to be looking in deeper into this. And if any of you have any question during this exercise, you can ask. I will be showing the slide for you all so that you can go over the assignment once again if you need. I'll read it once more. Looking and see how your mind is moving towards its object and how the object became the subject in your life. When you cognize this, the inner image and the root pattern that you generated will start losing power over you. So I hope you are all clear. We'll be proceeding with this exercise for the next few minutes. Yes, so actually the darshan preparation has begun, so we're going to be switching over. Meanwhile, since it is still quite early, you all have time to perform this assignment and look into this question and identifying this, how the object has become the subject in your life. Otherwise, now we'll be getting ready to receive Swamiji into this darshan as Bhagavan Chante Shandugrahavoti, and we'll be resuming with the next sessions of this Paramashivoham Level 2 as usual after the darshan. So we wish you all a very wonderful experience of the darshan, and you'll be meeting with the next acharyas once the darshan is over. Thank you.
I'm mentally ill, I'm suicidal or something, and I say, okay, number one, unclutch. Here's a 6-minute video. I send them the 6-minute initiation, number one, and say, please unclutch now. 6-minute video. You will experience relief immediately. And say, please, because when I was ill, I didn't have that. Right? You will. So what I'm saying is, I think the completion and unclutching dovetail beautifully. And they're very simple. So yeah, in terms of my professional work, what I see, one thing I noticed it in my 20s, is a lot of senior business people die around 60 in my 20s. In countries where the life expectancy is 80. So you say, well, why is that? And what seems to happen is, Swamiji talks about fear and greed. So they start off, for example, managing a small group of people, and they do it through fear and greed, right? They offer promotion or more money or whatever. And then they start running bigger and bigger organizations, and they try to run bigger and bigger organizations using fear and greed. And the stress on them and the people around them is enormous. I mean, I know companies where a third of the staff resign every year and have to be replaced. I mean, I know companies massive stress, a third of the staff, and then you get divorces and illnesses and everything. I know companies. Whereas if you learn to complete and unplug, divorces and illnesses and you don't have that. Whereas if you learn to complete and unplug, happen. Especially if you start asking Paramashiva to manifest through you, you can manage an enormous organization. Especially if you start asking because you're not putting all that stress on yourself and everybody around you. So I'm still explaining this to my colleagues, but we'll get there. So I'm still explaining this to my colleagues.
I actually.
So I'm still explaining this.
So beautiful. I actually. One more thing that really clicks with me in what you share. As you said, when you were battling with mental health issue, right? Like where being with depressed, despite of achieving success at that time for you, academic success is a big success. I mean, people strive for success, right? We all look to achieve something. I mean, we all strive for being successful. We all look. Something very important you shared was how when you were in that, when you were actually even achieving high academic success, even at that time you were actually not high academic happy. There was that time you were mental health issues like depression that you were battling with. And even more shocking thing is suicidal tendency. I mean, this especially, see, this you're talking about your generation. I'm saying now the younger and younger generations are battling with this even more. Actually, that is why even recently the US government had expressed its strong concerns, especially over the Gen Zs and Gen Alphas, the impact that social media or these kind of everything is instant kind of a cognition that these youth are going into. Everything is pushing them to drugs, depression, and death. And it is pushing them to drugs, depression, Swamiji was bringing the fourth D in the divine, like you shared. Like the moment you met Swamiji, you just had a glimpse of unclitching. You read the first 4 paragraphs of Living Enlightenment and you felt a change, that transformation. So this actually highlights the importance of the science of completion, these extraordinary sciences. So this actually highlights the importance of the science of completion. What is also what I'm also realizing as we are just talking with what I'm also realizing as we are just talking with significant contribution, just the revival of this one science and how Swamiji is making it so accessible, available, right? Like whether Swamiji actually conducts programs, the way schools, right? Like colleges, universities, where we have our Acharyas initiated by Swamiji who go to these places, conduct these meditation camps. Actually, initially Swamiji physically he used to go to these places. When I was going through the Nithyananda website, which archives all these photographs and videos of Swamiji through the years. When I was going through that, I saw so many photos of Swamiji going, sitting amongst the children, amongst the young generation, and conducting these kind of meditations. And like, I'm just realizing conducting what kind of huge impact. Like, I'm just realizing conducting what kind of huge impact. Like, it's not something easy or normal to be able to live battling so many of these issues, especially like when you are going for success. I mean, we all are driven towards success. When you are going for success, I mean, we all are ironically, you're faced with something that is against life, like when you're faced with suicidal tendencies, depression, which is actually against life, your decisions against life, not for life. Actually against life, your decisions. So I just wanted to also ask against life, not for life. In your field, being successful in your field and being, having a lot of people who are successful in their respective fields. Are successful people not facing these issues, or do they face these kind of issues even more often? Not facing these issues, or do they face these kind of issues even more often?
As I mentioned, I'm writing a new book, or rather, Swamiji is writing a new book through me. And I read something, he said, and I've quoted it in the book, he said, he's basically saying even your success comes from incompletion. And I see that in my own life, and I see it in other people's lives, is it looks as though you're successful because you study hard at school, and then you do this, and then you do that, and then you qualify, and blah, blah, blah. But actually, all of those things were driven by incompletion. But actually, all of those things. So for in my case, my father was treated very badly at work in a German German company and didn't speak German. So the first thing I did was learn German, a German company, and then that led to all kinds of things. But so basically 16, so the first thing I did was get a degree and get an MBA. And that was all driven by incompletion. And then one day, you're 26 and it all comes crashing down. And I see that in other people I know. They look, well, unfortunately, one of the most obvious examples is in music industry. So how many top musicians and singers commit suicide, have a drug overdose, die in a car crash, die in a plane crash? So basically, they look very, very successful from the outside, but there's enormous pain on the inside. And at some point, their life just falls apart. So ideally, at some point, what they would do is do completion and unclutching, and then use their talents without having all of those personal desires. And then use their talents without having all of those personal desires. And then use their talents without having all of those personal desires.
Beautiful, Ayya. Thank you so much for sharing that, because I do see what you're saying, because I'm also realizing the importance of why mental health issues, especially when people are battling with mental health issues, it is so important that it needs to be attended to, and the right solution for it needs to be given. Like as you were sharing, even success, right? It blinds our eyes. We think, yeah, we are successful when we see our favorite celebrities. They are coming on your Instagram feed, your TikTok, or your Facebook. Your social media is filled with that, and all that bling is what attracts your eyes, and that's what drives you. You feel like, I want to be like her. I want to be like him. He is a star. She's a star. I want to be like that. And I see a lot of the modern youth who are driven towards that. And I see whether the dress styles or the slangs, the kind of cognition, because I feel the celebrities who let me also do. But unfortunately, even those celebrities themselves, as you said, are battling with these mental health issues themselves. But is there a solution for it? Yes. Which is what is this phenomenal science of completion that Swamiji has gifted to me. So now, after you connected with Swamiji and you learned this science and started helping in your life, we want to share more on how long it's been since you got connected with Swamiji, and how it's been, how has your journey been since you got connected with Swamiji?
It's a long time. I mean, I was connected to Swamiji. In May, it will be 10 years, so I don't claim to be a fast learner. In spiritual terms. What I would say is that it's getting clearer and clearer. Is that clearer in terms of experiencing how it works? So when I'm explaining it to friends who have no experience of Swamiji, I just say very simple things like, your inner space has a whole series of beliefs, your inner space, cognitions, whatever you want to call it. It's like software of beliefs, and that software is running your life, and you can remove it, and you can replace it with new software, powerful cognition. And if we do that, our life changes dramatically. And so my more recent experience, last few months in particular, has been consciously adopting powerful cognitions and then seeing how those manifest in my life. So it's like, empty out the inner space as much as possible and install really powerful cognitions. And I'm seeing that and install a lot. I mean, you can really see the effect. And I'm seeing that in health, wealth, and relationships. I mean, you can really see. I mean, the principle sounds really simple, right? In health, wealth, and relationships. But Western culture and psychology and that is not doing that. A lot of the Western psychology approach is analyzing this, analyzing all the negative stuff and not removing it, analyzing this from the inner space, analyzing all the negative stuff and not removing it.
So what exactly made you to decide saying that, wow, now I really want to become part of this, I want to become a serving state. How was that journey for you, and how did you manifest the wealth, and what was the journey? And just to add to this question, because like with such a background that you explained, and the very school of thought, I would say, of the very upbringing, the kind of introductions to goals that you might have had would be very different. So what made you resonate with, like what made you feel like I have to be a certificate hegemon in the first place, and why do you think that is the solution, or that is the step that you need to take for whichever is the solution that you would or that is the step that you need to take.
There are two reasons. One is after university, I got into banking and that kind of thing, and I just had this feeling I wanted to help change the world. And so in my early 20s, I really I got involved in politics, and I was looking for ways to change the world. Big charities and politics. And I just realized, I mean, maybe they were well-intentioned people, but they really weren't. I just realized achieving very much. And in some cases, they were causing a lot of damage. Achieving very much. And so I went on to that idea, but I still keen to help change the world. And so when I first got connected with Swamiji, I realized, he is changing the world, and his teachings will transform the world. So I should be part of that mission. And his teachings the best way for me to help change the world is to be part of Swamiji's mission. And it was quite funny. He was sitting on his golden throne during darshan one day. He said to me, I asked for blessings for something, and he said, I bless you to be my ambassador to the intellectual world. He said to me, I asked for blessings for something. I just laughed. I thought, well, that's perfect. I'll go and do that. So that just laughed. In terms of being part of Swamiji's mission, that became very clear. The second thing is, most people I work with, understandably, they work in what Swamiji calls the length dimension. It's all very logical. And my heart sinks sometimes when I listen to people and they say, I'm sure people listening to this have heard, some of them have heard this, it's a numbers game, like doing business is a numbers game, so you have to contact so many hundred people, and then a certain percentage of them will be friendly, and a certain percentage of them will become customers. And the whole thing is exhausting, because it's all very logical, and it's based on hard work. And I worked out, for me to achieve my financial goals, doing what I was going to do, it's going to take me between 100 and 300 years. So I thought, this is nonsense. I have to adopt a new approach. And then I started to understand that manifestation doesn't, it's best to go from the length dimension to the depth dimension. And I just realized, and I was hoarding money, hoping it would grow. And I just realized this isn't going to work. So what I decided to do was I'm going to become SJP as fast as I can, and just adopt a different approach. And one thing that really stuck in my mind, I was in Adi Kailash last time I was there, and we were doing yoga, and the yoga acharya, she said, in the middle of the yoga session, she said, become a pure channel. And I realized I need to become a pure channel. She said, become a pure channel. Somewhere Swamiji writes about the bamboo when it gets blocked with ego. And if you remove the ego, then everything gets poured through. And I realized that's what I need to do. So I said, okay, I'll be SJP, and then I'll do whatever I need to do to become like this big bamboo with no blockage, and allow things to pour through it. So that's why I decided to get on with it. And allow things to pour through it. So that's why I decided to get on with it. And allow things to pour through it.
Such a beautiful thing you shared. Like you said, you just needed to become a bamboo. And you just need to become hollow, and the divine will flow through. That's what Sanji says, that for the music of divine, you just need to become hollow. And like you said, you wanted to make a difference, and you always had this intention that yes, you wanted to make a change, you wanted to bring a difference, and you wanted to bring that change, etc. My question to you regarding this is, why do you think, or I would say, how do you think that Sarvajna Pita is a solution? For those of you that are watching for the first time, you may be hearing, okay, what is this Sarvajna Pita all about? Just so that you all know, Sarvajna Pita is one of the foremost initiatives of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. It is a think tank where many Hindus from around the world come and be a part of the mission of KAILASA by contributing through the monetary fund, by contributing the funds, where they contribute their treasure to become the founding members of KAILASA. So if you are a person, you resonate, let's say, with the cause of reviving library, or with the cause of reviving temples, whichever cause that you resonate with, what you really feel like you want to make a difference and want to join, become a part of KAILASA's mission, Sarvajna Pita is I would say, the way that you can join us, Sarvajna Pita part. And every Sarvajna Pita Yajaman is given the status of they become the founding members of KAILASA. And here we have Sri Nityabana Hasanandaya, who is also a founding father. He is a founding member of KAILASA. The core team that is part of KAILASA's mission and its multivarious initiatives and activities. And that is why we are asking, when when he's saying SJP is actually referring to Sarvagnya Pita, becoming a Sarvagnya Pita Yajaman. When he's saying SJP is actually so Aya, now back to the question that I had for you, Aya. So could you share how you feel exactly this is why, what made you think there could have been any other ways, right? Why do you think that Sarvagnya Pita, what made you think and what exact difference do you think that Sarvagnya, by becoming a Sarvagnya Pita Yajaman, you are making? What exact difference do you think that Sarvagnya, by becoming a Sarvagnya Pita Yajaman, you are making? What exact difference do you think that Sarvagnya,
if you want to change the world for the better, as far as I can see, the main problem is most people who are trying to change the world are doing it out of incompletion. So they create a whole load of unwanted side effects, right? So they create whereas what Swamiji is doing is obviously out of completion and compassion, and therefore it's going to be 1,000 times, million times more effective. So for me, that's the best investment I can make. With the money that I have, is to do that. I think that's the main point. And actually, there's another point. In my case, this may not apply to everybody. I prefer to lead by example. So I deal with a lot of senior business people, and we want to build loads of temples, right? So I could sit there and say, rattle the tin and say, please put some money in the tin, and one day we'll build a temple. For me, what I want to do is say, okay, look, I've already become, I use the abbreviation, become an SJP. I've done that stage, right? I use the abbreviation. And then lead by example. I've experienced healing, and then lead by other people. Then can see what I'm doing, and if they want to do that, they can do the same thing, and then we can multiply it. And if lots of business people, or whatever, if they all do that, then we'll get thousands of people doing this, and it'll be far more effective. But for me, leading by example is really important. Otherwise, why would they do what I tell them to do? I mean, they're much more likely to do what I do. Otherwise, why would they do what I tell them to do? I mean, they're much more likely to do what I do. Otherwise, why would they do what I tell them to do? I mean, they're much more likely to do.
That's a very important point you said. And like you shared, there are so many people who are out there waiting, we want to build a temple, we want to do this out there. But actually, how many people take that action? How many people actually take the step themselves? That's a very important point. Because one thing that Swamiji briefly highlights is the reason for the destruction of the entire Hinduism, or the invasions, the relentless attack. One of the main reasons being, many of us say, oh, it's happening somewhere, it's happening to the neighboring state, or it's happening to the neighboring country. While the Hindus getting attacked there, and we say, oh, let's all stand up, let's all stand up. But how many of the Hindus actually stand up? The people who resonate, the people who stand up, I'm just highlighting what Banahastaya said, which is, it is the people who desire to stand up, who desire to take that action. It is they lead by example. They actually become part of the cause. You become part of the solution. And for each of us Hindus, like, this is something that I really think that each of us need to understand is as the disciples of Swamiji who have experienced an avatar, who have seen the kind of the difference that Swamiji is making to planet Earth, it also becomes a responsibility of ours to be part of this so that more people can experience and more people can receive these extraordinary gifts that Swamiji is here to offer. And thank you, that was very beautiful answer, but I just have another follow-up question to that. And thank you, I'm sure many people will have this question. Why Sarvagnya Pita? Why only that? Is there any other way I can contribute? Is there any other way? Maybe I could have been part of something else. But why any other way? What made you feel like this is one of the most important of ways? And if you could please answer that. One of the most important of ways. And if you could please answer that.
I suppose it was just, it's appealed to me. Maybe it's because I live in the West, but the answers for me are all in the Vedic tradition. So the answers for me are all in the Vedic tradition. And for all of this to happen, it does require resources, right? And for me, it was just an obvious way I could contribute something. And the other thing is, at the time, I didn't have much income at all. And the other thing is, at the time, actually, one thing I've noticed, I spent quite a lot of time trying to invest money. Actually, one thing I noticed noticed, because when at one point I was earning quite a lot of money, and what I realized was that at one point there was no connection between the mental effort I put into investing and the result. There was no connection. And my most successful investment was the one where I didn't think hard at all. I just chose the correct fund manager. And so basically this investment, it grew by 7 times over 12 years or something. So I just used that money to do 7 times over. I offered some of that money. So I wasn't actually earning much money at all. I just thought, well, I've got this money here. So I wasn't actually earning much money. And Swamiji's going to use it for this. Well, I've got this money here. So I wasn't actually earning. Let's get on with it. Swamiji's going to use it for this. And I know my life is going to shift as a result. I want my life to shift. So and I know my life is going to shift. And then things started to shift. And one of the acharyas said to me, and then things started. You want next year to be different from the previous year. So yes, okay. So I just got on with it, and then the past year has been very different from the previous. So I just got on with it very positively. The past year has been very different from the previous. So I just got on with it very positively. The past year has been very different from the previous. So I just got on with it very positively. The past year has been very different from the previous. So I just got on with it very positively. The past year has been very different.
Sorry for that. The small technical glitch. Yes, thank you. Yeah, that was a very beautiful point that you shared. The point that you mentioned. Yes, thank you. Yeah, and also, I'd also like to add something that I click with as well, along the lines of what you shared. I'd also like to add. Many of us may think, why Sarvagya Pitta Yajaman, or why should I take? Many of us may think, why should I become a part? Why Sarvagya Pitta Yajaman, or why should I? For each of us as Hindus, over the last 5,000 years, we have been subject to persecution. Our temples have been destroyed. Our sciences have been lost. Our Hindu temples have been destroyed. Thousands of Hindus have sacrificed their lives for this cause. Thousands of Hindus have sacrificed everyone that are here. Every one of us that are here. And it is not just that, it's not just a luxury for us, it's not an option for us, this is a responsibility of ours. As Hindus, as the people who are aware, knowing that this is happening to Hinduism, it becomes a responsibility to stand up for this cause. It becomes a responsibility of ours to be a part of the solution, especially when we have an avatar. It is once in a millennium, it's once this in a lifetime that one gets the blessing of having an avatar in life. And the descent of an avatar is something too precious for planet Earth. You can have any number of people build temples, but only an avatar can infuse consciousness and breathe life into the deities in the temple. You can have any number of people, revive libraries and you can find out the Hindu scriptures, but it is only an avatar who can decompose the science is revealed in the Hindu scriptures. You can have any number of historians and archaeologists study about the lifestyle of our Hindus, and they can even say, oh, they all had this power manifestation and all of it. But it is only an avatar who can initiate and make you manifest the science of the power manifestation. And with an avatar, it is the need of the hour that we all, as Hindus, stand up for this cause. How many of you here that are watching us are willing to become a part? Understand, you're not restricted to only become a Sarvagya Pitta Yajaman and contribute. If you really feel like you should do, you want to dedicate your life for it, then walk the path of courage, take sannyas, become a sannyasi, declare the space of sannyas and become part of this mission. Or if you feel like, you still have various different commitments, but you really are committed about dedicating your spirit to this cause, like how Banahastaya shared, then become a Sarvagya Pitta Yajaman. As a Hindu, as a Kailashian, as a citizen of Kailasa, let us dedicate, let us take that responsibility to stand up for this sacred cause. Actually, I also have one more question that I wanted to ask you, which is, I also have one more question that I wanted to ask. Sorry, go ahead. Which is, I also have one more question that I wanted to ask. Sorry, go ahead. Which is, I also have one more question that I wanted to ask. Sorry, go ahead. Which is, I also
Carry on.
have one more question that I wanted to ask. Sorry, go ahead. Which is, I also
Carry on.
have one more question that I wanted to ask. Sorry, go ahead. Which is, I also
Carry on.
have one more question that I wanted to ask. Sorry, go ahead. Which is, I also
Carry on.
Sorry, there's a small technical glitch. I think the participants had an echo. We apologize for that. Yes. So, for everyone, all the participants that are here, if you resonate with this, if you resonate with this cause, if you resonate with this, if you feel like you want to stand up, and if you have the courage to walk the path of sannyas, you want to dedicate your life, go ahead for it. Or if you feel like you want to dedicate your, at least your treasure, you want to do something of what you can, you can become a Sarvagya Pita. You want to do something, and if you, at this moment, as you listen to it, if something is clicking with you, if you feel like it is your responsibility, you want to take a part, declare, just put your intention. Don't worry about the results, because Swamiji will manifest that for you. But how many of you here, as you listen to Banahastaya share, how many of you here have the intention that, yes, I want to become a Sarvagya Pita? Can I request all of you to post in the chat? All the participants across all the Zoom groups. If you are interested in being a part of the KAILASA, if you want to become a part, you want to become a founding member of KAILASA, how many of you have that intention? Forget about whether you have the resources or not. That's a second thing. But how many of you have the intention? How many of you feel like, yes, I want to take a step? And all the Sarvagya Pita manifestors, Sarvagya Pita intentions, people who have already put your intentions in. Like I see many of you who are sitting with us right now in the Zoom room. I see so many of you that are sitting here. How many of you really want to take an action from this point? See, understand, Swamiji says, your intention is enough. Your Ichha Shakti, your intention is powerful enough to make anything happen. Is powerful enough. Okay, see, Ma Sadashiva is super excited. Ma Sadashiva Mai is super excited, and she says, so great, yes. Ma Sadashiva Mai, actually, you are someone who is there. I've been seeing you so intensely sitting throughout the programs and come to the darshan again and again and again. See, actually, that intensity, if you are ready to see, actually, intention of becoming a Sarvagya Pita, literally, you will see how Swamiji will be manifesting it for you. Literally, the Sarvagya Pita is just your conscious decision. The moment you decide, you just decide with your intention. Have a strong intention. Decide. You will just see how Swamiji will make it happen for you. Who else has this intention? I request all of you to take a few minutes and please post it in the chat. Has this intention? I request all of you to take a few minutes and please post it in the chat. Take a minute and please post. I request every one of you to share with us. Let us know. And also another question, any of you have anything that you would like to ask Banahastaya, or if you feel like, you also feel like you see a person amongst you who has manifested and you are in that path, you are in the journey of manifesting, and you have something that you would like to share or ask, please go ahead and feel free to post in the comments, in the chat. We'll be taking the questions as well. We'll be taking the live questions as well. In the chat, we'll be taking the questions as well. We'll be taking the live questions as well. In the chat, we'll be taking the questions as well. We'll be taking the live questions as well. In the chat, we'll be taking the questions as well. We'll be taking the live questions as well. In the chat. Okay, sorry, I also wanted to ask one question to you here. Okay, the publication business of the CEO, Chief Enlightenment Officer, publication business, how did it become successful, which is blessed by Swamiji? How did it become successful for you after you became a Sarvagya Pita? Could you take a few minutes and please share about that? Became a Sarvagya Pita. Could you take a few minutes and please share about
something like 40% of my contributions came from royalties from a book called The Power of Letting Go. So it's the previous book. And so briefly what happened was I was writing the book, and the last time I was in Adi Kailash, there were 100 of us, and around the campfire with Swamiji, and I said, I've written a book about you, should I give it away or should I get it published commercially? And he immediately said, get it published commercially, it will reach more people. And it was published in the US the day that all the bookshops closed. And it was published in the US day that all the bookshops I just thought, well, this is a disaster. I've been working on this for years, and nothing's happening. And also he gave blessings. I asked for permission in the normal way from the publication department, and I got this email saying Swamiji has given his blessings in the normal way. Anyway, so it started off, it looked like a total disaster. And then what happened was, people started reading the book and then contacting me saying, can you do a podcast? So throughout COVID, I couldn't travel anywhere. All I did was podcasts. So most of them in the US. So people would just read the book, ask to interview me for a podcast, which took 1 hour. And then thousands of people would interview me for a podcast, which would read the book and then or hear the podcast. Some would buy the book, and then it kept going on and on. So 40% of my financial contribution came from book royalties. And that was before translation. So all the translations got delayed by COVID. And that was before. So now it's in Spanish. Got delayed by COVID. Hilariously, it's now in Hindi. I find it very funny. Hilarious. It's coming in Arabic. I find it very funny. French, Vietnamese, and Chinese. It's coming in Arabic. And I don't have to make any effort about that. They just have to publish yourself the translations. Loads of people read it. Royalties come in. That goes towards the translations. It's kind of a virtuous circle that goes towards the translations. And I didn't anticipate anything. I didn't anticipate.
One thing that I hear in common from everyone, whoever becomes a Sarvangapirajaman, actually people, even if they start their Sarvangapiraja journey, even as a manifestor, meaning the moment you just take one step, even as a manifestor, I've always seen people say, oh, I just gave step. Whatever I have, I gave to Swamiji. But what Swamiji showered upon me was just too much. It's like unimaginable level Swamiji has showered upon me. And like I hear this from every single person. They will say, yes, I just took whatever big routine. I took that money into becoming a Sarvangapirajaman. I didn't know that I could actually make it happen. Swamiji made it happen. I didn't know that every single person's experience is literally this one thing, which is like undeniably that ask any person who's put an intention or has become a manifestor or become a Sarvangapirajaman. It is always like how Swamiji did this one example. It is like it's like so clear in me. Even one Parashakti Akashik reading has Parashakti Swamiji blessed, where he said, I just take a small dew drop like from the a cloud takes in that small tiny dewdrop from a blade of grass, sucks that and showers back with heavy rain. Literally, that is what is becoming part of Swamiji's life. Becoming a part of Kailasa is just that. Whatever maximum we can do is just that tiny dewdrop in the blade of grass.